You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night and dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be your worth, it lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live. For this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving. Because I am a man
Made up of more than just the sum of all my parts.
And
Baby, I believe your body's a work of art. So show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms. So you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat so much faster for you? Alright, fuck it, let's go. Alright guys, what's going on? I'm Cole. Welcome to the stream. We are going to be playing today for the winning team. Although things may not be as they seem. Rise to the top just like the cream. When you look in my eyes, you see a sly gleam. But that's what you expect when you come to the stream.
And The Guardian said, help for disabled people in England and Wales to get jobs is axed amid benefits crackdown. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Button.
Oh, hey, Henry, how's it going? Yeah, I'll get to two-man in a bit, yeah? Probably
Button.
about 20 minutes or so, we'll get into the two-man
20
stuff.
minutes till 2 mad, guys.
Again.
Super exciting, right, guys?
But yeah, Turkey Tom's video went back up. Actually, do you know what, Henry? I saw that your response was back up. And I was like, oh, okay. And I looked at Turkey Tom and I was like, oh, the video's back up. Well, I'll see what all the fuss is about then, in that case.
Meow. Meow.
But yeah, basically we're ending sick note culture. So the basic kind of point of it is to say, stop dishing out so many sick notes. Also, there was another thing as well. If someone is on benefits and they're capable and able to work and they don't take a job offer in 12 months of them, you know, being on benefits, the benefits will get cut, which, you know, listen, I'm a bleeding heart lefty. I'm still a bleeding heart lefty. However, that being said, I think if someone has got the ability to work and it's 12 months in and you're not taking any job offers, presuming you're getting job offers, of course.
No button.
I mean, why should you continue to be assisted when you're able to support yourself, you know? What are
Let's
benefits called in the UK?
go. Time to get ass whipped.
Universal credit. It's called universal credit in the UK. That's ridiculous. In America, you have to apply to a certain number of jobs a month to even get welfare. Oh, to be fair, there are things built in to the benefit system where you have to go to like a job centre and liaise with the Department for Work and Pensions is what it's called, DWP, and you have to work with the.
That's
job coach,
immediate. That's
and they'll help
immediate,
you,
boys.
you know, look for work, get your CV in order, and stuff like that. You know. Well, in the UK, we don't do food stamps. It's a cash payment. So universal credit, the whole point of it was to unify all the different benefit payments into one single payment.
What the fuck?
Under the Conservatives. But it did actually serve as a kind of austerity measure because the point was to reduce the amount of benefits that were being paid out. And there were genuine issues with it, particularly when the Tories first took over, and there probably still are now, to be fair.
No,
You know,
but
people that have had a heart attack,
immediate,
being told they're
huh?
fit for work and shit like that. Just insane fucking, you know, medical assessments and shit. There was even a UN thing about it a little while ago. But anyway, UK stream account going to be slashed by half. No, please, my universal credit. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't get paid that shit. No need. No need.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
No need. Yeah. See, Sunak accused of launching full-on assault on disabled people. I mean, you know. Fucking hell. Easy target, really, aren't they? What the fuck are they going to do? Such a funny headline, man. So
Bro,
yeah.
how do you get two people to fucking
Prime
attack
Minister
at the
announced
same
fresh
time?
curbs on disability benefits on Friday, saying he wanted to explore whether some cash payments to claimants with mental health conditions could be replaced by treatment or access to services. Dude, honestly, I know this might, if you're like a conservative or you're a right-winger, and particularly an American right-winger, you might think, oh yeah, based and stuff like that. But to be honest with you, the universal credit system is quite frugal in the first place. Joel, I just wanted to say I fully denounced Dark Viper. Oh yeah, I remember you from the other day. You were being an annoying Dark Viper fucking sim. Well done for coming to the right position. Yes, I do know about Spitting Image. So yeah, universal credit is quite meager in the first place. There isn't really much. It's quite bare bones, you know? And it's fucking retarded sometimes too. Because they'll give you like a sort of rent payment. And it's based on what the rent is in the local area. But sometimes that can be less. Like you like the rent that you get can actually be less than your rent, even if you're in a cheap place. You know, it's fucking crazy. And yeah, the amount of money you're expected to live off is quite meager.
It's a funky ass looking mushroom, baby.
You do get, yeah, I don't know. The left is literally the party of the rich.
You're dying because of your policies.
That's not right.
The
government has a lot of support to help people with this.
Do you realise hundreds
If you have a particular issue, do contact
you
your local.
run against
Contact your
you
local MP. I would encourage you.
You punish us.
We really don't.
I've got a degree. I'm a youth worker. You took my job off me. Then you remade me. I had an attachment. I've got cerebral palsy. I've got a degree in youth work. The tourists took my job off me. Then at the age of 42, I had to prove that I've got cerebral palsy.
I mean, listen, I know people in chat are going to be, you know, are going to be thinking like, oh yeah, disabled guy, let's laugh at him. Okay, right? Sure. But I mean, to be fair to the guy, imagine having to prove you got cerebral palsy. Imagine you walk into the fucking benefit assessment officer like that. Oh, woo, speaking like that. And the guy's like, right, okay, can you prove you got cerebral palsy? And you're just like, what?
What the fuck?
More like that, actually, isn't it? You know? But yeah, like, look, guys, I know that some of you are probably, you know, yeah, fuck the poor or something. But genuinely, there's some fucked up shit. There is some fucked up shit with this stuff where they, like I say, there was a story I remember. A guy had a heart attack, okay? So he was obviously in a bad way. And he got taken off of the kind of procedure. But basically, it was expected that he'd look for work. And his benefits got restricted, I think, if I remember correctly, or something like that, you know? Like there have genuinely been issues with this. And there's also issues where, like, you'll get what's called that's like a punishment on your account or something. I can't remember what it's called, but it was like some dude was paid £4.92 or something insane for a month. Like he had the entire amount of money he had to spend in a month was like $5 essentially. And it's just like, okay. Bit of a tight month that one, isn't it? Sanctions, that's it, sanctions, yeah.
And you're saying people get jobs. Your party shut my job down. You got rid of us. You're a disgrace.
I'm sorry you think that. The government's trying to provide as much support as possible
Rubbish.
for disabled
You
people.
took my job off me.
And to help people to find suitable employment.
You made my life hard.
Dude, this is a fucking disaster, isn't it? What a fucking PR disaster. This fucking toff in a suit arguing with a guy with cerebral palsy about the fact he's got no money. He could probably literally give him like $5 grand right now and think nothing of it, you know?
Oh, what the?
This guy's Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's actually quite funny. He's actually quite funny and based a lot of the time. I don't know if you've ever seen him before, but yeah, he's a very kind of like funny. He's like a toff. We call him a toff, like a posh boy, you know. And he's like a conservative politician, and he's like the typical like upper class toff guy essentially. But he is funny. He's got a show on, what is it, GB News, I think. Listen, look, okay, normally I like laughing at the you-know-who's, but I can't do it with this one, because he's feels messed up, you know? This poor guy, all he's doing is trying to get a couple of fucking bob for a sandwich, you know? Do you know what I mean? That's all he wants to do. This is another classic moment.
And so on. And Brexit cannot be a...
Now, there's been a lot of talk about democracy tonight, and the leader of the House, who I have to say, with his body language throughout this evening, has been so contemptuous of this House and of the people. And for the benefit of Hansard, the leader of the House has been spread across around 3 seats, lying out as if that was something very boring for him to listen to tonight. Well, can I just say to him, when he's been lecturing us about democracy, we will...
He was literally just sprawled out. He was just fucking sprawled out on the seats of the chamber. It was crazy.
...have none of it.
Member for West Dorset.
Look at him.
We have a simple...
Dude. He was just chilling. My guy was just vibing. Wait, what is this? Jacob Rees-Mogg silences feminist. Oh my God.
A judge in an employment tribunal in Peterborough has said that claiming not to be a feminist could be an act of discrimination. I quote the judge, who said it would appear that a feminist is simply about all genders having equal rights and opportunities as men. The judge confessed the tribunal was perplexed by the defendant's non-feminist views and suggested such opinions would be in breach of equality laws. I'm as perplexed as the judge by his statement that feminism relates to all genders, implying more than two. I thought feminism was about women, not the transgender ideology. But discrimination must require action rather than a lack of belief. As long as others are treated equally under the law, is there one definition of feminism that must be believed? This seems an extraordinary intrusion.
This is where you are now, playing Mogg on GB News. What a fake. Fake what? I'm a fake what exactly? I'm sorry that I find a fucking toff in a suit talking about transgender ideology entertaining. I don't know what to tell you. It's just funny to me.
Into personal belief, as opposed to viewing discrimination as an active decision. With me now is my panel, associate commentator at The Telegraph, Mutaz Ahmed, and the historian and broadcaster, Tessa Dunlop. Tessa, is it compulsory, basically, to agree with you? Now, you may think it should be, but is that a sensible way for the law to go?
Isn't that why you have me here? It's your token feminist. So
Yo!
you aren't entirely shut down by a tribunal, the establishment that is GB News. No, I looked up the definition of feminism for you, Jake, because I thought you might need some help in this area. It is the advocacy of women's rights, people like me, on the basis of the equality of the sexes. So that is baked into law, last updated...
Baked into law,
Baked into law, the equality, and I'm all in favour of that. But advocacy, To say that it is compulsory to advocate something is very different from saying that...
Oh, what's this? Not sure if you're aware, but the person whose video you reviewed on Stardew Valley has apparently asked people to report any videos about it. Oh shit, I didn't see that. Have you got a link? Have a look at that.
Something is the law of the land.
It's good to see you, your usual pedantry self.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. It's what my
first of all-
viewers and listeners expect.
Indeed. It's important to say that this manager, he was an environmental agency.
Yeah, she's told a yeah. For those who don't understand the little joke there, it's a little bit of British shit for you. But in the UK, we've got an institution called Ofcom. Okay. And what they do is they have got the power to ensure that news reporting is fair and balanced. Not Fox News fair and balanced, but the whole point is literally fair and balanced. I.e., okay, if you have someone on that is wants to talk about a certain thing, you need to have someone of the opposite position on to discuss it with them. You can't just have one person on spouting off a bunch of bullshit about a particular topic. Yeah, it's like the British FCC, but they're like a lot more powerful. They private the video in their tweet, but there are a few replies saying they're reporting videos for bullying harassment. Jesus. Well, I think that there's positives and negatives to it, right? You know, I don't think people like to act like it's purely positive or purely negative, but there is obviously some benefits to having an institution like that because, you know, if a news organization does some crazy shit, they've got the power to do something about it, you know? But then you do get situations where, like, GB News is in their crosshairs quite a lot. And I think some of that is ideologically motivated too, you know?
Manager, therefore he had a level of agency within his agency. They were contesting his maintenance of a non-feminist view. They suggested that was discriminatory, i.e., as a manager, by maintaining non-feminist views, that impacts on your ability to treat your employees and your co-workers equally.
Does it? If he treated everybody equally, the fact that he didn't believe in feminism was surely his choice.
But he was maintaining his non-feminist stance, which is counter to equality. It runs counter to equality.
Not if he didn't do anything about it. Mutaz.
Feminism is not about equality anymore. It's about crushing the patriarchy. It's about women gaining the upper hand over men. That's not equal.
Oh, you're another beleaguered male.
I'm not a feminist. You can believe in equality, right? But you don't have to be a feminist to believe it. And if this man is saying he's not a feminist, he might well be saying, I don't believe in crushing the patriarchy. I don't believe in creating an environment that's negative for men.
I understand that you're actually half my age and you perhaps haven't been around quite long enough to understand what feminism literally means in its legal defined context. What's happened since you grew up is that the culture wars have taken words like feminism and they've injected them with all kinds of potency which actually are deeply unhelpful to the cause of equality and the cause of women.
If I don't identify with that word then, which has been injected with all of this politics, am I being discriminatory? If I say in the workplace that I don't believe in DEI, am I saying that I don't believe in racial equality? Of course I'm not. I'm saying that I don't believe in the politics of DEI. I don't believe in the politics of feminism. How is that discriminatory?
Well, I think what we need to do is divorce the definition of feminism from the way in which you clearly see some individuals as using it as a tool to whip the likes of you with. And you're...
Wait! Yo, there's no way she just fucking said that.
Right?
There's no way.
That's wild that she just said whipped.
There's no way, dude. That's base.
Right individuals as using it as a tool to whip the likes of you with. And you're right.
Whip. The way she said it as well. Whip. Dude, she knew what she was doing. She knew what, you know what's going on in her head.
With. I will go back to read the Oxford Dictionary definition of feminism, the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes.
Oh my god, dude. This is such cope, the dictionary definition, as if ideology doesn't shift fucking every day, every fucking second of the day of what it is.
Interestingly, when I looked it up in the Oxford Dictionary, it says you should pronounce it feminism, which seems to have gone out of fashion. And I think that's
before even I was born.
But I think that's Mutaz's point.
Mansplaining.
That words
Mansplaining.
evolve, and actually, what you're saying about a dictionary definition is all perfectly fair and true. But Mutaz's point is absolutely spot on. It has become a political advocacy of something. I'm all in favour, strongly in favour of equality before the law. I think it is the most fundamental principle of British law. But that doesn't mean that I believe that there is equality of all genders. I don't actually think there are more than 2 genders anyway. And this judge is on about there being a whole slew of genders. That's very odd, isn't it?
This judge is. I didn't catch that.
He said that his definition of feminism, or as we're all now going to pronounce it, feminism, is that it relates to all genders. Now, once you say all genders, all implies more than 2. It's only both genders, isn't it? We would say. I mean, I'm delighted we're having a discussion.
Yo, true, Jacob Rees-Mogg. Jacob Rees-Mogg is absolutely correct.
About the correct use of English, but it's both genders. Now, actually, you're a feminist. How many genders do you believe in?
Well, in the eyes of the law, the protected characteristics of different individuals equates to more than just 2 sexes. It includes more than 2 genders. So I would say I'm separating sex from gender, and I would say that while I recognise 2 sexes, there may be more people identify with more than 2 genders.
Are feminists protected or endangered by a man in a frock going into ladies' loos?
It's so base.
I've silenced Tessa. That's the first time it's ever happened. Moot has.
What are the other genders? What are they?
Well, I'm not somebody who identifies out with my gender, which is female, but I know that there are those with protectors to...
Is it female or is it
so
woman?
Funny watching these people stumble over this, right? Okay? It's like, look. Why did this remember when there was a fucking meme? This was a meme. There are 2 genders, that's it. It's simple as that. There are 2 genders, okay? Even this non-binary aspect still alludes to the idea of there being 2 genders because it's non-binary, right? You've got the 2 genders, male and female. You've got the 2 fucking sexes, male and female. You've got men and women. And then you've got intersex people who are exceptionally rare that have got birth fucking shit going on. But normally they try and fit within one of the binary characteristics, right? Everything else is bullshit. Obviously, we know this. We know this if you've been watching me.
Characteristics, transsexuals who have a different idea of their own gendered identity, and who am I to quibble with that? I really think what concerns me greatly is that the likes of Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's more likely to be found in the sort of golf house or the gentleman's drinking club than he ever is campaigning for equality and women's rights and worrying about our safety, suddenly gets very hot under the collar if a man wears a woman's frock and says he's a woman and then goes into a female space. In any other context do you ever get worried about female safety?
No, this is something that women are concerned about.
A few women. The only reason we're hearing so much about this is because men like you have jumped on their bandwagon.
No, we're hearing so much
about
it because of feminists, ironically.
Bro!
People like J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, I agree, and it's a rabbit hole that I wish feminism, which has got far greater causes to fight, like equality, justice, economic justice for women.
Tessa, having been momentarily silenced, is now making up for it, but thank you to my panel.
Isn't it funny to completely overwrite all the fucking work that gender-critical feminists do, even if you don't like them or don't agree with them, to go, well, it's men like you. Dude, how is that feminist? How is that fucking feminist, bro? To overwrite the fucking shit that women do and say and go, well, it's because of you men, actually. Fuck me, man. Crazy. Anyway, guys, we're gonna be doing a special segment tomorrow. I've done a little bit of investigation into Erin Reed, that person that was on Majority Report, and I found some very funny material to have a look at about their history, which we're going to do tomorrow. And I also want to find some stuff on that. What's that Caraballo person? Alejandra Calabaro. Some of the stuff about them. And we're also going to get in there Assigned Male Comics. That person that's been doing the fucking dog shit fucking comics about the Cass Report. They've also got a very... Yes, S-Queer, that's it, yeah. We've also got a very funny thing to look at with that too. The trans rights activists.
Must be safer this way. We'll need to find another way around.
We're gonna... It's not a transphobia... No! It's not... It's Sophie LaBelle, thank you. So yeah, look out for that, guys. Right, it was quite a long video, so we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about this. Turkey Tom, too mad. The video came out, he got heavily criticised, and then it got taken down for some reason, which I think Turkey Tom goes into. But yeah, I mean, I just... Like, I remember vividly seeing one tweet, and it was a, you know, it said, like, the title of the video is Two Mad is Alone, and it was a screenshot of Turkey Tom's video. And this tweet said, he was alone, he was also a pedophile and a rapist. And this is my thought process, when I first talked about this, was like, it's so wrong that someone's going to get labelled a pedophile when there's no evidence or proof they're a fucking pedophile at all, you know? And that seems to have stuck, and now it feels like, because of Jameski, it feels like people now are kind of walking away with the perspective that he was a pedophile. Because, as far as I understand, the pedophile allegation has got no fucking merit and only came about because of fucking Jameski, you know? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, people talk about, like, Jimmy Savile, right? But the difference with Jimmy Savile is there was, like, lots of people coming forward, all speaking a similar tale, you know, with backup from people that were around at the time, saying, like, yeah, Jimmy Savile was a fucking complete and utter nonce, you know? So it's not as if it just came out of nowhere. Like, the reason that Two Mad got called a pedophile is apparently because he spoke to this person in a psych ward, but then the person came forward and said, no, he wasn't weird at all with me or a pedophile or anything like that. Like, the person that was being used to make the allegation that Two Mad was a pedo was even like, nah, this is wrong. You know? But yeah, I mean, it caused quite a bit of controversy, and then the video got taken down. I think Turkey Tom gives us an insight into why it's gone back up now. So we'll look at that, and then we'll see what he's got to say. We'll see what he's got to say for himself. Let's have a little look.
The original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to re-upload it here because I think it's a very important story to tell. So without further ado, this is Two Mad Was Alone.
Oh hey, I'm just about to go to bed. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Two Mad was one of the most talented YouTubers of his generation. In a few short years, he went from a literal nobody to having millions of subscribers. He was featured by PewDiePie, collaborated with Max Mofo, Anything for Views, Jay Schlatt, and other extremely popular legacy creators. His audience was loyal, following him to any platform or medium, and his style of comedy influenced millions of people during a time when they were all locked inside and wearing masks. On February 14th, 2024, he was found dead of what was presumed to be an overdose.
Is it too loud?
When Overwatch was released in 2016, it quickly became one of the most popular games in the world.
Jimmy Savile was framed. Mavka, come on, that's absurd. Jimmy Savile was not framed. There was tons and tons of people that came out to speak on it. And all of it fucking well backed up and validated. What do you mean he was that was an insane take.
With every content creator hopping on the bandwagon to try and capitalize. One such aspiring creator was a young man named Medea Sadiq, a 16-year-old boy living in Winnipeg, Canada. Now Winnipeg is cold as sometimes, so he had a lot of time to stay inside. And at the time, he was also lacking any real-life connection whatsoever. According to Two Mad himself, he was basically mute throughout his time in school and barely had a single friend. He was constantly getting into fights with people and just had a very hard time growing up. The friends he did have were called Sony Vegas and Premiere Pro, so he got cooking. Inspired by old...
Right, okay. So I can imagine what some of the controversy came from, right? My guess would be that some people were upset because Tom didn't just completely eviscerate this guy and was like somewhat not positive, but like sympathetic towards some aspects of his life, which is completely reasonable. Like, this is and I bet you it's fucking leftoids that are doing this shit too, right? And that's the funny thing for me about these leftoid freaks is they will, you know, have this analysis which is rooted in the idea that people are products of their environment, But then when someone is the product of their environment, they don't want to hear about the environment that led them to be the product of what they are. Do you know what I mean? They're like not interested, you know? Just call him a bad guy and be done with it. Don't even talk about why he became the way that he was. But it's like, no, this is quite critical to understanding how he got to where he got to, because, yeah, that's how we get there. This is his upbringing. These are like problems he had in childhood or whatever the case may be, to give you some insight into what happened, you know. But these people don't want to hear it. It's just call him a bad guy. It's not their fault unless they disagree with me. Yeah, exactly. And also, by the same token, you can have some guy that is currently in the process of committing rape and murder, right? And fucking whatever. And it's like, oh, you know, oh, the criminal justice system, though. Oh, yeah, God, it's quite harsh towards minorities, isn't it? Don't forget people are products of their environments. We should believe in rehabilitation. You know, they could be committing the most atrocious crimes or, like, violence in their community that's causing problems, thefts and stuff like that. And they'll have this hardline fucking rehabilitative perspective and stuff like that. But when, like, some internet celebrity does some bad shit, all of a sudden that goes out the window and it's denounce, denounce, bad, bad, destroy, destroy. Who cares if he's dead? I'm glad he's dead, etc. A leftoid's a product of their environment. Yeah, of course. Everyone is.
MLG montage parodies and YouTube poops, he began making what can only be called schizophrenic edits of Overwatch gameplay. He had opened his channel in April of 2016, and the growth from there was pretty steady, racking up around 10,000 subscribers a year later. In just 2 months, he grew to 160,000 subscribers, thanks to a few of his edits really popping off. How to Doomfist, Nerf Lucio, and Rip Roadhog got millions of views within a few weeks of posting. On Twitter, he thanked his new viewers for the massive growth. But he wasn't about to slow down. His time had come, and he needed to seriously keep momentum going if he was going to maintain this strong new viewer base. He didn't spend his money, he didn't party, he sank into his computer chair a little deeper, and cranked out video after video, week after week. By January of 2018, he had 450,000 subscribers. Just 1 year later, he doubled it. By this time, his videos had also gotten much longer. Instead of posting 1 minute long edits, he was posting 10-minute gaming videos with his editing and commentary mixed in.
I look at the water and I build the castle. I go to the fridge and I take me the goat. I go to my Xbox and I turn it back on. I get my reflections, then I shoot at the yeah.
This editing with
See, I had no idea. The only thing I know Too Mad for is the Chinese video. That's it. I think that's the only content of Too Mad I've literally ever fucking watched, right? And so stuff like this I'm just not aware of, I'm not familiar with. But that's fucking brilliant. That is like dynamite content right there. Just playing a video game and fucking around and talking. What's that? I'm sure that Turkey Tom's going to show it, but fuck it. We'll do it now. This is fucking great content. Wait, hang on. I can't find it. Too Mad Chinese Zoom call. Is this it?
Popular video conferencing app Zoom is a part of a lot of people's lives right now.
Here's another bag that has $5.
Hey, baby, we programming? Okay, let's go.
Full screen.
Here's another bag.
Oh, what the fuck? There's 2 of them?
Right. That person needs to be removed.
This isn't it, but I've got it here.
I am Ashashamya from Wuhan University. I am a transfer student, and this is my brother.
Army, and then you guys do have something.
Shashamya. When I said to Waltata, but then come from Japan. You know who Joe is?
No.
You don't know who Joe is? Joe Mama.
Some people get signed in. You guys
said Spanish, right? Hey Google. Wait, Despacito, please.
What the fuck?
No, in all reality, who is that? Is that Noah, Aiden, or Blake? Knock it off. We've got parents on this call. I've got my kid here.
Oh, yeah, parents?
I need to serious.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so who are you?
ignorant savage. My 11 guys. I'm sorry, guys. That was an incredibly ignorant and primitive.
We bet 21 got him.
Excuse me one moment here. I am about to
Don't excuse
something
me.
here. Guys, we'll be signing back in.
You guys, but
I need to kill him.
Hey, you might be wondering where the my hair went. Shit, it's gone.
Oh, wait, there it is. Wow, my hair. Well, basically, I'm selling this limited edition merch, which is just gonna be chunks of my hair. Yep, you're buying chunks of my hair for $30 each. Wow! All you gotta do is go in the description, click the link up, purchase $30 subscription. You got a chunk of my hair. This is the only time I'm ever gonna do this. 1 week only, limited time. That's how I tell them. Let's go, boys, get it. Now back to the video.
I love this guy, dog. How did he get in here?
He get in here.
You choose your words according to the audience.
Get wrecked.
Computer science class. I am the hacker man.
Oh no, William's not having
Make
it.
sure you use your actual names, Mr. Too Mad.
My name
Otherwise,
is.
alright, too bad. Change your name back so I can do your attendance.
Are you there?
Who is that?
I just told you.
Hi.
Hello.
Will it be on Google Drive?
Hi, you're not in my class. You need to go.
I am part of your class.
You learn something.
This is so good, man.
So what are we learning today? Does anyone want to tell me I come to class late? And no one wants to tell me why? Why? Tell me reason. Why? Why? I see you.
Baba Bowie.
Nate, do not run from me. You cannot run from Wakanda.
Can I help you?
Have you seen my son?
Like I have to say. Help me doing those.
Alright, so who's Joe?
Yeah, so whoever just logged in, if you don't mind muting.
No.
Something says Apple. Alright.
I am Apple. I am an apple. I am made of apples.
Alright, we'll come back to that. So
we have apples, and then apples to apples. I am apple. I am gaming right now. Like, who's hopping out? Who's trying to play some Counter Strike? Anybody down to play Counter Strike?
okay, I have no clue who that is.
My asshole burns, bruh.
Yes, we'll reconvene. in
Bing
just
bong,
a minute. I'll go ahead and log off.
Hey, what we learning, boy? Jenny Smith, please, I pray to the gods. Papa Titian, please. Name Tim Horton. Tim Horton like the food? Like the food?
Oh, hey. I'm dying of bed. Hello, how are you? I'm under the water. Please help me.
Alright guys, who is this conversation is coming from?
Where this conversation come from? Speak up or we chop you.
Are you in my class?
Yes, I am transfer student from Onyengung village.
A transfer student from, where do you say?
From Onyengung village.
Anyway. Okay, I've got nothing. Listen, I'm not even reacting. I'm sure Two Man won't mind. You know, what with him being otherwise indisposed. Dude, it is sad when you watch this old content back. You do realise like just what a talented guy he really was. You know. Yeah, he might DMCA me. We gotta be careful. Do you know what I mean? It's so tragic, dude. He was such a funny guy. Sad. That's what makes it so tragic that Jameski was such a fucker about it, and then all these people now are calling him a fucking pedophile. So unreasonable and so unfair, you know? But hey, what can you do?
With constant bruh noises, random sound effects, and memes thrown in became extremely influential, with a lot of other editors taking note. There truly was never a dull moment in these videos. They were great for keeping viewers engaged, in an age where every Zoomer's attention span.
Yeah, exactly. Take Jameski instead. Take Jameski. We take Jameski to the top of a fucking volcano and do some sort of fucking, you know, tribal deal. I'm sorry.
Span is less than 12.4 milliseconds. Keeping people locked in was really important, and Too Mad, intentionally or unintentionally, was a master at it.
Oh, get wrecked. Okay, let's go. Let's go. One more left. Let me show you how good Blitz really is, bro. Flash!
The last thing you want in your Can you spit how you are fake news, sir? You can admit it.
By June of 2017, he already had 100,000 subscribers from his Overwatch edits. At the same time, he had been streaming on Twitch, where he cycled through Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and really whatever game was really pulling in new viewers at the time. His personality was slowly but surely getting out there, and it helped that his manner of speaking was basically in line with his editing, constantly quoting different memes, movies, games, songs, never staying in one place or on one topic for more than 15 seconds. He was definitely unique, and viewers loved it. In February of 2019, he did a face reveal on Twitch, which on YouTube got 1.5 million views.
Literally every black person in fucking existence is gonna be mentioned. They're gonna say Obama. They're gonna say X. They're gonna say T'Challa. They're gonna say who else is black? Nelson Mandela. Who else? Thanos. He's half black. He's mixed.
So now his face and his personality were out there on full display, giving him a golden opportunity to move from being just an editor to a media sensation. And that all really started with Goodnight Girl.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
The Goodnight Girl meme came at the perfect time. Just a few months out from his face reveal, his audience was already familiarized with his appearance. This video, which portrays him as a lonely simp or Discord mod, telling his e-kitten it's alright she deprived him of attention, went absolutely viral. Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, 4chan, you name it, it was posted there to millions upon millions of views. And the clip itself is not like standalone, it's from a compilation of similarly cringe and hilarious bruh moments. What's interesting is that this was not accidental. It was a calculated move by Too Mad that he created in one take.
I put the camera angle. The webcam mic is so shit, so I was like, all right, this audio is gonna be perfect. And then it took one take. It was just one take, one single take, where I just go up and I start saying some shit all on the spot. I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was like, go Skype, nah. And I just did that, and I just like I literally just let my legs slip under me, and I just fell straight on the ground. There's nothing there.
The memes he would use.
Dude. Is it not crazy how coherent he is there? He just seems like a normal dude. Like a normal funny guy. Just, do you know what I mean? This must have been for all the drugs and shit, right? Discord Kittim's ruined him. He's like a Black Sam Hyde, yes. Self-aware, competent, you know, explaining a bit about how the sausage is made, which can be entertaining, you know. Fuck, man. Do not get it. Yes. I'm swearing off ketamine, guys. I'm swearing off ketamine now. That's it. No more, okay? But yeah, undoubtedly the drug abuse was no doubt influenced by his mental illness problems, right? Fuck, man. It's fucking tragic. This is a tragedy. This is a fucking tragedy. And the thing is, what Too Mad did is even the worst of what he did.
Yo, fam.
Well, I mean, obviously he was accused of stuff, which is still uncertain. I would argue. But like the harassment and stuff is obviously
yikes.
To the point where he needed to be fucking cancelled forever. Do you know what I mean? It's so fucking insane to think that people were happy that he died because he fucked up in the midst of like a depression, drug-fueled fucking rage or something, you know? Like he didn't fucking kill anyone. He didn't murder anyone or anything like that, you know, but people acted like he did.
Use, like the Baba Booey sound effects.
You think that like North Korea is gonna pick it up and send an ICBM to my Canadian house?
Saying bruh constantly.
Bruh.
And his poor impression of various ethnicities similarly spread across the internet and became synonymous with his brand. Around this time, the original 2Mad channel was renamed to 2Mad360, and his old second channel became his new main. He also expanded his content from just gaming videos to literally everything. Live streams of him trying to sleep while his viewers sent text-to-speech donations to bully him. He laugh you lose videos where he would challenge his viewers to make him chuckle, with the prize being thousands of dollars. IRL videos of him acting like a psychopath while riding an electric scooter. Then his neighbor stole that electric bike, so he tried to get the police to kick the door down, which they would not do. So he left them a troll face with a note asking for them to give it back.
This dude literally lives right beside me and I can't do shit about it but leave him a goddamn letter. What the fuck, man? 1984. I'm gonna leave him a stack of money too. I'll give him everything he wants. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Let's not put our face in the camera. Your photo is required. I just showed Obama at work. What company are you delivering for? Building management. Bob gives me his name too. Thank you for that information. There we go. Let's open that up. Leave him the letter. Give him that lock. So you know you can give it back. There you go, buddy. And we'll give him a little bit of money too. Give him about like $5 in the ting. Yeet. And lock him up. Goodbye. Any random event from his life would become content. He went out of his way to enrage sensitive fan bases like K-pop stans.
Now, dude, now you see this has 6.2 likes, right? There were like 2 other tweets with like 20K likes trying to get my removed.
He was really killing it in the content department. At this time, he was also taking prescription Adderall to focus. He describes his thought process naturally as extremely random and all over the place. This drug allowed him to lock in creatively and actually get things done.
I'm on fucking ADHD meds.
Are you? What are you on right now?
Dexedrine. 10 milligram daily dose.
I have never even heard of Dexedrine. That sounds intense.
Generic Adderall.
Is it
Yeah, no, dextroamphetamine. I'm pretty sure Dexedrine is a different thing. But he knows better than I know.
People, so he deserves his legacy to be tarnished. Yes! Actually, a really good fucking point. In many ways, the biggest crime of all that he committed to a lot of these people was to make fun of a dead trans teenager. Which, you know, it was barely that even. That was the worst crime that he did for a lot of people. And that was the thing that kicked all the drama off about him. You know, that was the whole thing that kicked it off, where he did that, and then all of a sudden that person came out and spoke about it, and all that fucking drama erupted because of it. Well, I think if you want to mock him and take the piss out of him, obviously that's fine. But I think it's a bit rich to have what happened to him happen, which is the entire kitchen sink got thrown at him over it, you know? Yeah, legit. All he did was say that this was his girlfriend. Out of all the stuff he's done, that's the only thing I see repeated. Yeah, that is one thing that does get repeated quite a lot. Which is, yeah. I thought he fucked a retard. Well, I'm not... Listen, my take on 2Mad is that, you know, has always been to look at the details of the situation and see what he did and describe it accurately. But in terms of like the edgy jokes and shit, I don't really care about that. And I think it's wrong the way that he gets spoken about, like he's a Jimmy Savile-esque figure. It's crazy. Pretty crazy if you ask me. I'm not a fan of it.
It makes. Oh, do you need like Adderall to function on a day to day? Adderall is. It
tell you what, I don't need it, but it's probably a lot better if I use it. Otherwise, I'll just be like, bruh, I'm on all day, just like, hello, I'm thinking of literally the world.
He was also smoking a considerable amount of weed at this time.
Kush is all I need.
And like good Kush and alcohol.
I wake and bake.
There was an alleged essay. Yeah, that's true. But the point that's being made there is, even in light of him allegedly essaying someone, okay, that gets overlooked for the sake of like talking about the joke that he made about what's his name, Brianna J, right?
Bacon, I'm just like, I don't need shit.
But this cocktail, for the time being, didn't seem to affect him negatively. It allowed him to push past whatever his mental problems were to make content on a consistent basis. While his popularity was rising, 2Mad was also on the move. Due to some complications with living with his family, he planned to move to Los Angeles, California. And one content creator who offered for him to move in was none other than Jameski.
Welcome back to another episode of N-Word News. Did Too Mad really say the N-Word? Well, according to Jameski, he did, but the thing is, Too Mad's black.
Jameski is a content creator who similarly came from a gaming background. You probably know him from his Uganda Knuckles VR chat videos that blew up a few years ago. These guys seemingly have a similar sense of humor and style of content. So where was their disagreement? In October of 2019,
I just want to point out the stylo is taken to calling Bo blacks blows blacks. I just wanted to point that out to everyone.
Mad began tweeting out claiming Jameski was actually Russian and not Danish as he claimed to be. This kind of became a meme at the time with a lot of people spamming Russian text at him. James did not take this lightly and decided to post a big twit longer outlining his side of the story. James says he offered Too Mad—
Yeah, wait, hang on, yo. I've just, yeah. Did he do the "do you know the way" thing? Is that it? Did he start it off? Okay, well listen, you got to credit where credit's due.
Freyr certainly wasn't the same after that. At least for a while. His carefree ways
Keep in the crowd. You must do the wedding ceremony.
Go in the crowd, go in the crowd. Behind.
Okay. Everyone, silence please. Silence.
Anomaly. Anomaly. What the fuck is going on here?
Silence, you fools. I mean my Buddhas.
I don't know, dude. I just joined the world. They're all in here.
Stand on the stairs. Everybody get back. Know the ways to the stairs. Know the ways to the stairs.
What's going on here?
Schiffer, shut up.
What the fuck's going on here? We're trying to have a wedding.
We are all here to celebrate the union.
Needs to talk to you again first.
We are here to join the hands of the commander and the queen. This is very sacred for the way of the devil. And if we do not honor it correctly, it will cause bad luck and no good harvest for Uganda. No good raids.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, obviously. I just, this is the video, I guess, in reference. But this, I guess the meme could have come before this, so I can't say. Someone look up Know Your Meme! Someone look up Uganda Knuckles, Know Your Meme.
Had a place to stay, but their relationship had been deteriorating in the lead up to this move. He said that he hadn't spoken to Medea for a few months because he knowingly and purposely was harassing him over his PTSD speech problems. He said Too Mad would go as far as to mock him for sounding alike to terrorists. Apparently this really hurt his feelings coming from a friend. He also said that he would often use the N-word to farm emotes in chat, even though James asked him not to do it because it made a lot of people uncomfortable. He dropped the hard R multiple times in text chat and voice during streams, which is one of the reasons why they stopped streaming together.
A white Russian dude is more upset with the M-word than a black guy. That's wild, man. That is insane.
Thought I could get it.
What is that thing of like, black person?
Ain't that always how it goes?
Going, let me speak for you, you poor put upon minority. It's like that, isn't it? Any white person, okay, any white person okay, if it's on stream, maybe if it was like, I'm worried for the sake of TOS, okay, then yeah, that's fair. But I don't really know if that's what's happening here, is it? Oh no, maybe it is. Maybe it is. It could be TOS, to be fair. Shortly after him dropping a few hard R M-bombs, Too Mad received a warning from Twitch that he's enabled toxic behavior should stop immediately. Okay. But if he's getting the consequence of that, I mean, well then that's on him, isn't it? I had enough to do with this, but he blamed me for it. I didn't hold a grudge on him, even though he's really stupid. Yeah, sure. No, that's a fair point. If he's doing it on stream, I don't think it's, being uncomfortable with the fact he's saying it is stupid, but being uncomfortable with the idea that you could receive some consequence from Twitch because someone's doing it because of the way they moderate is fair. Oh, this is Turkey Tom's video about Too Mad. He got taken down for breaking the TOS, and that was put back up, and we're seeing what the fuss is about. from both the people that were critical of it and also maybe why. Well, I didn't actually. Did he cut out the bit that was TOS? Maybe is that what it is? Yeah, no, sure, I understand. Yeah, I mean the thing is though is. Well, let's see.
Now, to criticize Too Mad for using this word is dumb because 1, based, and 2, he's black, so in the eyes of the world, he should be able to say it.
Dude.
Can you shout out my son Nick?
But it appears James's problem was less to do with the word itself and more to do with the potential of a Twitch ban when it's uttered. James also said Too Mad would constantly make fun of him during his Rainbow Six Siege tournament, which made
Yeah. It's like, yeah, okay. If that's true and he's concerned about that, that's reasonable. Because the problem you've got is Twitch, the way that it works, is if someone says a slur on your stream, you need to disavow it, right? Like, it's fucking crazy. But you have to say, I disavow that word, it's a bad word. You know, you have to basically show verbal disagreement with the use of the word. It's fucking wild. You know, I don't fucking care if someone wants to say a slur, but it's like, on Twitch, you need to say that you don't like it. And I've been banned for that before. I've been banned for that previously. I've received a 3-day ban because someone said the F slur on my stream, and I didn't disavow it, right? I'll see if I can find the email. It's really funny.
Made him very uncomfortable. He felt it went beyond basic banter and it genuinely hurt him. Despite this, he agreed to let Medea move into his home in LA. But as the move-in date got closer, he apparently was warned by people about Too Mad. All of my friends said they didn't have a pleasant experience with Too Mad or knew somebody who would have a word or two about it. Without dropping names, all of the friends I spoke to collectively said they wouldn't let Too Mad in their house. But I imagine it's biased based on their experience with him. Too Mad is known for being vengeful, harassing people behind their backs, and leaking private conversations with malicious intents. After this, he decided to call Too Mad.
Oh, it was a 1-day ban. It was a 1-day ban. It was only a day ban. Unmoderated hateful conduct. Permitting hateful conduct on stream from another person or external source, such as guests or viewer participation. Allowing text-to-speech donations on stream that contain hate symbols. Need to be careful with that. Allowing users in your chat to repeatedly spam hateful slurs without taking any moderation actions to remove the messages. Allowing viewer-submitted videos focused on xenophobic ideology to play on stream. Oh no! But what it was for, I can't remember which fucking retard it was. Some idiot was on my stream and they said the F slur. And yeah, that was enough to get me banned for a day. Oh, Reservoir knows. Queen Alexa. Oh, that fucking idiot. Yeah. Oh. Oh, here we go. Uganda Knuckles.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, look. YouTuber Virtually Vain uploaded footage of himself role-playing an African gangster in the game Call of Duty Black Ops, saying lines like, "Follow me, I know the way." Right, that was what it was. Does James get a normal reference here?
Okay, so does that answer your question? Close enough,
Nope.
I suppose.
Okay, so James Gee is officially not responsible for the meme. So we're going to revert back to he's done nothing for society. Nasty Carney wrestler. Oh. You have a bad habit of pausing a video. Okay, if you don't like me reacting to a video, go and watch the original, okay? You're not going to get a fucking... You're not going to get... just watching the video from me. Go and watch the original video if you want to watch the original video. And stop fucking talking about it, okay? Jesus Christ. Unsufferable. Why would you watch me if you just want to watch the video? Just go and watch the fucking video then, obviously. Because I'm going to pause it loads. I'm probably going to turn this into fucking hours of content, okay? So shut the fuck up.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Obso, thanks for the memberships. Appreciate it.
we became a member.
Yes, just go and watch the video. I don't understand why you think you could just watch me to watch the video. That's not how it fucking works, obviously.
To make sure he actually wanted to move to Los Angeles for the right reasons. We called him to ask him this question because we wanted to make sure he's not going to regret his sudden decision to move to a foreign country without a proper plan. First of all, his getting kicked out within a few months suddenly changed to I just want to move out, and that he wants to move to LA because it's where you make it big. Huge twist of the situation if you ask me. We tried to explain to him that Los Angeles is extremely expensive and that he's going to live here at a loss and it might not meet his expectations. As I mentioned earlier, he just insisted that we wait until he gets partnered, yada yada. He also made a Patreon a few minutes after our call, which is probably the right decision. So the plans to move in were still on. Too Mad was to attend TwitchCon 2019, at which time he would also swing by the house to check it out. But during the actual event, they didn't get to hang out as much as James would have liked because of a complication with Too Mad missing his initial flight. His reason for not getting on a plane was because there was a guy who had a turban. I hope it's a joke, but knowing his racist attitude, I doubt it is. So TwitchCon that year was in San Diego, which is a 2.5-hour drive from Los Angeles where the house is. James had to return early because his friend...
I wonder if I can see the place that I stayed at. The camera needs to go around that way a bit, I think. San Diego's great, man. San Diego's amazing. I'd strongly recommend a trip if you haven't been before.
Scott got food poisoning. So while busy with that, Too Mad messaged him saying he was
over
coming
there
by the
somewhere,
house
I think.
to see it and will
Over
be
there.
staying with them. According to James, this was somewhat uninvited. Too Mad suddenly messaged me, "See you at your house in LA on October 2nd," to which I responded that me and Scott might be at the hospital and...
You don't want to go to that state? California has got obviously shitty Democrat politicians or whatever, right? But in terms of like a place, I mean, obviously like LA fucking sucks in like the inner city areas and South Central shit and all this stuff, right? But in terms of like places to go, I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? You know, like a beach, the beaches and stuff like that. Even, you know, the LA, what is it? Santa Monica and all that stuff. It's great. You're going to get mugged. California sucks. Do you think so? Go to Spain instead. If you're in America, it makes more sense to go to California than it does to go to fucking Spain, surely. Like, I could go to Spain, and that would be good. But living in America, California's the easier flight, surely. It's great until a crack fiend robs you. You're probably, if you go to, like, Santa Monica or some shit, or Long Beach, you're probably not going to get mugged. Just walk quickly past black people and you should be okay. Simple.
can't hang out as our flu was getting worse. He didn't care about how we feel or what we're going through. He said that he's still coming
Thanks for
and
the
that he's gonna stay
membership.
at my house for 5 days. I called him out on his dumb assumption and he began to guilt trip me for spending hundreds of dollars and that he can't even show up. Just a clarification that I never said he can't come. I was only confused about his intentions. After making it clear that I'm not claiming he can't come, just might not be able to stay by himself at the house if I'm at a hospital, and I asked him to clarify the part where I told him he could stay at my place. He showed screenshots where I mentioned that the corner room is reserved for him since he specifically wanted it and that there's no furniture including no mattress. I explained to him that it's just a miscommunication and it's not like I wouldn't let you in the house, but you should be more clear next time, alright? He started guilt tripping me even more. At the time I didn't realize he was just being manipulative, and I offered to pay full price for a hotel stay in case I'm at a hospital and he can't stay at my place. A week in Los Angeles at a hotel is $1,000 to $2,000 if you book it at the last moment, by the way. He continued guilt tripping me. After a few hours, I told him that if he promises to take full responsibility for the house, I can let him stay in my room, even if I'm at the hospital. He told me he...
And the other thing about this, this twitlonger, okay, is, I don't think did I ever go over it on stream? I'm not sure if I did. It's a lot of very, like, you know, stupid criticisms, right? Very trivial criticisms and issues slung together to make out like there's some broad story against Too Mad. When each individual story is just like, okay, so he was saying the N-word on stream and you're a bit worried about getting banned. Yeah, that's annoying, you know? Whatever the fuck this shit is here. Yeah, a little bit annoying that happened. None of it really worthy of a twitlonger, but obviously Jamesky felt that if he could put it all together into a document, that he could have something more substantial against him, even though it's the CDO of allegations, basically. The Jamesky twitlonger is such a female perspective. Yes, correct. I agree. It is a female perspective. That is 100% correct. Very womanly-like behavior, just complaining about little details.
He promised and reminded me it would be cool if I pay for his hotel. So Too Mad flies to San Diego, but says he has a place to stay so he doesn't have to stay with James or stay somewhere James would pay for. James was hurt. Too Mad had been ghosting his messages in LA and not hanging out with him. In San Diego, he tried to get Medea to go to the zoo with him, and Too Mad apparently continued the same behavior despite being there to visit the house, which caused James sleep deprivation as he was really stressed out and confused. Later, James had planned a trip across the world to Australia and wanted to hang out there with Medea. Apparently, James messaged him asking if the two would be hanging out, at which point he just said sex immediately before giving him a fake address of where he was staying to mess with.
Come on, man. Perth, sick. I'm going to be there in 2 days. What's your place? 2 Fitzgerald Street. Come anytime. Cool, my place in Melbourne, just figuring out who you with. Just me and my friend. My best friend. His name is Frank. Like, it's obviously Too Bad seems like a kind of annoying friend or whatever, but you just cut them off at that point, right? And I think that that's something that I've heard from people that I knew that knew him, that he was kind of like, just kind of insufferable and annoying sometimes. And he was very, like, fickle and here, there, and everywhere, basically.
With him. The same kind of stuff continued while there. Too Mad said to James he was staying with a friend from Canada, when in reality he was staying with anything for views. James, upset, messaged him saying the following: "You really think it's fair to lie to me for 2 weeks for absolutely no reason? What happened?" Too Mad then sent a cringe.mp4 file he deleted immediately, and then just sent a really shitty image of Captain America saying, "No, I don't think I will."
It's so funny that he put this all together in a document when it's just funny. It's the kind of thing you'd be like, okay, this guy's a fucking idiot. I'm not going to bother with this guy anymore. And then you leave it at that. But putting it out there in this document, it just leaves you open for mockery because, yeah, it's such petty shit that you're talking about in this allegation against him. Absolutely mogged.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that sounds like something Too Mad would do. Eventually, James messaged anything reviews about the situation. I spoke to Chad about this briefly. At no point did I say anything like, don't talk to Too Mad, yada yada. I just shared my experience and how I feel about it. When Chad was saying that everything seems fine, I told him that's all that matters and I'm just sharing my experience. I don't know what Chad told Too Mad, but a few minutes later, Too Mad wrote a 1,000-word rant about what a bad person I am. He twisted the situation multiple times and tried to guilt trip me really hard, but it didn't work this time because I could see everything right through. The cherry on top was quit the pettiness. This is literally the definition of high school drama, just leave me alone, man. I didn't bring this to the public because I didn't want drama. I didn't want our viewers to be involved, and I thought he was...
Yeah. I mean, he was correct, wasn't he? It was high school drama. Just a moment time. Yeah, it's all petty, you know, it's interpersonal bullshit that isn't necessary for public consumption, right? Why does anyone need to know about the ins and outs of your personal strife with a guy who's kind of an asshole and an annoying friend? That, you know, like I say, at some point, if someone is like that, just cut them off. Stop being friends with them. Don't hang out with them anymore and stop trying to communicate with them, clearly. It's not worth it, you know?
was just a scum person who will move on after this. The only people who knew about the situation at the time were people who were around both of us and just saw it slowly develop. At no point did I call anyone up to get them against Too Mad. The only conversations were just me sharing my experience and asking for advice because at the time I didn't realize I was being manipulated. Pretty ironic because Too Mad allegedly went ahead and started trying to get people against me behind my back almost immediately. Despite the "just leave me alone, man" part he said to me, he was tweeting at me all morning, targeting not just my tweets but also replies to my fans. He blocked me on Twitter so I couldn't even see his replies. Worth mentioning, he's been deleting some of the Discord messages and then edited his manipulative rants. Good thing Discord shows the time of his edits. He also deleted me everywhere right after I got no contact with him. After reading all of this, I bet a lot of you are asking, who cares?
Yes! Oh my god! Exactly! Who asked, bro? Who asked for a lengthy fucking diatribe about a Too Mad is a bad friend? No one fucking cares, bro! Shut up!
I mean, Too Mad was known for roasting and talking people in-game, so that's expected. The situation with dodging James and ghosting him is definitely mean, but nothing that needed to be made public. Overall, kind of a nothing burger. James did not acknowledge the fake Russian claims at all in this, which definitely threw some people through a loop. This tweet longer is 3,200 words. It's almost the full length of a YouTube video. So why does it even exist? You could say it's because James felt attacked by the Russian thing, but then why not address it instead of whatever else this is all about? So
I mean, by the same logic, it's not. I mean, it's not necessary to reveal that someone is actually Russian, so that was probably unnecessary too. But like, why hide the fact that you're Russian? I mean, this was before even the Ukraine shit went down, right? And I'm guessing it's probably because, well, I don't know. Why would you? Why would you? I can understand maybe people doing it now because being Russian is a bit controversial in and of itself. Cold War 2. Nah. I don't think people were as bothered about the Crimea shit when that happened. Certainly not to the level they are with Ukraine. Obso, thanks for the gift of membership.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Kato became a member.
Well, look, to be honest with you, the situation in Ukraine has made some people. It's kind of like there's a similarity in terms of approach to the Israel thing, where it's like if you're Israeli particularly, or even if you're Jewish perhaps, you get kind of this mentality that you're completely for whatever's going on and whatever Israel are doing. And the same thing happens with the Russians too. There's a kind of presumption that if you're Russian, you're going to agree with Putin. In fact, we saw it in a video the other day, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't there like a Russian guy in a video, and it was assumed that because he didn't have a complete denouncement or something, or was it something else? I can't remember. There was definitely one I remember though. Some Russian tourist got killed in a shark attack, right? Okay. And people were cheering it on because he was Russian, simply because he was Russian, and that was it. And it's like, well, how do you even know what his politics are? Why would you just celebrate a fucking Russian getting torn to shreds by a fucking shark, dude? Like, you don't even know what his politics were, for fuck's sake.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make
Thank you.
Dude, I just.
In chat, son with face.
And it's kind of built on the idea, you know, the concept that you can't be racist to white people is so invasive and so pervasive now that people can cheer on a Russian getting torn to shreds by a shark just because they're Russian, and people will justify it because of what's going on in Ukraine, you know? When it's just horrendous. Like, why? You don't even know what his politics were. You can't just cheer someone's death on just because they've got a certain identity. That's literally just, I mean, it's like racist or whatever you want to call it, you know? But yeah. Yeah, sure. I'd say, of course, the Israel stuff is worse. I'm just trying to make a comparison of like what it's similar to, you know? And it's a similar aspect where if you're an Israeli citizen, it's considered that you're fully in support of the Israeli state. And there's a similar dynamic that exists with Russians, I think, that I've seen at least.
Too Mad responds with a video on his YouTube channel. He opens by reiterating his claim that James pretended to be Danish when in fact he is Russian. To prove this, he shows old footage of Jameski under a different username speaking fluent Russian to Russian YouTuber Nufkers.
Want actual footage of him speaking fluent Russian? Here you go. Nufkers has a lot of it because they used to be friends until
ADST.
dun. The meme happened. I'm Danish. Every trace of conversation in Russian with no fuckers fucking purged. Why, you might ask? Knows I'm not trying to get assassinated.
He also claims that James got his Twitter taken down for making fun of him.
Considering that it's a really good theory that you got my Twitter terminated. You literally deplatformed.
And Nufkers got shit on for being Russian even though he denounced Russia. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know if look. I don't know if he was Russian or not. Okay. I mean, if he wasn't Russian though, why would he not just say, "I'm not Russian"? I don't know why he said that in his response. Why would he swerve it? So yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was. Maybe he wasn't. I've got no clue. It was just back in 2016 or whenever this was. There was no reason to hide the fact you were Russian. I don't think it would have done anything. Henry, you're the fucking resident. You're the resident Too Mad expert. Was Jameski Russian or not?
me for calling you out for being Russian. Why did I call you out for being Russian? Because you called my current roommate anything for views, asked him if he was alone, and then proceeded to tell him that I took advantage of you. I'm a clout chaser. I must warn you of too mad. All I do is make videos with my titties out. Leave me the fuck alone. I tried to resolve it privately, but you didn't respond. So yeah.
How, Chief? How? Oh, Jesus Christ, man. I don't know if he's Russian, but need to see his passport. I haven't done anything to you. Okay, I'm not reading all that. We get the gist.
Yeah, I've never seen someone get banned for something this tame. Without outer input from Jameski, how would a Twitter employee know that I'm trying to spread hate or violence when I'm not even doing that?
As for the talking, Medea frames what he said to James as casual talking that was taken too seriously, causing him to freak out during both tournaments they did and behind the scenes. Despite his perspective that James was a somewhat sensitive person, he needed a place to stay, so he was open to moving in with him. As for why he made his tweets about James, well, he took James calling Chad to talk about him as a manipulative move to turn his friends against him. As for not wanting to hang out with James, I'd say he pretty much owned that one.
I just didn't want to hang out. I'd give you excuses over and over. You just wouldn't pick up on the cue. You wanted to force it. You were so insecure that I didn't like you. And if I didn't meet up with you in real life, you would just start spreading shit.
There are a lot of people living in Moscow who came from Europe and have a lot of money and are pro-Russia. Selfish pricks.
Thank you very much for the membership. And Sliggins, thank you for the membership.
Sliggins became a member. Sliggins celebrates 3 months of membership.
I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's very fucking common that you are not going to want to hang out with someone, and so you don't hang out with them. And obviously, Tumad should have been clearer about that, you could argue, right? Like, he should have been like, look, listen, man, I'm not feeling the vibe. It is a very difficult situation where someone wants to be friends with you or wants to hang out with you, and you're not really that into it. And it's, how do you put that across? Like, it's a difficult thing. It's not like when you split up with a girlfriend or something, where, and that could be difficult, but you've got a reason to do it, or you don't feel it anymore, whatever the case may be. But like splitting up with a friend, it does tend to be that the best way to do it is to just slowly, you know, reduce contact to give a kind of sign that you're not that interested in continuing the conversation and hope that they don't fucking talk to you anymore. You know, when is it, answer me this. Have you ever, aside from like having a falling out or something terrible happens that ends the friendship, have you ever like said to someone, listen man, I just don't want to hang out with you anymore because I'm not really feeling the same way you do about the friendship? It just doesn't happen, does it, you know? It sucks telling someone you are way more cooler than they are. Yes, it was hard. I don't think I've ever had to do that because normally, you know, you kind of just drift apart naturally. Once in high school. Jesus. When people are abused, but okay. If someone's abusing drugs, it's a lot easier to point to, well, I guess it's going to feel shit, but at least you've got something to point to say, well, this is the thing and it's causing an issue. But if it's just, I don't want to hang out anymore just because I don't feel like it, I mean, there's not really, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because what do you say? I just don't like, you know, because it's not that you don't like them necessarily. It's not they're a bad person. It's not they've done anything wrong. It's just that you don't want, you know, you just don't really feel the vibe anymore. You just don't want to hang out with them anymore. Yeah, because even in chat, people are saying, oh, it was a drug problem or something like that. Well, you know, if someone's got an issue that you can point to say, this is why I don't want to be around this, then it makes it a bit easier in some ways. But if it's just a vibe. And it seems like, for Tumad, what it looks like to me is Jameski was quite keen and had the perception that they had this friendship. I don't want to hang out anymore because I don't like it. Is that what Tumad's last words were? Oh, man. But yeah, I've had, you know, people who... Some people just get a bit weird, don't they? You know? Like, they seem pretty chill, but then something happens, and then things get twisted, and they become, like, fucking weirdos, and, like, speak weird, and I don't know, it's fucking odd. Anyway.
What the f*** you did? You crossed the line, and you started spreading garbage, vile shit. to people who are important to me in order to manipulate them.
Now, during James's twit longer, he had an issue with not believing 2Mad's intentions for wanting to leave. 2Mad shows a message he had sent James trying to resolve things, where he said he was consistent that the reason he needed to leave Winnipeg was because he was in a toxic household where his dad was attacking him regularly, which is why the cops were called there. 2Mad claimed in this long message he got red flags when James took his banter too seriously, and also that when he had joked about the Russian thing among friends, James freaked out, which once again gave him cold feet and made him believe he was hiding something, which is why he didn't want to hang out with him. His real problem with James started when he messaged Chad and other friends to talk about him. 2Mad says that James's lack of evidence for the events that went down is very telling of the truth.
He says here I lied to him and a mutual friend about getting kicked out of my house, and we'll never know who because you guessed it. He was claiming he's only got a few months and he needs help to move to Los Angeles. This is a complete manufactured narrative. I had zero interest to move to Los Angeles. I wanted to go anywhere in the fucking continent. Like I said before, Jamesky was just the first person to offer, and he ended up being in LA, and that's why I wanted to go to LA. Not the other way around like Jamesky says it. This is how he tries to convince you that I'm a cloud chaser.
He admits to saying the N-word, but said it's because it's just a part of his vocabulary, and James could just kick him off the stream if he thinks he's being out of line or going to cause a ban. He also says he did make fun of James, but nothing resembling harassment. Him making fun of James was more him making fun of the Russian accent instead of his PTSD.
I mean, yeah, like, dude, if someone is constantly saying the N-word, at some point you need to fucking protect your own channel and go, look, I can't have you on if you can't stop saying slurs. I cannot have you on my Twitch channel because it's too much of a risk. So that's kind of on you, right? It's an odd thing to include in a twit longer because that's so much in your control of like what you can do to stop that, which is just stop having them on stream then. You know, Jamesky should have picked, like this, all of this is stuff Jamesky could have figured out and dealt with himself without turning it into a twit longer. He could have stopped having him on the stream. He could have recognized that he wasn't really that interested in hanging out and, you know, stopped trying to pursue a friendship or trying to hang out with him and stuff like that, you know? Because you can tell when you're talking to someone and that just the connection isn't there, you're not vibing. And so, especially if they're like making shit up about how they're hanging out with their friend Frank and stuff like that. Just got to pick up on the hints and then leave it at that.
SD speech problems.
No, Jamesky, I did not make fun of your speech problems. At worst, your accent! Once again, he's making it look like I had some sort of issue against his health problems, which I had no idea about, and frankly can't tell exist. I'm sure I was being a prick. A prick solely for entertainment, to be toxic, for the stream, which I explained to you while I was apologizing profusely in the call we had the day after. You're bringing it up just to make me look bad. You're actually trying to convince people that I actually meant what I said.
He goes on to disagree with the majority of James's retelling and ends the video with this.
End of the day,
Audio, thanks for the sub.
To keep watching your great content, but I have to go hang out with Frank.
Thank you for the sub. Dude, this is crazy seeing this Halo 3 ODST gameplay. What a throwback.
Why believe about everything else? If you're gonna believe Jamesky,
good game.
Get receipts. Don't blindly believe people. If you're under the age of 14 and you blindly believe twit longers, you get a pass. But if you're over 14, I prescribe you with children brain.
James responded with another twit longer. Just make a video, bro. You're really gonna make me read this? Well, it is my job, so big bullet points. During the drama, 2Mad said that after his video, James would come out and threaten to off himself. James sees this as an immature comment. He claims he did not mass flag or report at 2Mad. It was actually Maximilian Muss. The real reason James was mad about the tournament in the recording 2Mad shows is because he had invited someone James does not like, which made him uncomfortable. He rebuttals 2Mad saying he was never kicked out of his house with a DM of him saying he was. But I guess you could take this to mean he was being forced to move due to circumstances and not literally kicked out if you want to be charitable to Mudea. He shows messages of 2Mad dodging him when asking to hang out, and the rest is mostly just stuff that is up to interpretation between the two. And he finally responds to the Russian thing. He proceeds to manipulate his audience into a mindset that I always have something to hide, that I flip out whenever someone brings this up and more. The way the video is edited is also very manipulative. He claims that he's a victim and that he dodged a bullet. He claims everyone is afraid to speak out and that he's the only one brave enough to talk about it. He drags Roman into this. Me and Roman are friends, although we haven't spoken much lately. For the record, I used to study in Russia for a part of my life. It was the worst part of my life experience I ever had. I was also mostly homeschooled. It was around that time when my house was set on fire twice due to arson. 2Mad knows my house was set on fire. 2Mad knows I was hospitalized after. 2Mad knows I had a horrible depression and that my family was broke and that I was extremely distressed. It's worth mentioning that he didn't mention in his video about me living in other countries, and he didn't talk about me talking French. Broken Suomi me, etc. back in the day. Also, it's worth mentioning that I mostly spoke to fuckers in English when he was recording in Russian. Speaking anything but English is outside of my comfort zone, and I will address that later down below. I know some people have made up lies about me, and I didn't want to address it publicly. However, my close friends knew from the beginning my name is James, and it always was. I did study in Russia for a few years, like I mentioned before. It was a horrible experience. No offense towards Russians, it's the life situation more than anything. Too bad never brought up that I also lived in Poland, Denmark, most significant, and many other countries. My family moved—
Why not just show your passport? Not like to dox yourself, but just literally just hold your passport up and go, there's my fucking passport. You know, I mean, unless he's a dual citizen or something, I mean, I guess you could fake it that way. But I don't know, like, just show your fucking passport. No? Is that not a solution to this? Or there must be something you can show that demonstrates. Like, I'd imagine if you've got a passport that's dual citizenship, it's probably marked somewhere. Versus if it's an original, the OG passport, right? Never show I mean, dude, I mean, if someone said, oh, you're not really English or British, okay, I could show, like, the front of my passport. That's at least something, right? Or you could censor it or something. You can also I mean, yeah, I guess so. But to me now, I mean, you know, it's a bit silly because it's just because Too Mad said as much. But I'm like, okay, well, are you Russian or aren't you Russian? Let's see your fucking passport, dude. Yeah, I know, yeah. I don't know how that would work. You know, what I mean is, so you got two passports, okay, but I would have presumed, I could be wrong, that your second passport that you get from being a dual citizen is likely going to have some sort of marking on it to show that it's a dual citizen passport, right? Like, it's probably got something about it that would demonstrate that somewhere, no? Yes, I've got an Israeli passport. Oh, it doesn't? Okay. Well, I guess that wouldn't solve it then. It just says place of birth. Oh, wait, hang on. If he's a Russian spy, he could have fucking forged documents anyway, couldn't he? He could have had the fucking KGB or whatever it is now make up some Jason Bourne-esque fake documents. Hmm.
Moved a lot. Longtime viewers also know I have a bit of a French background and I spoke French in some of my videos. The arson is one of the primary reasons why I had to leave my education to work to support my family. I made it clear many times during my live streams I can understand multiple languages.
Yes, like the
English
stream,
is the
like the
only
stream.
language I'm comfortable fluently speaking. I never tried to hide it. I don't understand why people stick to that so much. I think this entire beef was extremely dumb. A lot of miscommunication clearly happened. Too Mad probably never lied about why he wanted to go to LA, but James clearly read some things as more definitive and serious than they actually were. James probably did not pretend to be Russian, and this was just a misinterpretation, and Too Mad took his sensitivity around the subject as proof he was lying. James probably called Chad because he was weirded out by Too Mad's behavior, which Too Mad had every right to take personally.
I think that's a pretty reasonable conclusion, but I prefer mine, which I've now decided is that he's a Russian spy, and any document he shows would be a forgery in order to fool us. That's my belief.
As some weird way of cutting off his new YouTube connections. To say one person is extremely in the right while the other is not is dumb. Frankly, the reason why Too Mad won this beef is because he's just way funnier than James. But by the end of it, there was no resolution. James hated Too Mad, and Too Mad hated James. And from here, they go their separate ways to continue on with their respective careers as niche internet micro-celebrities. Shortly after this, during his trip to Australia, one of the first episodes of—
The issue with all this back and forth is that one is dead, and the other is a cowardly piece of shit who waited until he died to accuse him of heinous shit. Yep, true. Absolutely true.
Cold Ones was released, starring the Sleepyhead himself. This is one of the most coherent appearances of Madea ever released. He talks about his experiences during school and even reveals he never finished high school.
But I think all parents are like, because they're boomers, man, they don't understand. They're like, you make money on the internet? Like, that makes sense. I had the exact same problem with my parents.
Yeah, your dad, right?
Yeah.
There's like a balance where they're simultaneously trying to look out for you and support.
Absolutely,
like,
that's
your
how
passion.
my mom was looking at it. But
Yeah,
I was
because
like,
then it's like, you're a fucking dumb kid. You're not gonna make anything out of this. I want you to, get an education, then maybe blah blah blah.
they didn't fucking get it. But like I said, I didn't even have subs, and I knew I blow up. I just do it.
It's
like,
definitely a risk, but it's a risk worth taking.
I wasn't doing
For certain
shit in
people.
school. All I did was get fucking in fights constantly and just fucking do nothing. Everyone wants to be a YouTuber. That's like the top one
yeah,
job.
it's in surveys, it's the most requested job. I'm like, just finish school. Like, it's not going anywhere.
Nah, f that. Not always you need to finish school. Like, if you're like me,
School, I guarantee you,
high
school is not getting in the way of you making a YouTube video.
Depends.
Just go to school and f around then if you're not interested.
High school probably finished that. I didn't finish it.
They did a video where they made prank calls. They did a
Dude, that, I mean, obviously, I don't expect Too Mad to have the best take on this, but yeah, of course, that's an insane take because the chances of becoming a YouTuber of any success is so fucking minuscule. You know? Yo, Henry, what's this? MLG Terminator. Is this his old channel?
The future has not been written. There is no fate but what we make for our...
How hard I try.
You won. Congratulations. You won. Congratulations.
Keep moving.
What is this? Okay. Some say it is the hardest job, yeah. That looks like a meme video. I used to like those MLG memes with the big old hat now. But yeah, I mean, look, stay in school, kids, okay? Stay in school! Stay in school. The chances are you're probably going to need your schooling.
vlog in Los Angeles, and Too Mad continued doing his regular content as well. Now, there are a lot of examples I could give. The guy was at the peak of his creativity and comedic prowess, but my personal favorite thing he did is also probably the most obnoxious out of it all: the Zoom videos. When the pandemic was happening,
he's gonna go.
yes,
he's gonna show these.
from their
Amazing.
home or dorm room to prevent the spread of COVID-20. So Too Mad would get his fans to send him links to their classrooms and then mess with the teacher by just being himself.
Sorry, I mean, class is over. Hi. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're gonna have a stroke. You're too old for this. Leave! 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 Leave, bro! I'm telling you, man! Run! Run!
This video got 16 million views, more than double the hits of his second place video on the Too Mad channel. He was absolutely killing it during this time, collaborating with Swagger Souls, Call Me Carson, Super Mega, really anyone who was remotely related to gaming or comedy stuff did something with Too Mad.
Super
ASI
Mega
couldn't stop laughing at his videos. Goodnight Girl was featured in PewDiePie's YouTube Rewind, which got 28 million views. He did a photo shoot with Belle Delphine. As far
What's the anecdote about that? Apparently, Belle Delphine's boyfriend was there, right? And Too Mad was doing schizo shit and chucking her around, and apparently the boyfriend got pissed off, got really upset with him for being Too Mad, basically. And it's like, God, that's what bothers you. That's what bothers you about Belle Delphine, is it? Not a fucking putting pictures of an asshole on the internet, but just a little bit of horseplay, apparently. She's a boy. Well, I mean, some people like, apparently, dating someone from OnlyFans. Listen, it's horses for courses as far as I'm concerned. It's not for me. But I can certainly, you know, certainly not a thing I would want to do. But if you can accept it and are happy with it, it's, you know, it's you at the end of the day, isn't it? But the thing is, I don't know if Belle Delphine is getting fucked by other guys or not. I don't know if she's getting fucked by the guys or it's the boyfriend doing the fucking, you know?
As far as influence goes, from 2019 to 2021, he was at the top of his game, and it seemed like no one could stop him. Not K-pop stans, not the principal of a school who he called while pretending to be his viewer's dad so he could justify why he brought Too Mad's N-word past the school.
Are people allowed to say the N-word in the school?
Actually, if you look at our code of conduct, it is very specific in there about somebody making racial slurs.
Oh, okay, so it's not allowed, but...
Yes.
But what if
you check and if you want to look, that's on I'll have her give you a call.
Wait, just 1 second. If the N-word isn't allowed, what if he has the pass? Does that allow it? Like the N-word pass? If he has the pass, he can say it, right?
What pass are you referring to, sir?
The
Oh my
pass,
God.
like to say the N-word?
I don't know what I'm kind of confused. You're saying that he would have a card that would allow him to make a racial slur at school? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
And this was a post-edgy YouTube. It wasn't 2016 with Filthy Frank and all of those guys. It was 2020 and 2021. And he just kept the spirit of the golden age alive. He even managed to get healthier and lose some weight. He was mewing. He was looks maxing even. Nice to see. It seemed like nothing could stand in his way, and he would continue on this upward trajectory. Surely someday he would be remembered in the
Brings
YouTube
back
Hall of
memories,
Fame
doesn't it,
as
eh?
a unique
That
and innovative
music.
creator. Until one fateful day when he just stopped posting. The last video on the 2Mad channel was posted in August of 2022. Meanwhile,
Jesus.
videos being released on the 2Mad 360 channel slowed to a crawl, and those that were posted became increasingly low effort. He just wasn't active like he used to be, at least on YouTube. On Twitter, meanwhile, he was posting incessantly, sometimes hundreds of times a day.
That is the ketamine kicking in, okay? Did Tom tell you why he thinks they took down his video in the first place? I think it was to do with the grape allegation, I believe, wasn't it? It was to do with the grape stuff, I think, got taken out.
Just posting mostly incoherent bullshit. Not that his tweets weren't already that way, but it got really bad during this period. I'm giving many, many thanks to my insatiable horniness, Turkey, and Jesus Lord. Michael Jackson just walked into Subway, they were out of cookies and milk, and he got hangry about it and screamed, but it just sounded high-pitched and funny. Britney Spears just walked into my Subway and won't stop talking in the "it's Britney bitch" voice. She insists it's her normal speaking voice, but I don't buy it. Now this is not...
It was a recording that 2Mad made, which was of the ceiling, and him talking to Goldilocks. Oh. Really?
I knew nothing of it at first.
Listen, I'll double check in a minute, because I'm sure it's out there somewhere, just to be sure. Or if you got a link.
Nothing too out of the ordinary for him because his sense of humor was basically just random references repeated anyway. I mean, you know, I'm kind of stupid, so I find it funny. But it did become even more incoherent during this time. He had also stopped uploading, which definitely raised some genuine concern. Meanwhile, his Twitter account turned from just incoherent babble to trying to piss off as many people as possible. It all started with this tweet where 2Mad tweets out his drawing of Blaze the cat from the...
Not knowing what had truly been promised or expected.
Oh my god, it got community noted, dude. This is not in art done by 2Mad. The community noted that shit, dude. That's so cringe. Did I miss it at the start or something? Maybe. I'm not with them today, clearly. I've lost the plot. I've lost the bloody plot, mate. I've lost the bloody plot, mate.
3 days ago, my original video titled 2Mad's Biggest Hater James Is a Liar was removed for violating YouTube's TOS. My appeal was rejected within minutes for confirming that the violation was real, as well as my reaction to Turkey Tom's live stream of the video that he created, which was also temporarily removed before Tom could re-upload it. Gokunaro got hit with the same clip, that same TOS violation, as well as lyrics confirming that the 5-minute clip or however long people included in their content violated YouTube's TOS. This 100% confirms that James is a liar because he said the audio files that 2Mad provided were fake, which now we know they were 100% real. Enjoy the video. I want to apologize to all the 2Mad fans for my...
Yo! Based. Thank you, Henry. I'll link your video as well, because that was actually very informative. Thank you. I couldn't imagine lyrics speaking to a black man in real life. I literally can't picture it. Oh. I mean, true. Can you, in chat, can you imagine that? You laugh, but can you imagine it?
The Sonic franchise and is like, hey guys, I made this art, I drew this. The caption is work in progress, and then he tags his own account. And right here on the screen there's also a mustache covering the original signature, showing that he basically ripped this art from someone's account and then took credit for it. Stealing art isn't funny. You're not fooling anyone. Credit the original artist's post, please.
Oh my god. Artists are some of the most insufferable fucking people out there. It's not funny. Come on, man. And the community note as well. I mean, fucking, it's a bit excessive, isn't it?
And the fact he's 22 as well, bro fell off from nothing so hard because he's washed, and doing these shenanigans is the most interaction he's had in weeks. For whatever reason, he was too lazy to actually make content and was instead passing the time by baiting people on Twitter into being angry at him. And it never became a video like the K-pop thing had in the past. It was all bait with no gain whatsoever apart from
Giles, thank you for the sub, appreciate it.
This happened in March of 2023, and he copied these events further as a means of baiting angry interactions on Twitter. Nothing substantial happened for a few months until the allegations were made public. During one of his attention-baiting episodes, Two Men watched the death of a British trans girl named Brianna Gay by saying that she was his girlfriend. She was murdered, with the teenage pair who did it sentenced to life in prison for an exceptionally brutal killing, partly motivated by her transgender identity. I mean, there's no benefit to saying stuff like that. Like, I was trying to tell him, I was like, dude, I know you're not a pedophile, but like, there's just no reason to like tweet the picture of the trans 16-year-old who's dead, like repeatedly.
From what I understand, I mean, that's quite a... Okay, I need to be...
How did that one die?
It
like,
basically,
fall in the water or something?
they said slurs about Brianna, but from what I understand, like, it wasn't treated as like a hate crime, for example. The reason being was because they were just a fucking insane kids that would have killed anyone. You know, they had a plan to kill someone. The person that they killed wasn't really particularly relevant to them. And in fact, I think there was conversation of them, like, talking about the target and who it was going to be. And it was just that Brianna happened to be, like, come across their path, so to speak, you know? So, yeah. But the thing is like, obviously people don't care about the facts of the case. And people think it's a hate crime because a trans person got killed, you know? So people were out there saying, oh, yeah, it was definitely a hate crime, you know, literally in the fucking midst of it happening. People were saying, no, it's definitely a hate crime. And the police were like, but there's no hate crime motive that we can establish in this, you know? And that was never what was found to be the case.
Be like, she's so sexy. Like, there's no benefit to that. I even think it's funny. Like, I can acknowledge, like, there's a funny aspect to joking about something that's that f***ed up. Like, I almost get it. But it's like, just why? Like, why do that to yourself? You know the response you're gonna get if you're in that position. And he just seems to genuinely just not care. A lot of trans people on Twitter were upset about this, and with the hate swirling, a user named Goldie Bell took it as an opportunity to talk about her experience with Too Mad. On June 24th at 1:41 a.m., she posted saying the following: Too Mad.
Why Brianna Gay police quickly ruled out transphobia as a motive? Killer's messages led by investigators to believe plot was not driven primarily by hatred of Brianna's transgender identity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was treated as a hate crime.
Matt is psychotic.
But, you know, that's just one link. It could be something else. Maybe at the trial that they said something different. But...
Girl is genuinely how he is IRL. He's way worse in real life. Most psychopathic person I've ever met. If you're reading this, Medea, this isn't an excuse to try talking about me again. I'm completely serious about involving the police. Spam from Too Mad after I blocked him for SAing me. He made 6 births.
Hey!
Can't believe this is the 12th person to knock off over Kiwi Farms. 13th ever person. Unbelievable that they let this happen to 14 whole victims.
True. Thank you for the $5.
Burner numbers after this to also spam me on, as well as Instagram accounts and a Twitter account. If you want proof, I have all of it. Just ask. You can see him send texts actively at the end of this clip. Yeah, I met him October 2022. I hung out with him in person a few times. There's seriously so much insanely terrible stuff he did to me. It would.
Oh, here we go. I'll take your word for it, Granna's Lounge. You knew only what Scarlett told you. She said Brianna was transgender and sent you pictures of her. Your messages about Brianna were transphobic. You consistently referred to her in a way that was dehumanizing, calling her it. You also described it as a femboy thing. When discussing killing Brianna, you agreed with Scarlett that she would be the easiest victim and said... Okay, that's fucking pretty bleak. Jesus. Okay, so yeah, in part motivated, I guess is okay. But yeah, I don't think it was considered a hate crime or classified or treated as a hate crime. But... that's what people were saying about it.
Kratos, I see something.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point I was making is, you know, they didn't think we want to murder a trans person, so we're going to murder a trans person, you know? It's like, we want to murder someone, and this is the person we're going to murder, and they just so happen to be trans, which to them was kind of considered, a bonus. Not me, okay? I'm a very progressive, okay? But to them, it was.
Would take ages to explain, but the highlights is that he was taking a lot of drugs, pressured me into sex, verbally belittling me constantly, jokes about things like if I myself that it would be hot, that he would kill me and stuff, locked me outside his house in the middle of the night for fun. Then when he asked me to come over to apologize, he sexually assaulted me by groping me the whole time while I kept pushing his hands off, telling him no. Pressured me into sex again after I asked, does it matter if I don't want to? He said no, then grabbed me as I was trying to run out of his house's front door and started groping me while I was crying and had to use my full power to get him off. His friends showed up as I was running to my car and helped me get out after Two Mad started running to my car as I was about to go. Then that night he saw XQC and his girlfriend and told them both everything because he thought it was so funny. I didn't really say much, but yeah, the groping thing was nothing compared to what happened earlier. Basically, I was extremely uncomfortable and telling him to stop touching me. He kept grabbing my thighs and messing with my skirt, started like touching my feet and shit, and I'm literally stuck in a corner basically, and the MF stands up, takes out his and kept telling me to grab it and look at it and stuff. And keep in mind, I'm super uncomfortable. I told him to put it away, and he kept getting closer to me, doing same shit until I tried leaving the room. He grabbed me then, and like, he grabbed me from behind. He was still hard, and I could feel it against my back as I was trying to get away. And he was still like grabbing my stuff. Sorry for wall of text. Oops. He did that twice. At the time, Two Mad responded by saying, okay.
He was so real. He was just so real, wasn't he? He just said okay. Oh, this is where the audio recording was, but it's been cut out now. Wait, why did it... Wait. What's the logic for the... Wait. What's the logic for the audio recording getting cut out, though? What is the thought process there? What does that need to go? Huh? There are so many other black YouTubers still alive. Why are people still going after Two Mad? I mean, yeah, people are still... When Tom's video dropped, people were extremely critical of Tom because he didn't just say, Two Mad was a pedophile, Two Mad was a really bad dude, he was a terrible harasser, rapist, pedophile, and it's good that he's dead. So yeah, that was considered bad.
And call the cops. Do it. They'll be like, who?
Hey!
Successful black men aren't safe.
True! Thank you for the Prime sub.
Asked. Goldie Bell then posted a screenshot of Two Mad supposedly mocking Bianca Devins, who is a 17-year-old girl who was brutally murdered by a guy she knew online. She also said she had more screenshots of him being a bad person compiled in a folder, but refused.
Actually, New Guy, oh my god. New Guy's on the money. New Guy is totally 100% correct. No, they were just critical of the title. They didn't watch the video. That has got to be one of the most cancerous fucking things that I see, is people that don't even bother to engage with the content and just, it's literally judging a book by its cover. And they just put the thing up. And it's very clear, we're 30 minutes into this, and Tom is going over all of the bad shit about fucking Two Mad and all the allegations that were made against him, you know? It's a very balanced video. But for some people, just calling it Two Mad was alone and not Two Mad was a pedo rapist is apparently too much for some people to bear. I feel bad for Tucky Tom. His haters never watch his videos. Not on Twitter, not on YouTube. Drop note. Every time I watch one of these videos, it is always very balanced. And Tom is fair. Tom is fair. Tom is fair.
Used to reveal it for the time being. She then posted a video of him apologizing for misgivings, including making sexual advances she was uncomfortable with and pushing past her boundaries.
I am literally driving.
Wait.
But I'm literally in Oregon, fucking Washington, Oregon. Yeah. Okay. So apology. All right. So I can't take the damage away that I've done, but I'll try my best. Okay. Okay, I at least want to take responsibility for what I did, you know, like the way I treated you and like...
At the very least, he seemed to admit some kind of wrongdoing, but what it was unclear, as was the severity. She then posted literally thousands of messages of him spamming her, acting like a nut job basically. Some people questioned if this was just typical Two Mad behavior, while others speculated he had to be using some substance to justify spamming someone this much.
Okay, but is Tom going to play the sounds? Does Tom play the voice messages that 2Mad left? Because that's probably the best part of these. Okay. What's he doing?
Well, he wasn't on
Oh,
YouTube.
it's not the same
he was still
audio.
a freak.
So what was cut out then? I don't understand. What was cut out? And why? Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. If anyone's got the audio, let me know. It's fucking banging.
Frequently streaming on Twitch. The same night Goldie Bell posted all of this, he went live and made fun of her, saying she was desperate for attention and that the allegations were cookie cutter and dumb. Getting a real response out of him was nigh impossible.
Nobody f***ing believes you.
I know, I
okay,
just missed it.
Actually, the first thing that I did was, I'm not that bad. I didn't fucking... Bro, I was on the couch with the fucking cat, scrolling!
Welcome.
Mindlessly. And then I saw the fucking kid. Oh my god, it was an honest mistake. I was just fucking posting. I was just talking, okay? Like, I'm gonna tell you.
In this stream, he also said she was his girlfriend at some point and this was a relationship struggle. He also, in a few different contexts, claimed he had paid Goldie Bell for oral sex, which she supposedly accepted. Meanwhile, Goldie Bell said she was never in a relationship with him. There also seemed to be some conversation about him giving her money here. He says he wants to shower her in cash, they discuss some money that he's to give her to make her feel better for something he did, and then when they're talking about him giving her money, he says she should get the sperm out.
As I've said numerous times with the 2Mad stuff, okay? You can get away with so much if you're funny. And this is the problem, is any reasonable person would look at the way that 2Mad acted.
Bro, leave off, man.
Yes, there was definitely harassment at play with this stuff. You know, in the way that he acted. But he was funny when he was doing it. And that's just the facts, you know? Unlucky. Unlucky. Tragic, really.
Out of him.
Most fucking ridiculous shit. Whatever. I don't like cancel culture anyways. So many fucking dudes that you guys trust on a day-to-day basis have done that same shit, if not worse. It's common!
Him downplaying the allegations by saying this kind of thing, whatever the truth was, and saying it happens all the time, definitely didn't help him in the eyes of the public. Now, at the same time, this clip looks especially bad when taken out of context. He does, however, outright deny any sexual misconduct ever took place.
Some of it's false. Like, she's over-dramatizing it. Like, I didn't say this all, it just didn't happen. That never happened. That's her main headline, right? That's the main headline? Never happened.
He also said she was mentally ill, which informed her supposed false allegations as she was abused in her youth.
The truth is that she was as a child, right? Okay, it happens all the time, and that makes it so like this. What happened to her is so
No shit. Shut up, Sherlock.
He reflects that had he not started shit with the trans community on Twitter, this may have never come out, and he would have been left alone.
You made this shit 10 times worse for yourself. Okay, yeah. If I wasn't doing that trans, I don't know if she would have posted that to Twitter. If I wasn't like wilding out originally, this is like a train.
I mean, that's just facts. That's straight facts. If he hadn't have posted about Brianna J, it likely would have never fucking come up publicly. And he probably would have died as well. Here's a question. If oh God, this is fucking... If he hadn't have been accused and there hadn't been the public firestorm about him, do you reckon he'd have maybe not killed himself? Or I should say, do you think maybe he would have gone easy on the ketamine? Like, do you think his death was inevitable regardless? Or do you think one of the contributing factors to him overdosing was all the public fucking drama swirling around him? Do you think he'd still be alive? It was inevitable. So how much responsibility are we putting on the trans community for this? I guess we're gonna ask ourselves.
Like, I'm just having a train ran on me.
In response to the apology video, he claimed it was a coerced confession. Meanwhile, others leaked messages of him spamming people for no response. When questioned about his harassment, he told people to end their lives, spammed even more, complaining about how his personality doesn't make up for his physical appearance, and more schizo babble. It was clear by this point that he had some delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be a few notches above the average man. He was also constantly posting memes about light yagami from Death Note. I mentioned earlier how he was consistently using stimulants and and also marijuana. While both of these can have negative effects, their toll on your body in the short term tends to be much less extreme than with hard stuff, which by this point in time he was very into. Introducing ketamine. A big aspect of ketamine is
Why are all the fun things so bad for you, eh? What's that about? Oh man. Do you know what someone said to me once about ketamine? It's for, you know, people that are older that are too pussy to continue to take cocaine. And that is exactly it. That is exactly what it is. 100%. I wouldn't do cocaine anymore if it came up. It's just, you know, it's too fucking risky. That shit's fucking dangerous. No, it's not. No. They're different drugs, okay? But the point that's being made is that you take ketamine instead of cocaine because you're too much of a pussy to take cocaine. You see what I mean? Nah, it's cool. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Ketamine destroys your brain. He could have been saved from being trans by visiting a urologist, getting a T-level test, and getting some testosterone in there. Wait, what? Trust me, bro, it's Fenty free. Ketamine has literally no bad effects. Nah, I really do not really do drug. Once a year, max, if that. But yeah, I do not do fucking drugs anymore. I think when you get to a certain age, you know, you need to knock it on the head. Obviously, you know, it's a little treat once in a while. I think it's okay. But generally speaking, it's a young man's game. Drugs are a young man's game. I think drugs are a young man's game. The only drugs I do now are just caffeine. The odd treat. The odd... I'm 37. I'm 37 years old. I'm 38 in 2 months.
in fact delusions. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic that has some hallucinogenic effects, and the more you take, the more these effects take hold. This is a drug he has referenced tens of times, and so at the time, many assumed he was frequently under the influence of the powerful psychoactive drug, which was definitely impacting how he responded to everything. But with most situations like this...
Dude, okay, look, let's cut through the fucking bullshit, okay? A couple of months ago, I went to London to see an old friend. And I did quite a lot of ketamine when I was there, okay? And I somehow managed to get to the wherewithal to post a bit in my Discord whilst I was on it. And I just posted insane shit, right? I was just, what was it? I just kept posting, I am a content creator about 100 times or something. I pulled a 2-mad, yeah. But fortunately, you know, I nearly posted on Twitter, but I didn't. I fucking managed to hold back. 144 times, was it? That's crazy, dude. Oh. I remember as well, I think some people were telling me to go live, if I recall correctly too, which would have been absolutely fucking insane. But the point I'm trying to make, as someone with a bit of experience in this area, is when you're on it, your perception of reality is heavily altered, okay? You feel like it feels like you're on a different plane of fucking existence, and you disassociate heavily from your consciousness, right? So the idea that you could tweet on it, you could repeatedly be on it and engage in day-to-day activity is absurd and insane to me. And honestly, I've got no fucking clue how 2-mad was able to even exist in the way that he was on the levels of ketamine that he was on.
So much about that day I wish I could change. If only I'd seen the signs.
So it's mind-boggling to me. And I guess maybe that explains, and this I think is why maybe I've got a bit more sympathy for like some of the ways that he behaved. It was bad and he shouldn't have done it. Of course, obviously, but like, you know, he must have been so fucked in the head from his mental health issues, and then the ketamine on top of that. He must have just been fucking absolutely twisted around up there. So yeah, I can totally understand why it is that he was acting the way that he was acting. Kind of crazy, you know? He was talking to his doshas, true.
They never actually escaped the Twitterverse. This time, it did when Goldie Bell filed a civil suit against him.
He was microdosing, was he?
On July 6, 2023, Goldie Bell, real name Isabella, filed a request for a protection order against Tumad or Medea Sadiq. She claimed she was being harassed by him through threats, both public and private. She also said they've been witnessed by James Prime, the real-life name of Jameski. She claimed it began in December of 2021 and lasted until the present.
His real name is James Prime?
She said, respondent pulled his gun on me while I was standing on his front porch,
pretty
which
cucked.
was caught on video and posted to Tumad's Twitter account. He owns numerous firearms.
Yo, fam.
She posted a video to Twitter showing him firing his pistol in the air while sitting on his patio. She also claimed to have been sexually assaulted on multiple occasions, including coerced oral sex and intercourse. I live in constant fear of my life. I am Isabella, and I am the petitioner in this action. I bring this petition because I fear for my life and safety. I am a 19-year-old art student. Beginning in November 2021, respondent Medea Sadiq sexually assaulted me on multiple occasions, and over the last several weeks has made private and public threats to my life, repeatedly harassing me online and by phone. Respondent also pulled a gun on me, which is captured on video, Exhibit C. I believe that respondent is severely mentally ill and unstable. I fear that he's going to harm me. I met respondent online in October 2021, shortly after I turned 18 years old. Respondent is a famous YouTube video creator with millions of subscribers and hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter and other social media platforms.
Dude, look at these effects,
on or
hey?
around November 21st, 2021, respondent invited me over to his house to spend time together. When I arrived at his door, he immediately asked me for my ID to verify that I was 18 years old. He then asked me to give him my phone, which I did. He then deleted our prior text message conversations on my phone and told me to leave. I immediately felt very uncomfortable and left after just 10 minutes. In December 2021, respondent manipulated me into coming back to his house to visit. He assured me that he would not make any sexual advances towards me and that he simply wanted to apologize to me for how he had previously acted. He gave me marijuana, and I quickly became intoxicated. He then returned to making advances. As we were watching a YouTube video together, he pulled out his penis and demanded that I give him oral sex. I was in shock and refused him over and over again. At that point, he placed himself between me and the door and began to get enraged. I knew he had multiple guns in the house and he was not going to let me leave. Because I was scared of what he would do to me if I
See, the
continued
thing
to-
is, okay, obviously this sounds terrible. My belief with this was that they were trying to throw everything possible at the wall in order to ensure that they got the protection order, because I think that she rightly felt concerned with his behavior and worried about his behavior. But I think, you know, I wouldn't take anything here as like confirmation that it happened, because yeah, exactly, it was, I believe, exaggerated in order to ensure they definitely got the restraining order. But wanting the restraining order was reasonable, because he was acting like a total fucking psycho, and you can't take a chance with stuff like that, right? See what I mean? Yeah, exactly, no, the Ninja. That's a completely fair question. You know, to go back repeatedly when he acts like this is obviously insane behavior. Chud sweeping for Tumad again. I'm not trying to sweep. How is that sweeping for Tumad to say he was acting like a schizo, she was fair to feel threatened, and this is likely exaggerated in order to ensure that the restraining order went through? You know, to the point where the images that were shared were presented, and it was dishonesty presented to act like one image was a real weapon, when in the video he says it's not a real weapon. You know, that sort of thing.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed
How is that
people?
sweeping for anyone?
To say I fall asleep to your streams.
Thank you
Your
for
English voice soothes me.
Thank you for the €5. Appreciate it. I just think that is the correct take. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think anyone reasonable agrees that the restraining order was completely fair to have, right? And in fact, I think that was demonstrated by the fact that he tried to circumvent it, even. And didn't, I believe, if I remember correctly, he was held in contempt of court. Thank you, Henry Resilient, for your videos on this. He was held in contempt of court, I believe, because he tried to contact her to go around the restraining order, right? You've not called him a black bastard yet, equals sweep. Right, okay. Your English voice makes... Oh, come on now!
Refuses advances, I performed oral on him against my will. I was too intoxicated to drive home that night. His manipulation continued over the next several weeks, and he exerted sexual control over me, eventually forcing me to have sex with him against my will. I repeatedly told him that I was not consenting to sexual relations.
Beachud, hate people that say he is sweeping. Beachud but also reads every chatter that says he's sweeping.
Thank you for the 333. Appreciate that. Because I like getting one guide. Oh, here we go. Look. Primordial knows. The restraining order is justified. I can even see the case for exaggerating in the report. Yeah, 100%. But why did Jameski present the gun argument to the public knowing they were fake? Exactly. This was used, which was exaggerated in order to make sure the restraining order went through, and then presented to the public as proof of what had happened. You know? That's the fucking issue. And Jameski used this to try and present certain narratives about 2Mad that weren't true. And to try, like, it's reasonable to present to the judge that this guy's dangerous, so you definitely get a restraining order. Better to be safe than sorry. But not to the public. Because I do not think it's reasonable that the public has this perception of him as him being as dangerous as the presentation was, when the reality was he wasn't that dangerous, in my mind, you know?
With him, and in an attempt to lure me back into his house again, he sent me a photograph of a contract he drafted wherein he promised not to demand sexual acts from me, and he acknowledges his wild, uncontrollable psychological problems. A true and correct copy of the photograph is attached. By January of 2022, I had enough. I told the respondent that I would never allow—
And in fact, it makes me think about Jameski's motives in all of this. Because he presented himself as, oh, I'm just a nice guy and I wanted to help this person out that was having terrible trouble with 2Mad. When the reality of it is, I think, is that Jameski wanted to be involved so that he could help to put his thumb on the scale in terms of what was being presented and the information and stuff, and have access to it too, and then he could use that to his advantage. And he could take stuff which he may even have had a hand in pushing at a fucking court level, and then go, oh, yeah, I'll use that as my evidence against him now, you know? Like, it's so obvious that, he was malicious. He wanted to insert himself into 2Mad's life like a bitter ex-girlfriend. Yes, exactly. Correct. I completely agree. It's so obvious, isn't it, you know?
To touch me again. As I turned to run out of his house, he ran after me, tried to tackle me, and grope my breasts. He seemed to find this funny. I was in tears and begging him to let me leave. When I finally got out of the front door, two of the respondent's friends happened to pull into the driveway. They saw my highly emotional state and asked me if I was okay. I told them I was not okay, and his friends acknowledged that the respondent was known to act this way towards women. At the time, I did not go to the police for fear of him retaliating against me. Shortly thereafter, respondent sent me a video of him apologizing for assaulting me. The video will be provided to the court at the evidentiary hearing. Over the last several months, respondent has continuously harassed and stalked, making several threats to my safety. His threats and harassment have become more and more alarming over the past 2 weeks. In the past, he's shown up to my apartment unannounced, and as recently as 4 days ago, under information and belief, he sent a package to my parents' address in Orange County. While I blocked his phone number, he set up 8 burner phone numbers so that he could continue to spam me, contact me, and threaten me. The text and spam messages number in the thousands.
That is bad, okay? But it's funny. I'm sorry to spread. Obviously, if it was having this on, you know, you'd think it was horrible. But come on, man, that is like an insane level of persistence. It's so absurd. It's funny. It's so absurd. It's funny. I can't help it. I can't help but laugh how absurd it is. Okay.
In one unsolicited direct message, he threatened, "School shooters are like tortured souls that fester in dark rooms with their misery. Is there a chance? Yeah. Like I might get a phone call from Jesus Christ to exhume your soul for the sacrifice, and unfortunately in this situation, I must do." Further, respondent repeatedly harasses and threatens me online, including on Twitter, which has provoked his large following of fans to join in the harassment. Just a few days ago, the respondent referred to me in a threatening tweet.
Oh shit, Mike the Bike, I forgot about your song. Oh fuck, I'll play that after this. Hope you're well, Mike the Bike.
Death Note to mentally prepare the most effective way to make this bitch jump out of her skin in her apartment. In another tweet while talking about me, the respondent posted a meme depicting 3 assault rifles with the caption, "Who's getting the assault rifle?" He further tweeted that he will burn my life to the ground and...
Wait, that's the fucking Halo assault rifle as well. That's the... MA5B, is that what it is? That's insane. I really don't know how to convince you all that I'm not having a schizophrenic meltdown. I'm just plotting on the bitch and napping, drinking orange juice. The fuck? Literally, dude, this guy.
And that he is plotting on the bitch. In another tweet, he bragged about sexually assaulting me. What do you mean? I got a bunch of head and sex from her. I won. Lol.
Off depressed people.
I'm going to float a theory. Jamesky killed 2 mad. Prove me wrong.
Austrian Painter, they give it the 333 and it's possible. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they often try to make like video game guns. Based. Oh my god! They made the Halo gun! That's so based!
He continued, well, actually, it's around 30 when our students become successful. They kind of die inside in the meantime. I'm gonna get away with this. After being confronted online for essaying me, he tweeted to his hundreds of thousands of followers, you know what? I would do it again. In another tweet, he posted a video of 2 birds mating with the caption, so this is what I did to Bella, basically. Respondent continues to post photos of me in connection with threats to my safety. Examples of respondents online and telephone harassment are attached.
Hey, Mike the Bike, thanks for the $2. Jamesky is the root of all evil. True.
Tier 2 as Exhibit B. Further, respondent is in possession of multiple firearms, and his online harassment makes reference to his firearms. In between his threatening tweets, respondent posted a video of him firing his gun off on his patio at his home. Respondent is known for flaunting his significant arsenal of weapons online, and he appears to have a fascination with firearms. On one occasion, the respondent pulled a gun.
Yeah, look, okay. I'm not going to belabor the point because I've said it a bunch and everyone that's talked about this has said it a bunch, okay? But I'll say it for the final time in my life, hopefully. 2 Mad was completely unhinged, harassing, came across as someone who was dangerous to any reasonable person, okay? If you're in the firing line, excuse the pun, of this kind of behavior, you were going to want to get a restraining order because of how perturbed and disturbed you would be out of the because of the situation, right? That's fine. It's totally fine to go to a court and say, hey, this guy's a fucking nutter. Here's the evidence, even if you're putting your thumb on the scale a bit, just to get a restraining order. That's totally fine, okay? It's the publicizing of it and the dishonest presentation to present this image to the public of 2 Mad being this, you know, person that was on the precipice of fucking murdering someone that I think is completely ridiculous.
Meanwhile, I was standing at his front door. The act was photographed on his doorbell camera, and he posted the photo to his Twitter account. True and correct copies of respondents' gun-related activity are attached as Exhibit C. Fearing for my life, on or around June 26, 2023, I went to the Culver City Police Station and filed a police report, case number 233383. Officer Bo.
Like, for example, this clip, which is an image of which was in somewhere in here, I believe, right? So this clip was presented as proof of 2 Mad being threatening with a gun. Now, obviously, it's still an insane thing to do, but he basically said he didn't know what to do, so he just walked to the door with a gun, and this was an airsoft gun, right? But this was presented as you know, essentially 2 Mad threatening her with a gun, when that wasn't the context of what happened at all.
Sales box suggested that I immediately hire counsel and seek a civil harassment restraining order. I am terrified that respondent is going to kill me and or continue to attempt to exert sexual control over me. Respondent appears to be severely mentally ill and unpredictable. The constant threats and harassment are ongoing, and respondent has caused me substantial psychological and physical harm. His conduct has led to my extreme anxiety, depression, and habits of self-harm. Alright, so with her main statement out of the way, let's get to the evidence. Exhibit A features a written apology that 2 Mad had signed, saying he would agree to not demand sex from her. It was apparently a sleeper agent code word, which would make him be forced to admit how he was scaring Isabella and apologize for his actions. Past this point, most of the evidence regards Twitter posts and messages Medea made and sent to Goldie Bell.
Dude, I want to play the sound. Oh, man. Who's got the tweet with the fucking sound? I don't know where I would find it at this point.
Exhibit B shows that Discord message of him saying school shooters are like tortured souls, but he has a life worth living. The next one shows him saying, is there a chance? Yeah, low-key. I can lie and say no, though. Like I might get a phone call from Jesus Christ to exhume your soul for the sacrifice. And unfortunately, in that situation, I must do it. Now, some of the posts entered into evidence are just straight up goofy to be included here. This one shows him making some meme about Death Note. The next image is a Halo meme assigning the assault rifles featured throughout the series to their respective Alvin and the Chipmunks character. Page 16, meanwhile, shows Leafy is here asking 2 Mad why his Riz is so bad, with him responding saying he got a bunch of head and sex from her, so he won. In the same screenshot, we see him saying the reason he made the apology was to get her to unblock him, and it was not sincere. They feature him spam posting about driving in Oregon, which was his favorite bit during this time.
I'm literally driving, but I'm in Oregon. That's At the time, I remember this being a thing. It's like, I miss the rage, getting mass posted. God, it was so... Dude, it was such a good time. It was such a fun time. All the memes that came out of this. Oh, man.
You guys don't get it. He's not giving a good response, not because he's crazy, but because he was driving. You're not supposed to text and drive, especially not in Oregon. Page 22 features a tweet of him saying, "You want me to suffer for it? Hell nah, and you know what? I would do it again." The next page is a meme he made about Oregon and the allegations. Finally, at the end, we get some text messages of Too Mad and her. She asks him not to send her sexual things anymore, and he just dismisses her. Then there's a bunch of nonsense about self-improvement.
Yo, there it is. There it is, the classic.
And I miss the rage. Now for Exhibit C. The first piece of evidence here is an 11-second video Too Mad posted himself, which appears to feature Goldie Bell coming to his door and
okay, he's
holding
getting
a gun.
into it.
She claims this is one of the moments when he threatened her with a firearm. Here is that video. Now in the video itself, Too Mad claims that this Glock is just an airsoft gun, but he does have a real one. The next video is a re-uploaded edit from Too Mad depicting him walking on his patio with a different airsoft gun, shooting it into the air with artificial muzzle flashes and sound effects.
Look, whoever's the CEO of WebP, look at this shit. What the f? This is not a PNG. This is some bullshit. What the fuck?
They then show Google image search results for Too Mad gun, and there are various images here. The one...
Come on, man. That's such a... It's funny.
On the top right is obviously photoshopped. The one on the top left is a video where he uses an airsoft gun to kill a spider.
It's on your leg.
The one on the bottom right was confirmed by YouTuber Yumi to be an airsoft gun and appears to possibly be the same one he shot on his patio. Finally, the photo of him with the Thompson also appears to be airsoft, but it's really difficult to be certain here. I'm not a gun expert.
It's just uncomfy. Yeah, it's kind of unwieldy.
And that's the end of the evidence for the initial suit. Now, the purpose of the suit, to be clear, is to secure a protection order for her so that the court orders Too Mad to stop contacting her altogether, which honestly is a valid motivation considering the fact that he was constantly going schizo on her and wouldn't stop contacting her. He incessantly posted about the situation after it all came out with vague memes and directly addressed her. In August of
Dude, just the correct take. Based from Turkey Tom.
2023, he called into the TBH podcast to respond to the allegations.
I deny everything. Okay, I did some of that. Alright, so not everything.
Which things?
No, I didn't do okay, I don't deny everything. I deny some things and I accept some things, okay? I'm just describing what I'm asking you. I'm in Oreo right now.
Too Mad?
Wait, what was that? Wait, what?
Things.
No, I didn't ever.
2023, he called into the TBH podcast to respond to the allegations.
I deny everything. Okay, I did some of that. Alright, so not everything.
Which things?
No, I didn't do okay, I don't deny everything. I deny some things and I accept some things, okay? I'm just describing what I'm asking you. I'm in Oreo right now.
Too Mad? He's still there?
He left.
Then he called into Augie RFC's live show while I was there to just spam a bunch of memes and really not say much of anything.
Honestly, Too Mad mogged everyone in this situation, I must say. It was like the drunken master of debate. He just went in and just fucking fucked around, then just left, and people didn't really know what to do with it, you know?
I have more marketable skills than you too. I'm a better editor. I mean, if I didn't have a YouTube channel at all, I could work as a manager, work as an editor.
No, you couldn't.
And be
Where, like a Denny's?
Dude, you not even Sunday. You not even Sunday.
Okay, that's quite funny.
Dude, if there's anybody who's more likely to work at Denny's, it's fucking you, bro. Please stop.
Oh, flip reversed, flip reversed.
Now,
True.
around this time, a lot of people had been making videos about what was going on. Myself, Oompaville, really any commentary channel was making a video about the Too Mad allegations. So he decided to start posting a series of responses which are completely unwatchable garbage.
Hey guys, welcome back to another epic video. You know who Too Mad is? Yeah, he's a legend. Yes, that's
The reason it was such an effective strategy, I mean, I think if you're like a normal person who's trying to live a normal life and just go about your business, obviously it's not going to work. But because he was so in the depths of his drug abuse problem and shit, it was just like, yeah, but people didn't really know what to do about it. It was just schizo barbarian, left, right, and center. They could like trying to wrestle with jelly in many ways, you know.
me.
But if we're to summarize what he said here, he basically says, 1, yes, I am a scumbag. 2, yes, I did try to and successfully paid her for sex, and I did also, 3, spam her with messages. However, he does not believe this constitutes stalking and claims he didn't sexually assault her. He admits to being a manipulative weirdo, but not someone who has assaulted a girl. While I was reviewing these allegations on my own live stream with GoW, 2Med decided to call into the show to have a chat about everything. He joins the call, to which I immediately ask him why he has posted this suicide-inducing, unwatchable response, to which he claims it is watchable, because other people have low production quality and still succeed. I, of course, rebuttal, saying that this is an important video where he's responding to allegations, and he just sort of acts dense and doesn't get it. It's unwatchable, dude. I turned it off.
It's not unwatchable. You turned it off.
I shot myself in the throat after watching it.
I have to watch furries, like, have...
C920 mic. There's that one streamer with the C920 mic that there's millions of views of J-Flat C920 videos. Like, this is like, it's irreversible.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be like a serious response.
Yeah, but why the thing is okay, so there's a balance to be struck with, so you were talking about, oh, this dude fell off, right? Okay, so he gets canceled, still fell off, right? Okay, so part of that is like, okay, well, you haven't posted anything interesting in a while.
Yeah.
And the other part of it is you just straight up aren't, like, you don't care, like, unironically uncancelable.
GoW then makes the case to him that not caring what the internet thinks at all is dumb.
How do I make money off depressed people?
2Mad was the Andy Kaufman of this era. Fucking hilarious.
Thanks for the 333, I appreciate it. To be honest with you, right? A serious response. I mean, I don't even know if a serious response, based on the context and what's going on, would have even been the best thing to do. Because people would have just disregarded it anyway and ignored it. And, you know, I mean, look now, there's no evidence that he's a pedophile and people are calling him a pedophile. I think the schizo-barbarian, in this instance, was probably, you know... I mean, listen, I thought it was insane and stupid when he was just posting on Twitter, and I thought it was fucking retarded and completely the wrong way to handle it. But especially with everything now that I've seen and done loads more rape reviews since then, I look at it and I think, well, would it have even made any difference if he had done a serious response? Would people have had their minds changed? Probably not, because people don't care about facts. People don't care about the truth of a situation. All they care about is hating someone, you know? I'd say that he probably, in some cases, made things worse for himself, and, you know, the way he acted made some scrutiny and some issues worse. But in terms of, like, responding to it, what's the point, really? I just don't think, you know, don't think there's really any value in issuing out a serious response in this particular context. It was a done deal. There were court documents that were backing it up that people could dishonestly present as truthful facts of what had happened. He was just buried. He was buried under a complete torrent of information eventually after Jamesy started weighing in and saying his piece too. Before he died even, you know? I don't know, man. I just don't think there was a way out for him. I don't think that it was possible to come back from what happened, and I think there was too much up against it for him to salvage his career. And by that point as well, he wasn't even really posting on YouTube and stuff, was he, you know? He wasn't even really doing anything with his YouTube channel. So, like, what does it really matter? Like, was he in the midst of a career to really salvage? Or had he had his kind of heyday and had been brought down by everything around him and was just kind of like resting on his laurels, so to speak, and just schizo posting on Twitter? So yeah, I just don't know if there was really a need to do a serious response. He was ketamine maxing, yeah, exactly.
Especially with an ongoing lawsuit, which could result in financial damages to him. He doesn't seem to agree.
Being beholden to the internet. You know, like, if you give a about what people think, you're beholden to them.
Yeah, but, like, do you realize how that can, like, result in you going, like, off the rails and smashing into a brick wall?
All right, what's the worst thing that I did? What's the most off the rails thing I did?
I mean, you're being sued right now. Yeah.
Oh, the being sued thing, I didn't do that to myself. I did that to myself a year and a half ago, but that was a year and a half ago.
What do you mean did it to yourself, as in, like, you did what she said?
Like,
or
everything
you're just saying, like,
what
happened?
Yeah, what I'm being sued for, I did it a year and a half ago.
Okay. But now your response to it is to, like, make this, like, insane video where you just, like, blow out the mic and say a bunch of bullshit, babble, and, like, scream, like...
Well, okay, well, so the alternative is to say nothing.
Yeah, it's a lawsuit, an ongoing lawsuit. Do you have to comment right now?
But if you say nothing, it's like, then it's like I'm beholden to people.
Couldn't you just make a statement and be like, yeah, I mean, I'm just dealing with it right now, like, you know, I'm gonna deal with it legally in the proper channel. Like, I feel like there's literally no benefit to that video. The first time that whole audience has heard of you is just like schizo unwatchable video. It's like his mission at this moment seemed to be to completely just go off the rails publicly and piss off as many people as possible. He didn't.
And that's based. And that is based. I think that is, you know, you're trying to, like, of course, not saying anything, right? Like, there's things you can do which would probably improve your chance of pulling through it and whatever. But, like, it's like the, you know, you're trying to reason with someone that is totally unreasonable. This guy is off his head and fucking losing it and stuff like that, you know? This guy is fucking out of it. I just don't think, you know... I don't think you could speak sense into him if you wanted to. He's fucking lost it, hasn't he?
Didn't care about pleasing anyone. In fact, he wanted to rid his audience of the Emily BLM types, as he puts it, and just leave the based ones, so to speak. But given the serious situation he was in, being in a lawsuit, it didn't make sense to us why he would be posting things like, I did it and I would...
Yeah, also, that's another point as well, is all these fucking freaks on Twitter and Reddit that were claiming that Tom was, like, supporting 2Mad in this video. Doesn't it just undermine their fucking whole mentality completely? Like, Tom is more than fucking critical of 2Mad here, like, repeatedly throughout the entire video, going back fucking months. But that's not enough for some people because he titled it 2Mad was alone. God. Okay, I just think that there should be some punishment for people who have got a hot take on a video and don't fucking watch it and just base it on the thumbnail and the title, you know?
Do it again, and to make all of these terrible response videos. No matter what we said, he didn't seem to get it.
Yeah, my prediction is like...
And also, yeah. Exactly throwaway. He was literally alone. At the end, he was alone. It's just true. It's not even like a sympathy thing necessarily. He was literally alone. No one was left by his side. And he fucking died because of that.
So basically, it's literally what I said in the video, which is just, like, she's traumatized by somebody else, so she's like having an overreaction to what happened to her. So like the actual like intelligent opinion on like what actually happened is like pretty innocuous, non-excessive. But it's like it's still not good just in the sense of like because she's traumatized, it's like I should have been more delicate about it. But what I did is like she's definitely like she's gay, like she's a little gay person.
Do you think that anything you've said on like Twitter or in the video was like admissible in court in any way?
Yes.
Do you think that would like
But the thing
do you
is-
think that would bode well for you in court or no?
They're gonna try their hardest to like paint this image, but
Actually, that is, I mean, you know, again, you're reasoning with the unreasonable, but of course, I mean, all of this stuff got used against him, so yeah. Yep, the Twitter spurg out. Not good.
Like that's what you do when you have way too much money. The thing is, like, they're not gonna take the tweets and be like, ah, yes.
I think for public perception, okay, for public perception, doesn't matter. People would hate him anyway. The biggest issue, of course, is all of this stuff end up getting used against him on a legal basis, which is obviously fucked. You don't ever want to be in a position like that. But again, this guy's off his fucking face, so he's probably not going to listen to reason.
Schizo.
They might. I mean, I don't think that's what they say. I think they'd take it and be like, why is he like just saying all this bullshit, contradicting himself? Like it doesn't really make sense. Why?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like the contradicting thing, but like
That's like a
also
big
it's just
deal.
like, well, not as bad as it is because like it's gonna all get aggregated anyways, right? All together, testify, and then they're gonna look at the tweets and stuff like that.
Dude,
and then
like, just what are you doing? Has your lawyer told you what if it's a good idea or not to post on social media? I assume he said it's a bad idea.
Yeah, he told me not to, but it's like I can just tell the guy is like not taking it too serious. Like he's an experienced lawyer, so he's dealt with like a.
He's not taking it seriously?
Like,
I feel like he is taking it seriously.
well, no, he's taking it seriously, but he's not taking it seriously in the sense of like you need to stop doing that now. It's more like you should stop doing it rather than you should stop doing it now. Like for example, like killing somebody, that would be like a thing that a lawyer would be like.
The lawyer was probably, I mean, I could imagine there's some lawyers, like they've probably got a lot of shit they're dealing with, so they're not going to necessarily put a lot of effort into stopping one of their clients not doing something like to that level where they're like going to the house and pulling the keyboard out of their hands, right? They're probably just going to be like, you know, my recommendation as your counsel is this, and that they'll leave it at that, you know? Chad, is this your Discord screaming, I'm a content creator, just prior to the incident? Oh, boy.
Like, you need to stop doing that now.
Yeah. During this stream, we tried to convince him to just make a coherent response that was actually
that's
watchable.
wonderful.
We compared his case to those like Quite, where they managed to respond and debunk the allegations to the public. He just
Joker who stopped giving a fuck about everything. I'm sorry to say, but Too Mad makes Tom look soy in the conversations.
Thank you very much for the 333. I think there was maybe a point at which Too Mad could have done that, but by the time that Tom and him spoke, it was too late. I just think it was too much shit slung about. I do not think that it would have changed public perception in any meaningful way. I think the die was cast in this particular case. I don't know. I just don't know how, with all of the schizo shit that he'd done and all the schizo shit he'd said, how on earth he could have explained that away in a way that would have brought people who weren't, you know, were in the middle, say, round to his side. I don't know. That's my perception of it anyway. I think it was too little, too late. And the only thing that it could have done in stopping was to reduce the legal kind of aspect or whatever. But it's all a moot point now because obviously he's dead. Sadly.
just didn't get it and delusionally believed that if Quite had posted a 240p ear reaction video instead of his comprehensive debunking, then he would have gotten off scot-free. I mean,
Bro,
it
you're
kinda
basically
is, like-
worried you're gonna undermine your swag when your swag's already like insanely undermined, bro.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of kind of like the Quiet video was the guy like took his mask off and he was like being candid, right? I mean,
yeah, but he
I'm not
didn't need to
saying
do that. He didn't need to show his face.
Make this
He
kind
didn't
of
need to
video.
Wait, but Quite didn't need to show his face for the first time and just irreparably.
Fucking hell.
What is this? Sorry, just a quick. I'm being told that a credit that goes by Queerly B has been upset that Irrational Chad and Ruin Leon covered their insane takes on fucking
No,
Stardew
oh
Valley
my
pronouns,
god, no
and now our audience is
fucking
attempting
way.
to flag them
Alright,
both
well.
for bullying and harassment when they're being
Do I
just
get out of it?
criticizing our own words and actions. Doing it right now. I'm genuinely sorry you were dealing with this. I like your message and content, but this wasn't the move. They're just going to screenshot this tweet, use it in the next video, saying that you had your community mass report their videos that technically falls under fair use in the YouTube TOS. All this does is give them more content. You want to starve them if you want to stop talking about it. Dude, this Queerly B person was I'm going to fucking lose it, man. They were promoting people emailing that guy that made Stardew Valley to fucking put pressure on him to put pronouns in the game. They were talking about how, you know, they admittedly said, not in this case, but how, you know, how violent protests. They were saying insane things about the situation. I make a video about it, and you want to fucking take it down when all you need to do to not see it is just go, oh, they made a video about me. I don't want to see that. Don't recommend this channel. Boom, it's gone forever. You never have to fucking see or hear about me ever again. Block me on Twitter, block me on YouTube. Boom, problem solved. Fucking hell, man. It's crazy the way these people act. I'm not doing any fucking harassment or promoting any harassment. I'm just talking about something you put out publicly. I reported it for bullying, harassment. Maybe if a lot of us do that, they'll be taken down. What? Dude! Are you serious? This is literally just calling for brigading. I mean, you know, I think YouTube, it can have an impact. In terms of it can maybe affect me. There's some impact it can have. I don't think it can take the video down necessarily. Normally that's reviewed by a human. But it doesn't matter.
Alright, I gotta go pee.
Have some success doing that.
Surprising 2 hour and 30 minute not having to pee.
No, I don't care about some fucking
Stretch.
retard tweeting this. It doesn't matter to me. Make sure to report it for hateful content because what they're doing isn't fair use. They're just using your content to be bigots. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this, lovely, and everything calms down. Okay, what do you mean deal with it? Okay, let me ask you this. What is going to cause more to be dealt with? Me making a video criticizing this person, right? Which is on my channel, and I'm making it clear, you know, I'm not fucking for harassment, I'm against it and shit, right? Or them saying, this person hasn't added the pronouns, you should email them about it and try and communicate with them about it. Like, what's going to lead to more shit that's going to be needs to be dealt with. Do you know what I mean? It's like so obvious that saying, "Oh, this person isn't adding the pronoun option. You should communicate with them via email and in replies to their tweets," is going to lead to more things that have to be dealt with than my fucking video about it, which has got like what 10,000 views. If you do submit a takedown, please be careful. They share your name and your email with the person that gets the request. I've been harassed by sending takedowns for re-uploads of my videos so badly I just leave them now. Or we've got some Dark Viper. Some Dark Viper acolytes, it sounds like. Well, they hide their vicious aggressiveness behind the, you know, impression of virtue and niceness, don't they? It's so crazy, man. Like, if I see stuff just that I don't like the look of, or the channel looks boring, or I'm not interested in the content, I just click, not interested. There we go. You can even select, don't recommend this channel to me, and you will literally never see it again. It is that easy. Fucking hell, dude. But yeah, I'd like to see the email, the original tweet, but it looks like it's gone. Don't report chud. I mean, it's not even true. But I mean, what? Like, if I got hold of someone's name and address, what the fuck would I even do with that? I don't fucking care about what your name and address is. I'm not in the business of doxing, okay? Not my cup of tea. Don't be scared. I just am a very big believer that people making content about you, you know, even in the fucking you know, the Ed Piskor situation where I was very critical of the people that were going after him, I made it very clear to say, if you want to make content about someone, you're within your right to do that. You're totally fine to make a video or whatever about someone. That's the whole point of this situation, you know? But it's when you cross a line and take it that step further into like DMs repeatedly or go into the house, say, or something like that. That's the issue. Chud, you can never see eye to eye with this person. Logbot logic extends to cretin. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I'm above sharing a funny DM if necessary. But I've got no need to know people's address and names, and I just, you know, don't really care for that information. No, thank you.
But okay. The concession that he had to make was like, I'm a virgin porn addict. The concession Pyro Single had to make is, I'm a disgusting furry. Like, I have all these up things. I'm a porn addict as well. But then he was like, well, I'm not a file, and like that is terrible. But it's like that is terrible. But in the public opinion, I know. But in the public opinion, both of those people won. So wouldn't you just take some pointers? It also became clear during this interview that Tumad did not have much going on. He basically spent all day alone in his apartment, letting mold grow on his brain.
She's trying to kill you by making these allegations. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
All right.
You said that.
All right. Tumad, what do you do on a daily basis, brother?
Jerk off?
You're 100% like mentally. You feel like you're fine, right? Like unironically.
I guess I'm fine.
Like, do you have best friends, bro? They're like offline.
Yeah. Wait, no, not offline.
Okay.
Have you been like? Has there anyone like this like been around you throughout this? Like, just kind of keep your head on straight, or no?
Not really. I'm based.
I see. Okay.
You're making being based sound really depressing, bro.
What do you mean depressing? It builds character.
Being alone, it can.
They've privated the video too, apparently. They privated the video. Oh. I mean, Chud one. Look, listen. If they want to say their piece, they can say their piece about it. But I think you've got a right to respond and say your piece of response to whatever fucking bullshit they're saying. But then if you do that, look, if you have the hot take that, hey, maybe you shouldn't email en masse a fucking solo creator of a game just because they haven't responded to requests to add non-binary pronouns. That's bad. You shouldn't do that. Apparently that's a hot take now, and it constitutes harassment. Admittedly, I was being mean about the eye. Come on, we gotta fucking listen. I'm an honest guy. I was taking shots at the eye because it was funny. All right, fair's fair, right? But I do feel I was remarkably fair in the course of that video, in the things that I said, and completely reasonable. Even with being a bit mean about their little eye thing. Okay.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely. You don't think that builds fortitude, having a hard life?
no, I want a hard life. I've never wanted an easy life, but doesn't mean you need to like experience it alone. Anyway.
Yeah. I think having people around you is really important.
Well, there's 7 billion people, so eventually I'll just find.
Afterwards, we moved into the allegations themselves. Tumed claims the nature of their meeting was prostitution. He said he messaged her asking her to give him oral for money, and she agreed, at which point their interactions in real life began.
Like, the never sucked my dick ever, like, without $200. The $200 was just like, now I'm doing it.
So she wouldn't give you head if not for the money, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Just completely knocked open the door. It was like, I never do that. It was before, there was like, I never do that. And after that, she's like, okay, how big are you? I think I'm gonna swallow. It's like, what the f? It's a complete switch in the head.
However, during their interactions, they developed actual feelings for each other and were hanging out pretty frequently, talking every day.
I've had like a little girlfriend thing before too, but it's like, this was more than that.
No, I get
That's
it.
what I mean.
Like, yeah, this is like your first time being like intimate with a chick, basically. There was messages where you were saying like not trying to date or whatever. Was that you kind of like trying to convince her you weren't trying to date because she didn't want to date? Like, I'm kind of confused how she's claiming you weren't dating and then you're saying like you are. Like, she didn't want to date, but like you were effectively dating. Is that kind of what it was?
I mean, so there was like, okay, for example, she'll say like, you chose me, or like, she'll say like, I'm trying to lock down this dub, or I'll say like, oh, we're gonna be friends if you don't have sex with me, and then she'll be like, oh, that feels like shit. Stuff like this, or it'll be like it's just like I don't know what the distinction is. Like, it's the only thing I know about like an intimate relationship with a woman. It's like,
yeah,
and it's like I've had little friendship things, but it's like I've had like a little girlfriend thing before too, but it's like this was more than that.
He considered it to be a relationship, although keep in mind, he had never had a girlfriend, so it's hard to say what his understanding of that would be. And this brings us to the night Isabella describes in her lawsuit. In Isabella's version of events, Tumed wanted her to come into his home and told her he would not make any advances. He then gave her weed and returned to making those advances. She says as they are watching YouTube, he pulled out his penis and demanded oral. She refused over and over again. Then he places himself in front of the door, becoming angry that she won't give in. She said she was scared because she knew he had multiple guns and was not going to let her leave, so she gives in. During the live stream, some of these interactions do seem to line up. According to him, she comes inside, they go upstairs, she sits down on his bed and calls him an incel. He starts touching her right away and making advances. She shoves his hands off. He does it again. She gives him a strange smile and shoves his hands off again. He advances again. She declines and says stop, and Tumed says that past that point nothing happens. During the same night though, he started touching her toes, and she says she's gonna drive home if he keeps touching her. And according to Tumed, this is where the interaction ends. I'll also let him speak for himself here so you can hear exactly what he said.
This time with the gun was the second time you met her. What goes down then?
I don't know if it was the second time. It probably wasn't. But yeah, she comes inside.
Oh, hey, Magnetar.
And then we go upstairs. This is me telling you exactly like what happened with this girl.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's like the first time I did this. Okay, so I remember that we went upstairs. She sat down in a chair and just complaining about, oh, you tell me to cut myself. You don't like women. You're like an incel. Blah 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 blah. She's always complaining about some stupid shit. And then I start touching her, like I sit in front of her, she's sitting in a chair, right? So I'm sitting on the floor, and I just start like, I'm trying to make advances, right? So I'm like touching her thigh, and then what she originally, she didn't care the first time, and she eventually was like, she looks at me, and she shoves my hands off, okay? And then she does that like, again, that loop happens where I put my hand on her thigh. Not really like grasping or anything, I would just put it on top of her thigh. And then she like, gives me this, she looks at me again, she gives me like a smile, like it's like a weird smile, and she shoves my hand off again. So like that's like the third time or something like that. And the fourth time she was like stop, and then I stopped. When she said stop, I stopped. And then like some little while later I start touching her toes, and then she's like, do you have like a foot fetish? And I'm like, no. And then she eventually gets to like,
Dude, honestly, I don't know what to make of this allegation shit. I think what was it? They sent an email prior to this stuff saying that they've been assaulted to their college, and I think that was like, well, you know, was she lying here? Was that like a made up thing? I don't know. I think something happened that made Goldie Bell feel uncomfortable. I'm not sure exactly what that was, though. It is unfortunately a pure he said, she said situation.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Without any further kind
The
of insight we're
99th
gonna
time
gain.
she said no, I stopped.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I think something happened in terms of like, you know, whether or not that will constitute the legal standard of sexual assault or something, who knows? Difficult to say. But, you know, as he said, she said, and Too Mad is a fucking schizo. And she has got every reason to embellish the claims because, you know, she's in the midst of like legal action against Too Mad. Very difficult to call, so I don't really know. I think if someone wanted to say like he had credible allegations of sexual assault or something, like that would I'd probably think that was okay. But calling him like a rapist, I think, to me, conclusively, is too far. And definitely not a pedophile.
Like, I'm gonna want to drive home. If you keep touching me, I'm clearly not happy. Says that. And then she says I like pulled my dick out or whatever the fuck. It's like, I don't remember this at all. But after the toes thing, and then she starts complaining, like, I want to drive home or whatever, I'm pretty sure I just, like, that was kind of the end of it. It doesn't really go.
Was this the
much
same
beyond that.
interaction that she claimed was like a sexual experience, or was this just your first time meeting her in person, like the sexual assault or whatever happened? Because there's a moment where she's like, she's like, she claimed that you like shoved her, pushed her down, tried to make her do stuff.
Whoa, wait, what? When did she say that?
Didn't I see this a while ago on Twitter?
Wait, when
she was
did
claiming
say
there
I
was she was
shoved
claiming there was sexual like assault, like it was like an assault.
Yeah, no, she's using the word sexual assault for sure. But when did she say like
I can't
what you're
remember.
saying?
I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought I saw that on Twitter.
Well, she says like tackle in the TRO. She says like he tried to tackle me. He got enraged, blocked the door.
Okay, maybe.
Hey, Nicholas, how's it going? Yeah, we were just talking a bit about that. Just saying, like, you know, Quilly B. Did you see it, by the way? Quilly B was saying, yeah, it's actually totally fine to mass email the individual solo developer of a game because they hadn't responded to a request to add non-binary pronouns. And that's on top of the fact that this guy has done... I don't know anything about it because I don't play Stardew Valley, but this guy created the game years ago and since then has turned it into like free updates consistently and kept up support for the game for years afterward and added a bunch of extra cool shit for free that he didn't even have to fucking do. Her eyeballs find bigotry wherever it hides. She's locked in. Use mods or just, I mean, I didn't watch all of it because I'd already covered it myself, but you know, I watched Harmful Opinions speak about it, and Harmful Opinions was like, just pretend in your head. I mean, you know, these people shouldn't have a problem with that, should they? Pretending in your head, but just pretend that it's fucking a thing. You know, just fucking use make believe. Why? You know, I don't really care. Like if the guy was like, okay, I'll add it, I wouldn't care about that. Like some other people might. Some people might get upset about the fact they do it. I don't care if it gets added. I literally couldn't care one way or another. Right? The issue is they were promoting the idea of brigading this guy and harassing this guy, because he didn't respond to a request to add them. He hadn't issued a response. It's just crazy. The game already requires a lot of make-believe anyway. It's a top-down, cartoony game with abstracted mechanics for farming. Oh yeah, I forgot about that bit as well. Wait, hang on. I feel like I'm downplaying my own actions, to be fair. Maybe I should just show you, because in order for the... Just to be fair, for the purpose of fairness, I feel like I do need to kind of show you this. Yo! Why so many of these videos about trans stuff? What's going on there?
Welcome or welcome back. If you're new here, my name is B. I use they them pronouns and I am a queer and disabled cozy games and lifestyle creator here on
What happened to Shovel? They fucking clearly let themselves go. Our trans brothers and sisters are getting gunned down every day in America, the trans side, and you refuse to add the non-binary pronouns. Your silence speaks volumes, transphobe. If you don't put pronouns in the game, we're gonna kill ourselves right now. Okay, that's satire, that's a joke. Do it now! Do it now! What's the... Come on, man. Come on, that's fucking ridiculous, dude. That's fucking out of order. Yeah, honestly, right? Making content for the second channel is a lot of fun, I must say. I've got oh fuck, oh my god. I can't wait to get to it, actually. I've got a fucking incredible second channel segment lined up after we finish this. Okay? I was looking at it earlier and I was literally just sat there laughing. You guys are gonna fucking love it, I'm sure, okay?
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, yeah. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, sure.
We'll get to it.
There's definitely not shoving. Like,
Let's speed this up a bit, though, because this is quite long.
But I didn't actually do that. But she says that I locked the door, and then I made it so she couldn't leave, or she knew that she couldn't leave.
Did you do that?
So when she gets in the corner room, blocking the door, dude. Okay, she said
Okay, it's too fast.
The corner or some shit like that. Okay, I know
That's
what corner
too
that
fast.
was. She was sitting in a chair. This girl, you have to understand, we've already had many incidents where it's just like the same routine where I'm just like, hey, you gonna suck my dick one day or what? And she's like, no. And then and then she's like, I'm gonna leave. And then she leaves, and then she comes back, then she leaves, and then she comes back, and I walk her outside, and she leaves, and then she comes back. Like, we've already done this a million times. If she wanted to leave, she could leave just like the other time. But because I was touching her, that's why her brain becomes like, well, I'm stuck here. I can't leave. But the truth is, if she stood up and decided to just like, I don't know, go to the washroom or something, I would have just been like, I wouldn't have even noticed.
So there's never been a scenario in which you've been like, you can't leave right now. You have to stay.
Absolutely not.
Now, these are two very different interpretations of that night. He says he doesn't even remember his dick leaving his pants. It's worth noting that at this point he was already heavy into drug use, so it's possible his interpretation of events is affected by that use.
So,
Chad, I think you're right and she's wrong, but I have to admit that if someone watched that intro, they'd be reasonable to consider it bullying, looking from a normal perspective at least. Well, that's okay. Did you not hear what I said? I said, I feel like I'm downplaying my own actions here. Let me show you this. And the clear intent of showing you that is to demonstrate that I was being pretty harsh in the fucking
That's
video.
my bad, guys.
Just, I wasn't just criticizing, as I said earlier. That's the whole point of me showing you that, is to show you I was being pretty mean, okay? Bullying. I don't know if I call it bullying or harassment, because they don't have to watch the fucking video, do they? You could literally just fucking not, Like, I think it's pretty clear based on the title of the video. Unless seeing a YouTube video title now is harassment and bullying. I'm sorry to break it to you, but, like, people are going to make shit about you if you speak publicly about stuff. And you can just ignore it if you don't want to fucking engage with it. Simple as that. That's not harassment and bullying, I remember when harassment and bullying, you actually had to interact with the person in some meaningful way. Like, communicate with them or something like that, right? Now, I don't even think replying to someone's Twitter is generally going to be considered harassment and bullying, unless you were circumventing blocks and stuff like that, maybe, right? But when you're going to someone's private method of communication, like email, DM, something like that, repeatedly trying to communicate with them, yeah, at that point, I think it's fair to say that could potentially be harassment and bullying, But I think you need to have quite a high standard for it, because generally speaking, if there's a form of harassment or bullying that you can switch off by, like not blocking something or something like that, I don't know. I just think that people have got such a low standard for it on the internet, when the nature of the internet means we need to have a higher standard for what will constitute, like, harassment or bullying, to the point where a video needs to get taken down, Like, if I started the video and I was like, right, guys, we've got this person here, okay? They're a real piece of shit, and I want all of you to go and do X, Y, and Z to them, then, yeah, you've got a much better argument for that, because I'm at least, provoking that response, But, yeah, I don't know. You're a public figure, people are going to speak publicly about you. Fucking deal with it.
Were there ever times when you would take ketamine and you just pass the and you don't even like remember? You get like a ketamine blackout?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you basically like use the ketamine kind of as a crutch to like make you feel like more base level when you would like get?
Yeah, I used it to talk to girls. Yeah.
Yeah, no, to talk to girls, yeah, but like I'm saying like
What
to
is
literally,
this?
like like when you would basically make like sexual.
Oh my god, this is a disgusting image. This is fucking despicable. Do not. This is gross. That is absolutely fucking... I do not like these one bit. You said explicitly in that segment that you were glad your viewers weren't going onto a channel and leaving comments. Yeah, exactly. Like, because I looked and because I did think, oh god, I hope people aren't just going and bombarding this person with comments for my coverage, and they weren't, and I thought it was good. But yeah, I don't want people to go and fucking give people shit off the back of me talking about them. You know, if you got a comment to make it in my chat. It helps my engagement. You know. I'm a nice guy and I'm fair. I'm fair. Chud is fair. Fuck's sake.
Like that, would you usually?
Not really. No, not like that. Like I would use ketamine not because I was like, say again?
Like earlier in the day, like would you?
Yeah, like earlier in the day, like I would use ketamine. Like
He also said he absolutely offered her weed that night.
I definitely offered her marijuana that day. I know that because I have a video of me when they assaulted her. She.
Well, the thing is, I would never say that you're not like. I mean, I've got no control over it. What an insane concept, right? Obviously, if you talk or speak about something, people are going to go and leave a comment, and you can't really stop that from happening completely. But that's why, as a YouTuber, like, you should have that awareness that people could just come and leave shitty comments and engage as you see fit, you know? Like, I don't fucking bother. I don't bother reading YouTube comments because either it's someone saying something nice, talking about the content, or someone saying some bullshit about you that you can't really deal with because they're a fucking YouTube commenter. You know, it's a literal waste of your time. So I think that some people just need to recognize that it's just not worth looking at YouTube comments because you're not going to find anything in there that worthwhile, really, you know? If someone is really that fucking concerned, just talk to them on stream or make a video interview or something, you know, if they're worthwhile talking to. But there's just such little skin in the game to just pump out a fucking comment. You know, if you want to say something to me, come to my fucking YouTube chat even. We can have a little backwards and forwards in that scenario too, you know? Nicholas, you were being very mean about this individual. What's going on?
Speaking of weed, this is an underexplored aspect of 2Mad. In the past, he'd been known to use it and other drugs excessively, showing this was not the first time a problem presented itself.
You about to lay down? Yeah, because he fucking has that weed vape and hit like 40 fucking hits off it since we started the podcast. Yeah.
It's likely that for a lot of his career, the guy was using something. And on the same stream, he also says he definitely pressured her into sex. But in his view, she could have left at any point in time and he never would have stopped her.
From your perspective, it's all going to get thrown out because of the sexual assault stuff just being unprovable.
It's possible. The sexual assault stuff, I really just don't... Like, I was literally Googling it earlier today. I still think about it all the time. Is what I did sexual assault. It says coerced sexual assault, right?
Yeah.
Coercion. The thing is, I definitely pressured her, right? I absolutely did. Since day one, it was just like the same question. Like, it wasn't like I sprung it on her. It was just the same question every time we hang out.
Pressured her to give you a head, right?
When she comes over and when she leaves, it's just like I would ask for the same thing over and over and over and over.
So I think when someone hears like pressure, like chat's going crazy right now, they hear like you there was some level of like trying to force her, like be like, you need to do this right now.
Yeah.
I mean you were asking her repeatedly. Do you think that you went over the line in terms of like any level of consent in any of those interactions?
So here's what pushed her into it. When she had sex with me, I remember that when all I had to do was ask. So I don't know. That was easier. I feel like all I had to do was like keep asking her over and over. She was like, okay, when my period's over, we can have sex. So that was a dub. Which then she claimed as sexual assault. We agreed to it days before. What the?
You're saying you did not force her. You just asked her, and then eventually, like, if she wanted.
Dude was actually based. 2Mad got the charges dropped. I mean, of course, this dude is just saying totally insane shit. I mean, there's no denying. They're saying coercion. Oh man, that's rough.
Out of that interaction, she could have left at any point in time, but she didn't. She stayed.
Yeah, she absolutely.
And eventually,
in the end, 2Mad won.
You weren't
True.
keeping her in a house or anything, right?
Yeah, she says that I used guns. I had guns. Okay, so what she says, I have guns. She knew that I had guns in the house, and that she knew that I wouldn't let her leave. What the? Why would I stop you from leaving for the first time? This is a repeat of every night we ever hung out, where you come and go. I'm like a virgin. It's not like I know what I'm doing. I don't know how to secure sex. If I knew how to get sex from girls, I would have done that. It's not that. It's just like my way of getting sex is literally just asking them, can I please cunnilingus? Can I please?
Zemo Nitro says he nagged his way into sex, douchey move, but not.
Dude, I clicked show more on Twitter and I just saw a fucking dick. Sake, man.
Shud, Quayle B is so much of a leftist, it has impacted them physically. Just think about it, don't laugh.
Thank you very
don't
much.
Do it.
I disavow. Thank you for the 333. Twitter isn't... Honestly, I'm so annoyed with X, okay? You click to see if there's people replying to your tweet, and it's a picture of a pussy now. Tits and pussy. For some random fucking whore that I've never even heard of. Like, dude, why?
Quite literal.
I thought the whole point was to fix the bots, and they've just gotten worse. Yeah, tits and pussy no longer in bio, in the replies. Fuck me, man. Elon Musk is such a fucking huckster. It's unbelievable.
Sexual assault. I mean, that's what it sounds like from his perspective. Like, he just asked her enough, and eventually she said yes. Like, as far as pressuring, I think when people hear pressuring, they think like you were like, you need to do.
When he said free speech is important, I didn't think that he meant for the bots to be able to post porn where you don't want to see it.
This right now, where I'm gonna kill you.
But here's the thing.
You're saying you didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, it wasn't killing, but
it was just like, were you just like begging her? Is that what it was? Like please have sex.
There was
with me.
begging. There was the begging. There was always begging, but there was an ultimatum. Like when she had sex with me, it was just begging. When she sucked my balls the day like I sexually assaulted her, she claimed. I gave her an ultimatum.
And the ultimatum was like, you either suck me.
Me, this sounds kind of bad. All of 2Mad's friends, just ignore everything he's ever said. He was memeing, you know. He's a funny man. He's an unreliable narrator. Look. I think, yeah, there isn't a point where you're excessively defending 2Mad, okay? I feel like most people are on board. There's obviously extremes, and there's people that would say he did nothing wrong, okay? But I think most reasonable people agree, yes, he was harassing her. You know, yes, he said a bunch of shit that made it worse for himself. You know, yes, he had these allegations against him and said things that made it sound way worse, right? But I think, you know, I don't know. I feel like that's what most people had a position of. But of course, there's going to be some people that are like hardline defending him. 2Mad is a terrible guy. Yeah, but he's a terrible guy, sure. But a terrible guy off his face on ketamine. Not that it's an excuse. Anyway, go on.
Out with you. Yeah, it wasn't even stop hanging out with you. It was just like, we can be friends. And then a fucking switch in her brain flipped, and she started walking towards my bedroom.
In the court documents, Goldie Bell cites an apology 2Mad made as evidence of his crime, an admission, basically. She also posted this original video on Twitter for everyone to see. Now, 2Mad claims this apology was disingenuous and merely a way for him to continue talking to her. He also claims the person in question who wrote the apology for him to say to her had his own allegations and, as a result, was an unreliable narrator.
I do have a legit question, though. There was that one guy you brought up.
Only live streamers who lean on Twitter for content complain about bots. I can see where this bothers you, but I shrug it off because I'll take annoying bots over what things were becoming on Twitter. Okay. First of all, I don't rely on Twitter for content. I rely on other people's YouTube videos for content, first of all. And secondly, I just don't want to open Twitter and see naked women, because that's not what I'm going on to fucking Twitter for. And if you want to shrug it off, that's fine. But one of the key points, that's why I call him a huckster, because one of Elon Musk's key fucking points was that he was going to sort out the fucking bot problem. You can't block them. You can't just block them. Fucking a bunch more appear in their place. But he presented it as he was going to fix the bot issue, and bots are way worse than they ever were before Elon Musk took over. So he was fucking huckster who dishonestly fucking presented his case as he was going to fix the bot problem and made it fucking worse. That's all I'm saying.
In the response to Oompa Bill that had to the 15-year-old or whatever, allegedly. Sorry. Do you have, like, is there any evidence?
Sorry, I know it's difficult for you to hear with Elon Musk's penis shoved so far down your fucking throat his cum is in your ears. I know it's difficult for you to understand that, but it's just a very mild criticism of Elon Musk in fucking the...
Very mild criticism.
That wrote all that? Like the apology? Did he write it?
Oh, yeah. No, it's just like he sends me a text message, he's like, rewrite it so she doesn't know. Like, yeah.
Oh, okay. So I don't really mention that a lot.
Like, so that's a disregard for truth, right? She knows that it's not a true apology, she puts it on the internet. That also is a defamation case.
She knew that?
Yes, she knew that.
Basically, there was this this situation where you were, you know, the whole driving in Oregon meme comes from. You're driving, reading the apology. You claim that apology was written by someone who later turned out to be some kind of a creep himself. Like, what's your... I guess I was curious if you could go deeper on that, like who that person is.
That guy, he was an opportunist that he saw the opportunity of my... So she has roommates, right? He's like an opportunist. He saw it as a chance to get with girls.
Who is that guy? Who is that guy?
Just some kid who had a DJ career that got destroyed when everybody found out that he was having sex with a 15-year-old.
How old was he?
You didn't know?
He was 19.
You didn't know that, like, while you were hanging out?
No, I did know that. At some point, somebody told me that, and I was like, that's weird, and I just kind of ignored it.
Okay. You just kept hanging out with the guy?
Not really. I didn't hang out with the guy very often. You gotta understand.
He's just a guy you knew? Okay.
I've met him like 3-4 times, like something like that. Yeah, it's just like, well, the thing is, I don't have friends IRL. I saw him as many times as I saw Bella. You know what I mean? Like that's like one of the closest people I knew here in LA.
How many times you see Bella though? Like roughly?
Like 4 or 5 times, something like that. Less than 10.
Did you end up seeing her after the Oregon apology?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then you texted her apologizing, like more meaning, like actually meaning it afterward, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
God, okay. People are saying things that annoy me. I'm getting one guide left, right, and centre. I do think what he said about user performance wrong, however, because of the bullying argument. Okay, if you genuinely think a YouTube video is bullying or harassing someone, do you know what you do? You click the fucking option. Where is it? Oh, there, report. You click the little report button, and then you fucking say your piece about what you think is wrong with the video, and leave it at that, okay? Any attempt to publicly incite people to go and report a video en masse is trying to take advantage of your perception of weaknesses in the reporting tools to get a video taken down, and that's wrong.
But I still like you, Chug. Here's a $5 as a peace offering. D.
That's an outrageous amount of damage for something that I fucking dodged.
Listen, it's fine. There's no peace up. Well, thank you for the $5 first of all. Okay.
Buddy.
Listen, I don't have a problem with what you said. I was more responding
Put
to
your
Stylo,
butthole
who was
down.
annoying
Put
me.
it down.
Oh my god. Jalen. You know Jalen? Jalen is
Buddy
just
pal.
requested to speak to Dr. K.
Hey, man.
Which I fully support, by the way. Which I fully support. I think the outcome of that could be very entertaining. Anyway. Yeah. Bit risky. Bit risky with Jalen's situation, I would say. But anyway. Dude, we're literally all over the place. I need to focus. I need to get... I need to... Just apply to talk to Dr. K. Do it. Do it. Do it! Do it! They've got me blocked. They tweeted out, like, something that, oh, if Chud and Destiny don't like someone, you know they're based. But I don't know who they were talking about. I just saw it pop up on my timeline. Yeah, Jalen blocked me over... Oh, it was because they had a retarded take about H3's sub-decline when they were criticising Bausch. And they called me a fascist and then blocked me. Which is why, I mean, look, Jalen, that fucking freak fem of yours the other day, okay? I'm starting to arrive at the conclusion. Well, I did say the other day that I wouldn't bring them on stream anymore. I'm starting to feel like maybe bringing a certain type of person on stream is a bad idea. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Not worth engaging with, I should say. Okay?
Buddy.
Anyway.
Okay, and what? So when you actually felt like you meant the apology, what were you apologizing for?
Plenty of stuff. I was saying like all types of things, like psychopath, sociopath, doing drugs.
You're saying now that she was saying you can whatever SA'd her while you're in the relationship. So now I'm trying to understand, like, what were you apologizing for? Were you like doing like a lip service apology for the SA?
Oh, this is what I wanted to show. God, okay. This is it. Then we're going to finish this, and then we're going to get to the other stuff. Okay.
I do think it's reasonable to pose the question as to whether or not transphobia is involved in his choice to be silent. As a community, trans individuals often face disappointment from those we once trusted, including friends, family, creators, and have ignorant or hostile attitudes towards us without us knowing until something like this comes up. Therefore, questioning the potential involvement of transphobia could be viewed as a valid form of self-preservation. While there are other forms of queer representation in Stardew Valley, which some may argue as a reason to assume it's not transphobia, I don't believe this is a fair comparison. It is not uncommon for individuals to be accepting of the broader queer community while disregarding the needs of trans individuals themselves. Moreover, I believe that advocating for a peaceful approach and solely relying on petitions overlooks the reality that trans players and their allies have been using this strategy for an extended period of time without any response. Concerned Ape, being a person of significant power, privilege, and wealth, has been granted ample opportunity to address community concerns peacefully but has opted not to do so. This leaves players with limited options: either disengage from the game and withdraw support due to his communication failures, or adopt more assertive measures in protesting his actions. Considering the substantial number of trans players who deeply appreciate and support Stardew Valley, it seems reasonable to explore more disruptive methods to capture his attention and prompt him to speak up, rather than abandoning a beloved franchise. I do think...
So this is the person, by the way, whose community is now claiming I'm bullying and harassing. It's nuts, dude.
I think it's unfair that trans individuals should feel compelled to exit communities that fail to accommodate them, especially given the scarcity of inclusive spaces where we can freely exist without
Well, we know what that eye's looking at now, don't we? The fucking report button. That's what that's fucking gazing on as we speak.
or exclusion. It's not uncommon for us to have to fight for our place in spaces. This situation brings to mind broader discussions around protests, where people often feel uneasy about disruptive or even violent protests. Obviously, in this case, we're not talking about violence, but I think it's important to remember that more disruptive protests often are the catalysts for meaningful change.
This is
While
over
peaceful
a video
protests do
game.
I think it's
And I'm the bad guy, apparently. Hey? And apparently I'm the bad guy for making a video with a couple of jokes in. A couple of mean comments. Quite a lot. Well, a lot of mean comments. And a lot of talking about the eye thing. Okay, sure. I think, well, and the you know, the other thing I said at the start of that video, that was pretty wild. Chud is fair.
Say stuff even though you didn't mean it?
Oh,
Like-
yeah, one part of it is that, well, I want her to forgive me. That's one. So that meant buying into her delusion so I could, like, get her to forgive me, right? And then the other thing is, like, I don't know if I meant it in the sense of, like, obviously I treated her like a bad boyfriend. I don't know if I meant it as, like, a sincere apology. It's the most sincere one that I've given her, but it's, like, it was mainly because I wanted the girl back, right?
One thing they don't disagree on is the obsession he had with her. Goldie Bell claims she was harassed and stalked by Tumad, which is part of why she needed the protective order against him. He would use alternate phone numbers to message her a bunch of nonsense, spamming I Miss the Rage, which is a Playboy Cardi song famously covered by Mario Judah, over and over and over and over. He sent her the Easter Island emoji hundreds of times. He said Donda about 1,000 times. And he also sent her messages.
Hey!
Likely watching you now, Chud.
All the way over there somewhere. Dude, this is... I'm schizophrenic. I'm channeling Too Mad today. I need to focus. Right, come on. Let's do this. Then we'll do the funny thing I was talking about earlier, okay?
Trying desperately to convince her to speak to him again.
I know there is nothing I can do to take away the damage that I have done to you, but at the very least I want to take responsibility. The way that I treated you and viewed you was not okay. I pushed past your boundaries for only the benefit of myself. I made sexual advances that you were clearly not comfortable with, and I chose to ignore it. I regret all of that so much. As for the kind of jokes that I made, it was never my intention to make you fear for your safety, but I understand now that's how I made you feel. I am sorry. As if this was all not enough for you, I acted very obsessive after I realized you had left. I am working hard in therapy to correct the parts of my brain that allowed me to act like this, and I'm going to make damn sure I never repeat these actions to anyone else. Enjoy, love. I'm good.
In these messages, it's clear he knows he did something to her, but doesn't really specify. Regardless, he continued messaging her for weeks.
When you were spamming her in messages, okay, what time was that? Like, at what point in your relationship is, you know what I mean?
I did that all the time, but I don't know.
Why did you do that? Were you just like desperate for her attention, or?
Sure.
Like you were in love type of thing, but like.
I was completely infatuated with this girl. That's why I also say like when you're like dating or whatever, because I don't know, man. Like, I was very invested. That's the word I need to use.
Yeah.
Very invested. Very
Were there not
People,
like? I guess it's like you were invested. I just feel like I don't know. There must have been other girls you could talk to. You're like famous.
No, there's no girl that was nearly as invested as this girl.
So it was just a fixation on her in particular. I see.
I mean, like people don't want to use the word dating, but it's like, bro, yeah, invested. I had large stonks.
Was she invested?
500. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There are a lot of other interesting pieces of information from this stream that iron out some of the details the public has been confused on, at least from Tumad's perspective. One thing he says was that during the sexual encounters he had with Goldie Bell, he actually didn't even enjoy it, but he claims that she did.
Is there any point where, while you were...
He claims that she did? Oh, based.
BBC.
I don't know,
The
she
BBC.
said, when she would tell me, like after we had sex, I was just completely like grossed out and like, I don't want to do that again. I was like, I need to take a shower. And then she was just kind of like, whatever. She was like laying down on the bed, like face down. And then like later on, she was like, well, I enjoyed myself. And then I just sort of said nothing. I was like, I didn't want to tell her like I hated it or whatever, but she was like, yeah, she
Sorry,
said she enjoyed it.
she enjoyed herself? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, she said she enjoyed herself.
Okay.
She said I enjoyed myself because I was giving her signals that I didn't like you.
Keep in mind, Tumad was also a virgin before he met her, and here he is saying all of his times having sex weren't even enjoyable. After this stream, I got added to a group chat with other drama channels to talk about the allegations. A bunch of people were in there, and for the time I was there, it consisted of everyone trying to convince him to take the allegations seriously and make a proper response because his goofy, aloof attitude towards it all was making him look guilty by default. He was also working on a WordPress website at some point to prove his innocence, but I don't think that was ever finished.
Oh, what? Now you spit on me, bro?
Yeah, man, I'm sure that was in the fucking pipeline. I'm sure that was on the precipice of being released as he was there in a fucking ketamine-fueled fucking fury. Come on. How delusional to think he's going to do a fucking website. I mean, more Too Mad than anyone else, I think, was in a delusion over that.
Remember this. Guys, you can't make edgy jokes. Freedom of expression is Jover, demonetized. Kind of having everything happen all at once. Maybe it's ADHD. I don't know. I think I need a new lawyer. In any case, I won't myself or whatever, but I will lose faith in humanity forever if I don't get vindicated. Bowling noises intensify. Lord knows the community is itching for some drama to get knee-deep into. This might be compelling.
Oh! Yo, okay, that is true. That I would agree with that. There's always like a sort of hunger for the next big story.
Insane.
That is 100% true. definitely a thing. Source, me, myself, and everyone that I fucking know who makes YouTube videos of this nature.
He was basically begging for someone to make a video debunking the allegations for him so he would be off the hook. He asked me for as much in DMs multiple times. He also asked me to loan him like $40,000 to pay for his lawyer, which he said...
This guy's so based. I file my case and make million videos. From the details like Chris Chan's series Surely and make your money back. Back me like Jameski backs her. That's fucking based, man.
He would then pay back tenfold if he won through making more videos. Gotta say, not the most enticing offer. Ultimately, Goldie Bell's restraining order was granted. Too Mad was to not contact her for 3 years. Whatever the truth of what happened between them, he had no formal criminal charges and was a free man. Many expected him to turn a new leaf and get back to making the content everyone loved from him. Why wouldn't he? Unfortunately, that just didn't happen. Instead, his brain began to...
Oh no.
Too Mad continued to schizophrenically post into the void on Twitter every single day. Sometimes he would deny any wrongdoing related to Goldie Bell. Sometimes he would claim he did assault her and he would do it again. Part of this can be chalked up to his mental illness, which J-Reg claims is schizophrenia or autism, and part of it is because he was doing drugs a lot. Too Mad had already admitted to using ketamine multiple times, admitting he didn't even know how much he was taking and would just snort it indiscriminately. During a stream with Kanklemore, he also said he was taking Xanax. This Xanax was not prescription. Not only was it not his own, it wasn't a prescription at all. It was a Mexican-made version called Pharmapram. This version...
Come on, man. Yeah, I'm taking some Mexican fucking offshoot shit they've cooked up down there. Oh my god, this guy was fucking based.
Version of the drug is often made with fentanyl due to its cheapness. When
More literally based than
Xanax. Even in small doses, this can prove deadly. Fentanyl has become such an
figuratively,
country artist Jelly Roll recently
like straight up basehead based.
I mean,
go Too Mad. At least you went out on a high, bro.
Not to get too racialized, but kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
The drug. Too Mad was taking Pharmapram regularly, and on a live stream with Kanklemore, he said he'd taken many of them at once.
There's a lot of different things I've heard about Xan today, and I'm like, am I gonna die?
If you're taking 20, yeah, you're gonna die.
Okay, I won't take 20.
Yeah, probably don't even take 5. If you take, like the way you said you blacked out half of one, if you take 3, you're gonna die.
I took 5 already.
Today?
Yeah.
Really?
Not real. Like, I would just keep popping them in, and then I'd wait a little bit, pop it in, and then wait a little bit, pop it in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I would do 2 at a time.
Honestly, that's pretty base to see Kanklemore get a shout out here. That's fucking crazy. We literally just watched his not Too Mad. Oh, it's Tipster. The Tipster comment the other day. That's wild. Nice.
In this drugged out state, he even said something that some have taken as a full-on admission to the Goldie Bell situation.
Even in the recording where I was like being that girl, it's like you can tell this got his head on straight. Like, yeah, he's doing irreparable, reprehensible shit. He is sane.
With all of this combined, it's hard to take Too Mad at his word for almost anything. To put it scientifically, he's fried, he's cooked even. He seemed to be sinking deeper and deeper into this activity, spending his days rotting inside of his bedroom and getting high, and appearing on live streams to talk about all of his struggles.
You haven't wanted to keep a good relationship with people?
Yeah, for like years, man. It's like chronic.
Why do you think that is?
That's the thing. I've been asking myself that question for a long time. All I can tell you is, like, it's just been a lifelong struggle, and it's just, there's a lot of different things you can try, but really, it comes down to, like, the motivation. The person needs to do it. And then, when he does do that, you might stop resenting all these normal people, and you might be happy and fulfilled.
Maybe.
Or not. Maybe. Or not. Or do more drugs until you die.
I mean, I've been there.
Yeah, have you been there?
Yeah, I've been clean from heroin for 6 years.
That's why you're so chill.
Yo!
You're probably right, dude. You're probably right.
I've been just smoking whatever the fuck I'm given. I can barely walk. Holy, it's hard.
What'd you do?
The Xanax.
Oh, I used to have a little bit of a... I went on a bender. Xans once.
I think that's what I'm gonna start going into soon.
Oh, Xanny bender?
Yes.
That's the worst kind of bender.
Why?
Okay, so... if you get addicted to Xanax and you want to get off of it, it'll kill you.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna get addicted.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay, that's terrible news.
He was sinking further into his addiction to the point where he would take anything. Weed, Adderall, Xanax, ketamine, meth even. All of this was supposedly a part of his regular waking diet. He couldn't even walk, sometimes he was so deep in it. This is an extremely hard thing to pull yourself out of. In late January of 2024, it seemed things may be getting better. He messaged Kanklemore saying he was actually sober. This news didn't last very long. Within days, he was posting videos on Instagram of his ramblings, describing his life in no uncertain terms.
Okay, so it's like this, right? You have 3 lawsuits, and then you're like 22-year-old.
Dude, I tell you what, this is actually a good thing to see here. Is like, I didn't really see this part of it, right? I think a lot of people probably didn't, because Too Mad was alone, right? Which I guess is the point of the fucking video. But he must have had that like a mental decline that only his fans and stuff would have seen because everyone else had fucked off.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Hey, Jelly Stars, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Let's go. Thank you. But yeah, he must have just had like this kind of slow, like he probably just faded away. He just probably slowly faded away as he got more and more into drugs, took more and more risky behavior and stuff like that. Like withered away. Yeah, God. Withering away and dying, man. That's fucking crazy. It's sad. It is sad. You know, you can... God, I tell you what. People have really lost their fucking way, haven't they? Do you know what I mean? Where, like, the first thing you think of is, oh, he's a pedo rapist. Not, damn, this guy who had it all tragically decided to just wither away and die. Or, you know, I mean, decision, I guess, but also, like, the drugs. The drugs probably fuck things up a lot, too. Crazy.
You were old, you smoked ketamine meth combination. And then what was the thing like? What was the thing in the beginning? Oh, sorry, don't chill, but I make loud noises, motherfucker. No, chill. Okay, wait, go back to the thing I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? What the fuck? Dude, bro, I haven't had good... No, I didn't say that. No, it's a bar, though. Say it, dude. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm not gonna say it. What was I gonna say originally?
On his Discord server, he was streaming his activities to his mods while tripping out.
What the fuck is going on with this dog? The fuck is going on with this? Why is he taping his fucking arm? This nigga think he in Dead Island. What the weapon is he making? What is he gonna do with that dongo?
His final live stream was on February 8th, 2024, and featured him once again spamming gibberish to his audience. Many believe the following video is him foreshadowing his own passing.
It's the question you cannot answer ever. Why did I kill my...
No, don't say that.
Say it! Say it! Stop the internal conflict and say it!
Sorry, I don't mean to yell. It's fuck, they hear me.
On February 14th, 2024, TMZ reported that Tumad had died of a possible overdose. The internet erupted in the news. On Twitter, there was a celebration. Hundreds of thousands of people cheered on his death. Many of them were unaware of the details of the allegations, and instead cheered it on because he was racist and transphobic. Those that did know about the allegations mostly expressed confusion. On YouTube, fans expressed disappointment in comment sections. They took to the most memorable videos and podcast appearances to mourn the death of a talented creator.
Yeah, I think that, I always think that you can joke about stuff no matter what. I'm a big advocate of joking. I think joke maxing is important, okay? Yeah, making jokes about it is always fine. Even if I think people can do the safe edgy shit or whatever, okay? Joking is fine. The celebration is the thing that I tend to take issue with. It's like, what are you even fucking celebrating here? You know? Some poor fucker who's ravaged by mental illness and drugs. Yeah, the Overwatch death means obviously I contributed to the fun, I feel, because that was that funny message where Lyrics messaged Tumad and said, yo, I just heard you're dead, but are you alive? Yeah, exactly. Celebrating because they heard from a Twitter mutual the guy was a bad person, yeah. It's just so crazy. That was classic, yeah. And it's, by the way, the full context of that, by the way, is that Lyric saw that he was still live on Discord on Overwatch 2.
Alright, I was gonna try and listen to that conversation, but I got bored.
Check. Oh man, and he stayed live on Overwatch 2 for a few days, presumably until someone came around and switched the power off or whatever. In his last moments, he was grinding. What is this?
Who is it? Somebody that we did like Tumad's content together. Like we did a stream with him. They got cited in this court case. Tumad is dead. No. Yes. The cops found his body. He's dead. TMZ just reported it. He's fucking gone.
Oh my fucking god.
This is not like a joke. I'm not pranking you. Like he killed himself. He overdosed.
Holy fucking shit.
Law enforcement sources tell us the internet personality was found unresponsive Tuesday night at his Los Angeles area home, as after somebody called in to ask for a welfare check. He hadn't been heard from for a few days by concerned parties, and he missed some appointments. As a result, the cops were sent to check on him, and that's when they found the body. Well, it's unclear how long he'd been in that state. Our sources
Go
say there was
Canary.
paraphernalia
Go
found on the
Canary.
scene. I talked to this guy 1 day ago. 1 day ago, I talked to this dude.
What do you mean? What was the context?
He just messaged me. He said, am I a genius on the 9th? And I said, yes. He said, why in layman terms? I said, you're really funny, you make good videos. And he didn't respond. I was planning on doing a video about him soon with an interview. Like a post-lawsuit interview because he didn't lose it, but...
Fucking hell, man. Classic YouTuber, right? First thought process. Fuck. I was going to do an interview with them and now they're dead. The content's gone. The content is gone.
He just killed himself. He straight up died.
Whatever, I don't know. I can't really, I don't know what to do. Like, I just gotta basically just not think about it for a bit, I guess. But, yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, I have nothing to say. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say about it. It hasn't really hit.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Chud, when James Key dies I will celebrate, because he is a racist who killed a black man. I am saying here and now, racist.
Thank you for the 333.
Maybe in a week or two. I'm traveling anyway, so I really can't right now, but...
Yeah. Okay. Alright, anyway. Alright, whatever. Safe travels, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man. You too. Take it easy.
Bye.
Holy shit. I knew this. Knew this guy? He died last night when we were like partying in Mardi Gras or whatever. Hanging out with That is
God damn it, I have to do more fucking...
It was clear that his final days were not
Fucking
peaceful,
hell, man.
but to this day, we don't technically know how he died. According to TMZ, they were told by the police that it was
That's
a
rough.
possible overdose, which is a reasonable assumption, but we don't really know. His Twitter, effectively his diary, was marked with
Bro, honestly, I don't want to listen. We don't want to get too glazy, but this is actually a phenomenal video, very well put together, with very balanced, looking at all sides, being critical, also kind of like, you know, commiserating the death too reasonably. I don't know, like this is like so balanced. How the fuck? The only way you can have a problem with this is if you haven't watched it. That's it. That's literally it as far as I'm
coherent
concerned.
nonsense during all of February 8th. His last tweet ever was just 2 words: neutron star.
It's been a while since we worked with him because of the spiral he went down and the that came out. It's not like we were actively still working with him through all of that. He used to say a lot of terrible to, like, Matt. It was a spiral that started pretty much out of nowhere. So most likely drug-related, and it completely destroyed him as a human being. No, I hadn't talked to him in quite a while. After the stuff he was saying, like, to Matt, it was very clear he was not the same person that I, like, played games with back in, like, 2018, whenever that was, with, like, Rainbow Six. He had completely lost himself, so I hadn't talked to him in a while. He did message me, like, whenever TwitchCon was, seeing if I could give him a pass, because he needed to do something there, which, in retrospect to some of the things people were claiming, is really kind of chilling. I didn't answer, but that was looking at, like, having that and then seeing what people were saying about what he was trying to do on
Great.
is really, really weird now.
It's a really situation. It really is.
Okay. Just a little detail I noticed there that's worth pointing out, okay? This is my theory about this. You'll notice that obviously he's Googled Too Mad and it's come up with all these articles, okay? Right? You see here, Belle Delphine, people also search for. Trending. Trending in the midst of Too Mad passing away. You know why that is, don't you? Because
Don't
people
get
remember
cocky,
that they did
homie.
a photo shoot together and they were probably trying to find what they perceived to be their pornography. They wanted to see a video of Too Mad fucking Belle Delphine. It's what they wanted to see. I'm telling you that's what people wanted to see and that's what they were looking for. They wanted the forbidden goon to the guy that's just fucking died. They wanted the BBC Belle Delphine forbidden goon sesh is what they were looking for. I fucking tell you for sure, okay?
People were saying about what he was trying to do at TwitchCon is really, really weird now.
It's a
Belle
really
Delphine
situation.
blacked
It really
leaks.
is. I've seen so many people say so much bad shit about him. I'll be honest, from personal experience, he was an asshole to me as well. He tried to poach one of my editors from me, and that's pretty normal in the YouTube scene, like editors getting taken on by other YouTubers. But he went behind my back and then reached out to one of my editors, and he said, you know, what
Wait, is this after he died? Is it really necessary to, like, do... I mean, look, it's your video, bro. Is it really necessary to, you know, discuss the details of him trying to steal your editor? Bro. That's crazy, dude. Listen, he's dead now. But I'll never forget the time that he tried to steal my fucking editor. Yeah, it's like such a minor detail. It's just not. It's not even worth saying. Yeah, exactly.
Whatever Pyro's paying you, I'll pay you double. He was really unapologetic, and he basically just blamed it on his ADHD. And then, like, a couple of days later, he deleted his entire Discord account, almost as if to kind of, like, hide the evidence. So, I've had bad experiences with him. But
This is the equivalent. Oh, God, there was a really funny thing that happened. It was obscene, but funny. Okay? Where that Anthony Bourdain, that chef guy, died, right? And someone that he'd previously tweeted at, like a shitty tweet, like years ago even, I think, like, quote tweeted the news, like, repeating back the shitty tweet that Anthony had said to him. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was, like, next level hating. It was insane. Like, clearly, he'd been bothered by this tweet for a long time. And then the moment he died, he fucking tweeted out this shit on him just after he died with the same thing. A chef died. Don't you mean passed away? Yo, let's go. Monday memes.
But that being said, as much as I see everyone dunking on him on Twitter for like horrible stuff that he's done, that's still someone that's incredibly young that died, like 23. And also on top of that, that's someone that's a situation where someone's parents have outlived their child, which I think is just, it's fucking horrible.
Apparently he passed away. That's really fucking sad, man. That's 23 years old. I mean, that's actually really, that's legit sad, dude. What contributed to his mental state, in my opinion, is that he constantly wanted to up the ante and went from like troll to being a genuinely weird guy who also was definitely doing a bunch of behind the scenes, according to other witnesses and victims as well. And there's a sense of desperation that people feel when they feel like their time in the spotlight is waning, and then they lean into the worst tendencies and like try to grab on. It's like you're in a state of free fall and you're trying to grab on to anything and everything you can in that state of free fall. There are always contributing factors to people behaving in the ways that they do. It's not an excuse at all for their actions. I'm not a defender of 2Mad at all. As a matter of fact, I did not like—
Wait, you want to skip this part? What have all the creators saying shit about him? Why? There's only a few more. We're nearly done. Why? I get it, you know. I mean, look. I mean, look. I know we don't like Hassan here, okay? But like, I don't even know if Hassan is saying anything that controversial, is he? He's just kind of saying what happened, I think.
Like him at all. He was consistently harassing me, routinely. In a perfect world, however, he should have been institutionalized. That's what should have happened.
When the controversy around him began,
I mean, look, you might like Hassan, but he's correct that he should have been institutionalized. That is 100% correct. He absolutely should have been a mental health facility. That is undeniable to me, and that would have solved a lot of these issues. That's what we used to do with people.
He told me his father had started smoking again after a long time of having quit because the dad was so stressed about seeing his son appear in YouTube drama thumbnails. I don't think he deserves to be dead. That's my hot take for today. My hot take about a corpse. I do really feel, right now at least, like the internet killed 2Mad, gave an awkward teenage boy a false sense of being understood and a false sense of purpose. It gave him opportunities and social and financial power, all of which he abused at some point. And it encouraged him to lean into his eccentricities until the person who was offline and the person who was online were no longer distinguishable.
Needs to make it a take so he can get points. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, he was kind of doing a take, wasn't he? You know, he was doing a take, like an ideological-based political take.
It hollowed out his mind to the point where his video responding to the allegations about him.
What is this bullshit, homie?
YouTube.com gave him an endless stream of stimulation that allowed him to stay atomized and alone and content in his room, and then it provided him the pathways to drugs, which ultimately killed him. I can here rattle off the same platitudes that I've been rattling off on this channel for years. Have homies, have love. Don't spend 14 hours a day on the computer. Don't think you're too good to know people. Don't think you're too good to love people. Don't become too warped into the character you play online. I don't think 2Mad knew how to be a real person. I don't think he ever had to learn. The only thing I really do want to say is, over the last few years, I've started talking to more and more people who are strange in some way, autistic, schizophrenic, or something. And when I talk to them and when I listen to them, what really stands out is how grateful they are that someone is taking the time to understand them beyond just viewing them as a nuisance. And I don't think being a nuisance on the internet warrants a death sentence. And I don't think that is a good enough excuse to celebrate someone's death.
Okay, this is fucking based. This is based. Wait, I just saw a comment here. Literally the second he finds out someone killed himself, he has to go, okay, but this is the issue with the content creation system. You know what? You're right. I'm being too kind to us. Fuck Hassan. Fuck Hassan, guys. Am I right? Fuck this guy. No, sure. I get it, right? I get it. I do get it. I do understand where you're coming from. Yeah, it is very like... I just think that it's like... This guy did need to be institutionalized though, okay? If there was still fucking institutions and shit open, right? I think the best place would have been for Too Mad to fucking deal with all of his fucking issues, okay? And it should have happened a long time before his untimely death. That being said, J-Reg's position here, I think, is brilliant, ideal, correct, and I fully agree. Good message, evil messenger, sure.
Don't know how he would have wanted to have been remembered. He was a deeply nihilistic person, and I don't think he believed in anything besides himself. It's ultimately up to you as to what you think the lesson here is, if there's any lesson at all. And because I don't have a conclusion, I also don't know how to end this video, so... Baba Booey.
Belle Delphine posted her own statement saying, after talking online for around a year, Too Mad flew all the way out to the UK to film a video with me, and we spent 2 days together. Over those 2 days, he was friendly, funny, playful, and a lot more shy than I expected. We were almost the same age, both enjoyed making random shit on the internet, so I related with him a lot. I know lots of people who were hurt by him, and it's not all magically washed away. But serious substance abuse can bring out the worst in some people, changing them in ways that are unrecognizable. He created a cycle where the deranged and erratic efforts of drug abuse led to isolation, which in turn exacerbates the substance abuse. It was so sad to watch all of this unfold. My old best friend who actually introduced me to Too Mad also died from drug abuse in the exact same way, which has made me feel even more heartbroken about the situation. Both of my last interactions with them were nearly identical. I'm really sad that he's gone without ever knowing what life could have been like for him without his drug problem, or to have even lived to the age to be able to self-reflect on his insanely unique adolescence he had growing up on the internet. I found his content hilarious and admired how confident he seemed in his videos. He was so creative and often shared ideas with me, and we both laugh about them. He really created his own genre of YouTube videos, doing it all while so young. He inspired me a lot, and I will miss him. Those with more negative experiences also posted.
Dude, it's so, yeah, Belle Delphine has got the take. Fuck me, man. Tragic. Absolutely tragic.
But not exactly in celebration of his passing. As of his death, Goldie Bell posted the following, saying, I don't know how to process the news of Medea's passing. It's a lot all at once, and I have conflicting emotions. He was a terrible, terrible person, and people tried to help teach him how to properly dose his drugs because they knew he would do it anyway, but he would do the opposite to get a reaction from them. He took it too far before, and he took it too far this time. I don't feel relieved because I don't know what will happen from here. I'm nervous about the internet's impending reaction as I already see it trending on Twitter. I'm not happy he's dead. I'm not sad. I'm shocked, and I can't feel anything but dread. I feel terrible for his family. Shortly after this, Goldie Bell deactivated her account. His former video editor posted his own statement as well. The last few days have been very difficult for me. I first started editing for Too Mad at the start of 2021, and although I had no real skill at the time, he was
I'm actually feeling a bit fucking a certain whereabouts. The guy was 23. The guy was 23 years old. What a fucking tragedy, man. Talented 23-year-old guy gone, just like that, because of fucking mental illness and drugs. It is a tragedy, but it got jumped on board as something to be celebrated so quickly. Like the guy was, you know, some Republican politician that had raped 1,000 people or whatever the fuck it is that they say he's done to celebrate, you know? Like, what was his crime to celebrate? What has he done that was so bad that deserves celebration, you know? Like, the way people treated it was, what's the name of that American guy that died that everyone, all the lefties were celebrating? The war dude. He's like, he killed a bunch of people in a bunch of different wars or some shit. What was the guy's name? Kissinger. Yeah. They treated the guy like he was fucking Kissinger. They treated it exactly the same way. They treated it the same from their perception, a war criminal that's killed thousands or tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Isn't that insane? They got the same fucking way of looking at it as that? It's mental.
Extremely patient and helpful with me. He allowed me to grow my skills over time while working with him. He made it clear that he believed in me. I was very excited around this time as I've been a huge fan of him and his editing. It felt like a dream come true. Eventually, I would completely take over the editing of both the Too Mad and Too Mad 360 channels. I worked full time until the beginning of 2023. In the time leading up to when I had quit working for him, Too Mad had become heavily addicted to ketamine.
What talent did he have? Making funny videos. Making funny, entertaining videos was the talent that he had.
And DMT, and it became increasingly difficult to communicate with him. I found it extremely challenging to create any narrative with whatever footage he would send me. It also became clear that he no longer had the same drive to create videos.
Bro, I'm just imagining the schizo message. That's why I was joking about it earlier, because I was just bouncing about all over the place. It's impossible to fucking pull something out of that, right? I'm just imagining the complete schizophrenic shit that fucking Too Mad sent to his editor, and his editor just being like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with all this? I don't know what to do. Could you imagine the look on his face as a fucking bunch of random clips of him making weird noises were sent to him?
And I decided it'd be best for me to find another client, which he understood, albeit with disappointment. I tried my best to consistently communicate with him after this, keeping company as best I could, as I understood he did not...
Sends 8 hours of African clicking noises. Make video based.
Had many people to talk to, and was worried what he might be doing left alone for too long. He told me that he was seeking therapy and was working on bettering himself. I found this very difficult to believe, as I don't think he even knew what that would entail. Over time, my frustrations with him grew, and I eventually found it impossible to talk to him. I now understand that many other people have had the same experience. Something I would like people to understand is that no matter what the subject matter was, or what it was you were trying to bring to his attention, Tumad would only ever respond to you in a cryptic, meme-like speech, which he would then have to interpolate into something understandable. This was the case with work assignments, personal stories, basic questions or requests, etc. The crazy, unintelligible personality you watched escalate over time in his videos is exactly who he was in his personal life. This is what made it so hard for anybody to try and help him with his addiction and any other troubles, as not only could he not listen, he would derail anything you were trying to say into a nonsensical mess. This ability to communicate only became worse as his drug abuse became more constant, ultimately resulting in a completely different Tumad to the one I had first been a fan of and eventually became friends with. A crazy and erratic personality, yes, but ultimately a talented, funny, creatively ambitious, and at times deeply insightful person. The response to Tumad's death has been equal parts upsetting and unsurprising. I will not defend him from anyone he harmed through personal attacks and emotional abuse. His behavior towards women in the space I find particularly disgusting. I did not find his incessant edgy trolling within the past year funny or acceptable. Although his passing pains me personally to those who were hurt by him and find relief that he is gone, I understand you. I can only imagine what it was like to be on the receiving end of constant harassment from someone as cynically relentless as he was. I am, however...
Okay, right, I've got to play this. This message is... It's just him making random noises. So this is the kind of thing his editor would have received, just like this sort of thing.
Here we go. Putangina mai. Mr. Ray! I'm Mr. Ray! I'm Mr. Ray!
Yeah, can you please upload this by Friday? Oh man. Classic. Classic. Gone too soon.
Emotionally torn. Watching him project his mental deterioration in real time over Twitter in the past year has been very unsettling to me. Knowing his self-destructive behavior was a result of desocialization, drug abuse, and an inability to understand and communicate with the people who wanted to see him on the correct path.
What is this, Nicholas, that you sent me? What is this? That's Smaggle-Daggle. Okay.
Like many others, spent countless hours trying to help him get his life in order, trying to explain to him why his behavior could only end in disaster, but to no avail. I cannot stress exactly how far gone he was towards the end. He would frequently send me several screen-long rants about the discoveries or theories he had come up with through psychedelic trips, which could result in the transformation of our world, giving examples of physics equations and anecdotes from famous scientists like Einstein to back his points. He had become manic and had severe delusions of grandeur. I wish there was a way he could have gotten the help he needed. I wish he didn't handle loneliness and confusion with drug abuse. I wish he didn't treat people the way he did while having so much potential and wasted talent. I wanted more than anything for him to...
Even in his death, he's still making us laugh, eh? All that time later.
Text me out of the blue one day with a positive, coherent plan of what he wanted to do with himself next. I hope that his family finds peace, and I hope people can take some sort of lesson away from all of this. Rest in peace, brother. This is where many expected the story to end.
Yo, let's go!
10 minutes after the announcement of his death, a familiar face popped up. I can finally say it. Tumad was a rapist and a pedophile. Over the past few years, he tried to murder me multiple times for helping the police and detectives in multiple states to investigate a lot of horrible things he's done. He wanted to take out multiple innocent lives by getting behind a wheel and going head-on on a freeway while being high on drugs. He didn't succeed once as he overdosed before killing anybody, so he tried it again. Despite him trying to murder me and multiple innocent lives, I've been trying to help law enforcement to make sure he's safe, doesn't get hurt, and doesn't harm anybody. From this, there were a few corroborating testimonies. Robert Ross posted about what happened at TwitchCon. This is a lot. I witnessed firsthand Tumad's threats on James's life during TwitchCon. He couldn't even go home because he knew his address and was en route to Vegas after threats. He had to use our hotel room to hide out while waiting for law enforcement. Can back this up too. He was scared for his life at the partner lounge during TwitchCon Vegas and talked to security at the event because of threats made towards himself. James elaborated on his perspective.
Bro, that's not attempted murder though. That's not attempted fucking murder.
My friends and colleagues say that my life was in constant danger. They're not talking about just threats. Within a short time frame, I had a bullet hole put in my office window, was told to wear a concealed bulletproof vest when I'm in public, witnessed a SWAT team with ballistic shields outside of my home, and had to cooperate with an anti-terrorism unit when the rapists made implications of people's lives being in my control at TwitchCon, leading to the entire convention center being surrounded by police SUVs. This isn't even all the things I, my colleagues, and my close ones had to endure, just to give a perspective. I don't think I need to explain why I was not talking about it publicly, but if multiple people coming forward confirming what I said isn't true enough, a lot of information is now public records and can be accessed by anyone. There was never a lawsuit at any point. There were court orders that led to multiple cases, civil and criminal. Once again, there has never been a lawsuit. A lot of these things are public records and always have been. It was never about money. He lied to the public, and some morons ate it up despite court cases being public records. The justice courts in multiple jurisdictions deemed it necessary to provide restraining orders to protect the victims and witnesses and those around him. The burden of proof is on the prosecution, and it was met in full. The courts issued multiple permanent restraining orders for many of his victims as he was vicious, unhinged.
So yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. The way that Jameski used the information from the court to back up his arguments and present information in such a way to make it seem more condemning than it truly was, right? Yes, no criminal case was ever filed. You know, and he just picked out, he basically picked out pieces of information to, you know, basically smear this guy, just to completely smear this guy that had just died. Crazy what happened, really.
Violent, going out of his way to hurt not just his victims, but those who were close to him, all just to inflict maximum damage on everyone he's
No,
hurt.
this is James
He has been caught destroying evidence, sending death threats to witnesses, and fabricating stuff to brainwash his audience. The judge shut down his lies during the hearing, and all of this is public records. Just a reminder that this guy got caught hiding in the course cafeteria when he realized he would have to see one of his victims in person again. This is the same guy who was dancing on the grave of a murdered child just a year ago. This is the same guy who secretly recorded multiple videos of him committing crimes, including SA and pointing a gun at one of his victims. He shared those videos with friends, but was mortified to find out the court had gotten a hold of them. This is public records once again. I was told the arrest warrant was supposed to go just before the final overdose. There are multiple reasons why it took so long. The main reason being that the investigation involved many jurisdictions in multiple states, and the amount of everything they had to go through has been insane. Outside of direct messages, phone calls, and live streams, he tweeted over 17,200 times since August alone. Also, some people interfered with the investigation, and I'm waiting on confirmation.
Do you know anything about a man named Matthew C. Harris? No, I'm not sure. What's that about?
Whose names I can bring up today. All while a lot of information is public or will soon be made public by the authorities. Please don't bring up the victims' names and don't wish ill will on Tumad's family. Jameski claims that Tumad illegally owned firearms. However, he claimed on my live stream that he didn't own any.
So you don't own any real guns. That's what I was gonna say, because you're a Canadian citizen. You're not, and you're in California, right? So like, what was the?
Yeah, I don't own any guns.
But apart from that, these are some very heavy accusations. This 13-year-old in the mental hospital was determined to be a girl named Misty, who Tumad apparently had some level of contact with. Jameski said,
"Are you familiar with a man named Nick?" Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Nick is good friends with Faye, if I remember correctly.
That he continued to prey on the vulnerable even after the police got involved, including a 13-year-old in a mental hospital. If you look at her posts and his posts, you can see that the two clearly interacted publicly. Tumad had reposted a video from her account of this apparent mental institution, and he also...
All Jameski ever did is provide snippets of court information to paint a narrative. That's all he ever did. He never provided substantial evidence to back up any claims meaningfully of like pedophilia, attempted murder, and the idea that he was a rapist, right? Because I'm pretty sure that even Goldie Bell's own account was not a full-blown rape. Basically, he used the worst possible terminology to describe it all, to just basically get the boot into the to a dead guy.
Also posted a tweet of her outfit. Now this is definitely weird and something to be concerned about. A 23-year-old being online friends with a 13-year-old is odd. But as for any inappropriate contact, there was none at the time, and she herself denied it when the accusations initially came out. Another person who spoke about this drama was just a Minx. Minx quote tweeted James and called his tweet insane while clarifying she supported the lawsuit and investigations into Tumad. James then responded accusing Minx of interfering with the investigations and providing confidential information to Medea. He says Minx knew there was never a lawsuit and that she switched sides constantly. He then uploads 2 clips of Minx talking about Medea.
I think he's just trying to cope because he has nothing left to live for, which I understand because he has none. Yeah, I hope he gets help too. And by help, I mean I hope he learns how to tie a noose in a video game.
The second clip shows...
Yeah, was it Henry's most recent video? I'll put it in. Listen, I love Henry. I think I've got a good understanding of Henry's content on this, right? But is there a new one? Maybe watch it at some point. But listen, after this, I want to get to this funny story. I've been waiting all day to get to the funny
revealing
story.
publicly they could use her phone calls to track him. Then Medea calls her on stream, confirming that he's listening.
Well, answering his calls, this dumbass doesn't realize when I answer them, I can track his location. Not me personally, sorry. The police can and see where it came from. If I don't answer it, I can't. And that's.
I was gonna say, sorry, the fucking just tie a noose thing. Okay, that's funny. I'm sorry to break it to you. Okay, but if a dude said that, you'd probably laugh at it. If you're not laughing at it, you would be laughing at it if it was a man that said it. That's a funny comment. You cannot deny.
They said don't talk to him, just answer it, and then you just show us the call, and they can track where he goes to right now. Oh look, he's calling again.
Minx claimed the only way she could have interfered is by the report she made to the LAPD of him stalking and threatening her or mentioning other cases. James posted a clip of her doing this, which she disputes unsuccessfully. These two were really going at it, and it's clear behind the scenes there have been a lot going on. Minx posted some images from the lawsuit and alluded to releasing the lawyer's name. The most notable screenshot posted by James, meanwhile, are pages of 2Mad posing with various guns, of which many include verifiably fake guns, as I said before. If he did own any real guns, there was no evidence based on these tweets. Following this, a few girls also came forward, claiming they had been harassed by 2Mad with incessant messages, much in the same way he did to Goldie Bell. Keep in mind, he didn't know these girls at all, he just did this at random. These statements left a lot of room for speculation. Where was the proof of pedophilia? Where was the proof that this bullet hole in the window was from 2Mad? Where was the proof of the SWAT team arriving, apart from this blurry image? Detractors of James saw him dancing on the grave of a dead man, skirting around a defamation lawsuit, because, well, you cannot defame someone who is dead. Others saw 2Mad's prior behavior and instantly believed these claims. It would be weeks before James posted his follow-up evidence, but it did eventually come, in the form of a 52-page document. The document opens by painting 2Mad as a narcissistic crazy person, one who didn't even trust his own intentions and thought he may commit a violent crime against Jameski or against someone else.
That I'm still like madly infatuated with this fucking bitch.
Why?
Because it's like I touched her.
McSkillet. Oh my god, dude, this document was so funny.
At one time, and she sued me, and that's why I must get my ultimate revenge.
Ultimate revenge.
Yeah, a lot of people like to scare themselves into thinking I'm like a harmless person. I could be, right? But it's worthwhile do your due diligence to make sure that doesn't happen. But I think if I go into schizo mode for real, what's more likely is I'm going to do a McSkillet or like getting a bunch of crimes before I go and commit murder.
I try to avoid that.
I definitely try to avoid that. 100%.
For the unaware, McSkillet drove his car over the speed limit against traffic and killed 2 people in 2018.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill this. Are you stupid? No, I mean, I don't mean to. What do you mean? Come on! I understand that you're in the end game of life when you've just begun, and you don't have any anger towards anyone ever. But like, you have to understand, I'm not fucking married like you.
I think this is probably the most fair allegation that James makes, and is just an extension of what we already knew. 2Mad was clearly a deeply mentally ill person, and from these clips, I don't think you can claim all of them are jokes. The guy definitely was out of his mind. The rest of the document is full of a lot of claims. That 13-year-old in the mental hospital named Misty is never mentioned. He does claim that it's public knowledge 2Mad had expressed predatory behavior, and shows that through.
Yes, this. Oh my god, I'm glad that's getting pointed out. It was so insane that he called him a pedophile, a claim that is still repeated to this day, by the way. And the main reason that he made the claim is not even included in this fucking document. And nothing is included about that, right? But now people, just by him using that word, 2Mad is now a fucking post-mortem pedophile. It's fucking insane, dude.
Different tweets. And while these messages do look horrible, it's my belief that in these contexts, 2Mad was making some very crude jokes. There's no proof in this document or elsewhere.
Yeah, sure,
Pansy,
link it. I'm gonna take a look at it at some point.
And we've never seen any evidence of such. However, James claims that he's been working with multiple victims of Medea for months on a criminal investigation. People he intends to keep anonymous to protect their privacy. This would be separate from the civil case with Goldie Bell, and in his words, the government was already preparing everything necessary for the prosecution. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with the civil case, and criminal contempt related to violating the civil order. What the government knew, or even what this is about, is not explained in detail at this moment in the doc. What is talked about is details from the civil trial. James claims that at one point, 2Mad read a statement written by ChatGPT, which was then quickly shut down by the judge. He even has a court transcript for this. He goes back to talking about Goldie Bell at this point, and the various clips of 2Mad saying, "I'll do it again," as well as a moments from my stream in which he admitted to plying Goldie Bell with drugs to make her more susceptible to his advances. Hey 2Mad, quick question. When you tried to give weed, was it to sort of ease her into finally giving you coochie? That's for 5 from Pull Bun.
I think so. Yeah, I feel like that's obvious though, right? Like I don't usually, I've never done that before. But that's kind of why you do drugs. Like, I remember when I was like 14, I was like, a girl rejected me, and I was like, I should smoke weed. I did it. I'd do it again.
You know, but you know you can't, bro. They're gonna use this in court.
I can. I know they can use it. Yo. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad, dog. Well, I'm paying my lawyer top dollar to explain it to them. That's just humor.
Ultimately, what this part of the document does well, in terms of things that can be proven, is make 2Mad look unhinged. It shows that in his final days, he was so drugged out he didn't even trust himself to not do something horrible. That, in and of itself, makes 2Mad basically impossible to defend, which is why I'm not going to do that. But as for the multiple other victims James claims exist, they are nowhere to be found. On page 22, he shows a DM of someone, who knows who, messaging another person, who knows who, about 2Mad, where they say they matched on Tinder. The other person says they matched on Hinge. What this means or proves, I do not know. All it shows is that someone claimed they matched with 2Mad on a dating app. James also claims 2Mad went as far as to meet multiple of these girls in person. It includes a blurred out video of 2Mad supposedly meeting some girl.
Oh yeah, this. Also, what's so funny about the document is he includes a video, and you're like, what does this even prove? This just makes me like 2Mad more.
See, I get bitches. See?
Even if I'm to take both of these extremely out of context materials seriously, all I can deduce is that 2Mad met a girl on a dating app and then met her in real life. This is the most proof we get, by the way, apart from some gross tweets that 2Mad made. To make extremely strong public accusations about pedophilia and say there will be more details and then never reveal any of those details beyond a few screenshots that could be chalked up to jokes is very irresponsible. I understand James Key claims that there is evidence he cannot reveal because the victims don't want to be identified, but you could always censor names much like he did for Goldie Bell. If he censored it for her, why not censor it for them? Well, this leaves us with a few possibilities. The first is that these victims are real. 2Mad is guilty of all of this, and they refuse to let James Key publicize any proof, even with the addition of censoring their names. The second option is that James Key preemptively tweeted about these allegations believing they would want to go public, and they did not, putting him in a difficult position. The third option is that James believes 2Mad to be a creep based off of these screenshots, but has no actual proof beyond that. The fourth option is that James is intentionally lying.
Four. Number four. It's number four. Number 4, guys, is number 4.
Whichever of these possibilities it is, making a tweet claiming that 2Mad is the worst thing you could possibly be after his death, and then never revealing details is retarded, and should make you question what his motivations are and what happened behind the scenes. James claims there's an investigation that happened behind the scenes, which is why he's recorded calls to the LAPD. But if that investigation was actually underway in a serious manner, James doesn't prove it, and he probably never will. James also claimed publicly that he saved 2Mad's life and prevented a mass tragedy. I have no proof of this. Did 2Mad do horrible things, bad things we know about? Yes. Is he a pedophile who groomed people and sexually assaulted multiple people?
Right.
I honestly think James Key thinks this, and I don't know that he's lying, but I don't have evidence of it either.
Right, yeah, like specifically, obviously, like, okay, we're pretty much accepting now, like, the pedophilia thing, like, he's not providing proof for. He's still kind of claiming it's a thing, right? But
he's saying because the victims don't want their identities public, he can't release it.
Right,
but,
yeah.
But I don't know James Key, so am I to trust that? I don't really know.
What I'm more interested in is gaining context into the scenarios where he claims that he saved 2Mad's life, right? Or prevented tragedy, right? Like, what is the context of that, right?
Yeah, they're saying he's saying he prevented a mass shooting like 4 times, basically, right?
Right, but he's also saying that he intervened to save 2Mad's life in the past, which is confusing to me, because it's like, what does that mean? You just called the cops on him and then they went to do a wellness check? Like, what is that?
In this document, James accuses the LAPD of corruption and incompetence. On page 33, he says that the Southern California police in general are notorious for their misconduct and not doing anything in their power until it's too late. He says that
Oh, fucking is Henry there? What, these documents he showed here, there was some bullshit with that as well, wasn't there?
If you check the Wikipedia article for the LAPD alone, the section about their corruption and misconduct is half of the entire article. However, throughout this he fails to show even one instance of police incompetence, never mind corruption. He claims that when 2Mad violated his restraining order, they refused to act unless the court told them to.
We're not gonna go over there and break his door down and take him down. It's gonna be interesting court.
But this is actually what the police are supposed to do. It's called obtaining a warrant. A warrant is signed by a judge and is basically a permission slip for them to go inside someone's home. The police cannot indiscriminately bust down someone's door unless they believe there's an imminent threat to someone's well-being or life.
This video could be like half its length. God, Mavco, have you been tested for ADHD? I know it's a long video, but it's kind of quite conclusive, isn't it?
Behind that door. For them to bust down someone's door just because James said so would be actual incompetence.
You're wishing your life away.
It would probably result in some kind of suspension for officers involved. Frankly, if there was enough evidence for arrest, he'd be in jail if he wasn't dead. On page 3, James called 2Mad a criminal, actually guilty of committing a Class C felony to be precise. Not sure why, because 2Mad has never been charged with a felony and is not a felon. Unless James means he committed a felonious crime and thus should be a felon, in which case he should be far more specific with what he means here. As for what that crime may be, it's never proven. But James claims this separate criminal case was just about to close in. We already knew 2Mad was going to be arrested. The government was preparing everything necessary. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with a civil case. This is a ridiculous thing for me to believe. I'm supposed to believe James knew he was going to be arrested? How? Did the police personally inform him of every step of the investigation? Is he a detective? The amount of knowledge he supposedly has is pretty absurd. He claims 2Mad had illegal firearms and the police were investigating it. On page 36, he said, "I'll make it very clear for the last time the investigation into his possession of illegal firearms was conducted by professionals in real life, not Twitter detectives. The existence of real firearms had been proven many times, and authorities were just trying to figure out where they came from. 2Mad tried to dispose of those firearms, and it made the investigation significantly more complicated as a result." Okay, so I'll make this clear, very clear. If the police had proof 2Mad not only illegally owned firearms on U.S. soil, but was also doing it despite the restraining order, and was trying to dispose of them, he would have been formally charged and arrested, full stop. There is no reason for any alternative. But James has an explanation for this too. You see, the cops were actually trying to catch whoever sold it to him first, and then take the dangerous schizophrenic man's guns. On page 37, he writes, "Imagine how complicated it is when the end goal from the law's perspective is to destroy the supply and not the customer."
Oh yeah, dude, this little infographic thing. This is everyone involved in this story is a fucking schizo or whore. Okay, that's the problem. James Ski, schizo, 2Mad, Giga Schizo, Goldie Bell, whore, all the other women. Unfortunately, 2Mad had a taste for whores, so all these people coming forward speaking about it are also fucking whores. It's literally impossible to figure out what fucking happened exactly because everyone's fucking insane.
because he will only solve one problem and not be the source of many. I think it goes without saying that it's obvious that if there's somebody out there who can supply firearms to psychopaths like Tumad without actually being noticed by authorities, this is a huge source of problems. That's why the investigation into Tumad's firearms was so extensive, and the main reason why nobody was allowed to talk about it. Jamesky's claiming here that the police are not catching Tumad for having illegal firearms so they can wait to catch the bigger fish. This is an insane allegation, and that's actually clear police misconduct if true. Unless the FBI is investigating Tumad, and he's
that's just not like the this guy. I feel like a lot of shit is informed by people's understanding of police through media, right? It's like making way too many fucking leaps, right? When it's more likely if the police recognize that someone had some fucking issues or was insane, okay, they would probably just fucking issue a warrant and go and do the fucking business. You know, they're not going to be like, oh no, we're going to tail this guy like a Hollywood movie. We're going to follow him in his car as he goes to buy another gun and then catch the true crooks at the top of the fucking criminal pile. It's delusional.
Member of an organized crime family, it is super illegal for the cops to not take those guns, especially if they believe he's a dangerous person. Having guns is a violation of his TRO, and if they're illegal guns, then that's also illegal. The cops would not wait. This is not the FBI. They're not investigating the mafia. And once again, how would Jamesky know this? Does he personally know the chief of police? Is he a detective? Is he being clued into their every move? It's possible Tumad possessed real guns, but if the police had proof he had illegally obtained weapons, he'd have been in jail and caught a charge, full stop. But James claims he spent 6 figures on an investigation to the point where he had to sell his car to pay for it. But you don't pay the police to investigate someone. They do that with taxpayer dollars. So who did this? Who are these real-life professionals, not Twitter detectives that James is referencing? Well, the only thing that would make sense here is that James hired a private investigator and paid them to investigate Tumad personally. But apparently that PI couldn't find enough for the cops to arrest the guy at any point in time. If the police have reason to believe a schizophrenic retarded Canadian person has illegal firearms, they will arrest them and then figure out where they're from, not the other way around. One of the initial claims that Jamesky made on Twitter was that Tumad had put a bullet hole through his office window. Well, a YouTuber named Henry Resilient was actually able to obtain a copy of the lawsuit Jamesky filed against Tumad, and in it we get a bit more explanation of what this is about.
We found a bullet hole in office room of my house in Los Angeles.
Yo! Look who it is. Look who it is. Yo, Henry, let's go. Henry. Friend of the channel, Henry Resilient, based.
Witnessed a full SWAT team raid a house across of where I reside and had my ex-roommate's family address used for false swatting attempt. Neither I or my roommates feel ourselves safe anywhere we go, and especially at our home.
It seems that in reality what happened was that James found a bullet hole in his window and assumed it was from Tumad. I mean, the guy lives in Los Angeles. Depending on where you live, it's not entirely unlikely the bullets are whizzing around. The same applies for James's claim he was swatted by Tumad. The funny thing is, James didn't even get swatted. The house across from him did. James just saw the SWAT team and assumed that Tumad called him there, but got the address wrong. Additionally, if there was proof he swatted anyone or shot Jamesky's window, it would be a criminal investigation, not a civil suit like James filed. Swatting is an offense punishable by major jail time, as is shooting someone's window in an attempt to kill them. If the police or anyone had proof Tumad did either of these things, he would have been in jail long before his death. There wouldn't have been a waiting game. We don't actually even have proof that a swatting happened. The police actually could have been there for any reason. But James carefully worded his public tweets about this so as to make it as extreme as possible, to make everyone think that Tumad personally swatted him. So what happened at TwitchCon? Multiple of James's friends came out and said they could confirm that James was in serious danger because of something Tumad did or said. On page 8, James writes, during TwitchCon Las Vegas, Tumad made ominous threats towards me and the public. To my knowledge, he didn't explicitly make a statement that he planned to shut down the convention center, and I have no idea where this rumor originates. However, he did make numerous concerning threats, some of which directly referenced me and other people he's held a deadly grudge against. The convention center and the public were aware of his threats before I had a chance to speak to any person.
Hey, Maximus Prime, thank you for the membership. Yeah, look, my take on this has and is still now, I think that Tumad said a bunch of schizo stuff that would have spooked people, okay? But I don't think there was any serious threat that he was going to come and slaughter people, and to call it attempted murder is fucking insane. And also, there were some tweets that I saw about it, but I don't think there was any, you know, event level statement that was made. I don't even know if police showed up, right? If there was like a genuine concern that someone was going to come with a gun and shoot up TwitchCon, the coppers would be all over it like white on rice, you know?
Responders. When the threats began, I was told urgently to talk to people at the central station, where they acknowledged that the sheriff and convention were already aware of the situation. According to the investigation, Tumad was actively looking for me specifically, but implied that others would also be affected using me as a reason. James even claims he was placed under police protection during the ordeal to hide from the threat of Medea Sadiq. During that night, the authorities deemed it necessary to shelter me at a remote location to ensure my safety. He then shows a message from him at the police station. Apparently he was there at 5:41, and then he was still there 40 minutes later, and then he left at 6:30. How do I know he was at the police station during this time when he was talking to the cops? Well, he filed a police report at 6 o'clock, and the address for the report is the police station. There's no detail here apart from the fact James claims some threats were made, and that's literally it in the police report. Now, James does have some unhinged videos of Tumad from this time.
Kill. Do the Mario. Kill who? You know. Burn them all.
And given how generally unhinged Tumad is, it's not surprising James felt threatened by him in some way. But the main problem here is, once again, the lack of evidence around statements he makes about what happened here. James claims the investigation also determined he was in a state of psychosis during his last live stream before going to Las Vegas and that he'd talked to himself. How would anyone know he was experiencing psychosis without the evaluation of a medical professional? How would this be declared literally anywhere if the guy was never arrested? And additionally, how would James know that the investigation determined this? Do the police typically inform civilians of every step of the prosecution so they know police business inside and out?
Heimdall, you're such a
no. We also have no indication
cunt.
James was held anywhere or under police protection. I think, in reality, he was just at the station. That is the remote location. If the police are willing to put someone under protection,
as you step right up to flaunt.
It's also typical that they will, you know, mobilize a police response
Spank.
to arrest the guy who was armed and dangerous. Do you think that happened? No, it did not. But according to James, Tumad turned around before he got there in his secret car. I had to wait for a while to be updated on whether it was safe to return home, and I spent most of my time at a friend group's Airbnb the next day. The investigation found that Tumad did not use his primary legally registered Tesla with a real license plate to enter Nevada. The investigation was aware he had two nearly identical Teslas, one of which was bought via private sale and wasn't registered to his name, making it more challenging to track down Tumad. However, I've been told that after Tumad realized the level of police response to his actions, he decided to drive back home and make ominous paranoid posts with various threats at the end. So Tumad had a separate identical Tesla he purchased.
The likelihood is that Tumad was sat in his fucking apartment, okay, schizoing out, dosing up on ketamine and that other Mexican drug that he had, and you know what I mean, and just tweeting from it. The idea that he was driving down in a secret Tesla is just an utter absurdity that he's trying to present. It's fucking crazy.
Just illegally, which is also a crime. You can be fined or arrested for driving a car with a plate that isn't registered to you, and you can even...
Yes, true, Tanner, yes. Some say he is still driving in Oregon to this day.
Easily be pulled over for having your registration out of date. Never mind owning an unmarked car that doesn't exist in a system that isn't registered.
I just found that
Is
word.
this guy a double agent? Is Tumad Jason Bourne? If there was proof of any of this, don't you think the dude would be in jail? And now that Tumad is dead of a possible overdose, where is this extra car? Where are these extra guns? Now keep in mind, there is still a possibility this is real. Maybe he did have an extra secret unmarked car, and maybe he did own all these illegal firearms. But James didn't provide proof of any of it, and if he wants to make this claim, he needs to for the general public to believe it. Additionally, keep in mind every time James says the investigation, he's not referencing the police, usually anyway. It's probably his private investigator he hired. And this document gets even crazier as time goes on. One major claim by James was that Isabella and Tumad were never actually dating. Now, I don't know if they were official at any point, but it's clear that at some point they did know each other and were hanging out regularly. She admitted to willingly going to his home before the alleged assault took place, so this doesn't really make sense. And according to James, she was never paid for sex. On page 44, he writes that the prostitution was also entirely made up by Tumad in an attempt to discredit the victim in the public eye. The investigation fully debunked it, including the fake messages he posted on Twitter that his fans took as gospel at the time, which is brought up later again in this document. Now, it's possible the messages are fake, and Tumad is the master of faking messages, but this is never proven. It's not proven later in this document. Tumad multiple times claimed his relationship with Goldie Bell began with him paying her for sex. He even posted these messages to corroborate this claim. Goldie Bell herself never even claimed Tumad faked these messages in her own court case or on Twitter. I guess it's possible he fakes them, but I'm gonna need a little more than the guy who understands nothing about the criminal justice system to believe it. On page 35, he writes that the court instructed the police they were supposed to arrest Tumad. The authorities always argued it was a different police department's job. This is the definition of weaponized ignorance and incompetence.
Yeah, this is, again, this happened with, I think, Mama Max stuff as well. Is a presentation of information about the police that to me seems very clearly rooted in the media trope of useless police departments and authorities that are not at all interested in dealing with crime, you know? That's not our jurisdiction, you know? Jurisdictional battles and shit. It's just, yeah, I'm sure that some stuff like that happens, but for it to happen so much in this case, particularly when we're dealing with someone who is like an alleged potential violent criminal, is just absurd.
Instances provided throughout this document are just a few examples. There were countless instances that were way worse. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do a little work to dissect what James Key is saying here, but here's what this means. As per Tumad's restraining order, he was not supposed to contact Isabella.
It was Tumad's responsibility to prove the messages were real. I mean, yeah, about that. I don't know if that's, not sure if that's really going to be possible now.
Or harass her online. Despite that, he tweeted about her multiple times, and as a result, that can be seen as a violation of the temporary restraining order. Goldie Bell's lawyer then filed paperwork claiming that Tumad violated that order, and he should be held in contempt of the court. All of this is publicly documented. What's also publicly documented is the strain between Tumad and his lawyer. Towards the end of the court proceedings, Tumad's relationship with his lawyer was strained. It's not clear why exactly, and ultimately it's held under attorney-client privilege, but we could guess Tumad wasn't paying him properly towards the end. Whatever the case, in court, his lawyer argued Tumad may not even be mentally competent to stand trial. Therefore, serving him this contempt order is an issue because he may not even understand what's going on. He asked for a continuance in the case to make preparations before Tumad is formally charged with the contempt order.
I'm stating to the court that I don't believe that he has the capacity to understand the nature of the proceedings today and cannot proceed on his behalf. This is covering his ass. This is some CYA stuff. I don't understand why Tumad would understand it being served, but also, Tumad cannot proceed in pro per to go forward with the arraignment. So Too Mad needs a lawyer for
Yo,
contempt
Henry!
because it's criminal.
Now keep in mind here, just because Too Mad was served does not mean he is convicted. He was served the contempt order, but the judge had not ruled on it yet. If he was convicted, it's possible he would actually get some jail time. Now at that later date...
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I think I misunderstood that then. He wasn't found in contempt. It was accused he was... I mean, look, obviously you can't say he was found in contempt, but if he was trying to contact the person under a restraining order, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's pretty likely he probably would have been found a certain way. But nonetheless...
Too Mad's lawyer spoke to Goldie Bell's lawyer, and they actually mutually decided to drop the contempt order, meaning he would not be arrested. No warrant was ever issued, so he didn't need to be arrested. Too Mad's lawyer then stops representing him at the end of the case, and Too Mad represents himself. In court, at the final moments of the case, Goldie Bell states in court that she has continued to be harassed by Too Mad and fears for her life because she believes he owns real firearms. She even says that she believes he swatted her. Too Mad denies this, saying he has not directly texted Goldie Bell since 2022 and has no desire to harm anyone, including her. Too Mad also says he doesn't own any firearms. Goldie Bell's lawyer rebuttals, saying that he does, submitting the video from the front door, which we now believe is a video of Too Mad.
They would have to prove it was Too Mad. The thing is, Henry, is, yeah, I agree with you from like a legal perspective, but my personal opinion and my view is that I can easily imagine that Too Mad didn't seem to be making the most optimum decisions to avoid legal trouble. I can easily imagine that he himself would have circumvented that in order to try and communicate with her, right?
Pretty janky looking wings there, Hreest and Meest.
Too Mad claims this video is fake and is edited for YouTube. Goldie Bell's lawyer has no evidence.
Little janky. Wouldn't you say, my baby? Wouldn't you say?
At the beginning of the case is basically upgraded to a restraining order for a period of 3 years for the harassment.
Go ahead and decapitate him. I'm cool with it.
Violence, and once again, Too Mad is never ordered to be arrested. James Key's problem here is that the court didn't arrest Too Mad, but a warrant was never issued. The court case was concluded without any need for him to be arrested. James Key paid 6 figures and went into
Alright. Okay. I'm over you, Judd.
Is that her? Why is she so jacked?
I beg your pardon?
Why is she so strong? Why could she... What's going on here?
This is the girl he knocked up. Whoa!
You can tell Jesus.
Alright, I need to get off. You're a disgusting human being. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a situation where everybody in this just kind of sucks. Fresh sucks. Daisy sucks. They all suck. I literally knew it had to be something. It was too good to be true that you would actually send me something useful because you people are scum. You people are actual scum, dude. Oh my god. Alright, so something happened with Fresh and Fit. I believe that Fresh, the short little ugly dude, he knocked up a girl and now she's like refusing to get an abortion or something. I don't exactly understand the situation yet, but I guess we're gonna find out. Addressing pregnancy allegations with family attorney James Sexton. Okay. Fresh and Fit got pregnant, now he's begging her to get rid of it. Okay, so Abba and Preach did a video about it. I assume this will have most of the info. Destiny confronts the baby mama after Fresh and Fit bombshell. Okay, well...
I don't care about the money.
Take a little look at that. I don't care about the money. Is that her? Why is she so jacked? Why is she so strong? Why could she... Wait, what's going on here? She's pregnant. Why is he making that face in the thumb? Is that really necessary, Abba? Can we be honest? Is that really necessary? What is this? Wait, I've never even seen they have this branding. This looks insane. Why does he look like that? I feel like they made him intentionally uglier in this photo. What's... He looks like Pepe the Frog. What's going on here? What is that? What is this? $20 and up will be red. Do they really need this, like, branding? Chris, producer. What is this? What is this art, man? This is crazy. Bruh. Is this the way to go with these? Is this what I need to do? Is this what will make me big on YouTube? Thanks for the gift of membership. Maybe I've been doing it all wrong the whole time. Maybe I need to have this GTA art on screen at all times. I don't know. Maybe I messed up. All right, well, I guess we'll start with this Abba and Preach video. So the incel dude who preached Islam and followed after their daddy Andrew knocked up a one-night stand. I'm hoping she makes him pay child support. I mean, if he knocked her up, it seems kind of silly. Are they pro or anti-abortion? I don't really know what the deal is with them. Are they Muslim? I know Sneeko pretends to be Muslim, but are they Muslim? They're supposed to be anti. Can we get some old clips of that? If that exists somewhere, just tweet it at me. I honestly can't believe that Fresh, with his inability to form a complete thought on stream, was able to actually seal the deal with someone. Well, according to Fresh, he slept with 1,000 women. You remember that? That was one of the things that, that's like why the Sneeko beef started with Critical, because Critical said that Fresh was lying about having slept with over 1,000 women. And then Sneeko was like, no, that's actually real. And also, here's my gun or whatever. And then it turned into a whole thing.
Today's topic seems that our friend Walter Weeks, Mr. Fresh Prince.
Bro, this is a crazy fit. Wait, what is he wearing? The white turtleneck? Bro, that's crazy.
CEO got his her pregnant, and she's keeping the baby.
I don't blame her. I personally believe abortion is murder, but that's just me. Even if she doesn't think that way, she has the right to keep the baby. I mean, I don't think she has a right to keep the baby if they discuss beforehand about how she's not going to get pregnant. But if before the fact, he was like, let's get pregnant, and then he knocked her up, and then after he's like having a problem with it, then I don't think you can really have a problem at that point.
Baby, and she's exposing him.
I get it. I'm not your father. All father.
Abortion is legal up until the 15th week of gestation. So that's, what, 3 months and 3 weeks? 3 months and 2 weeks? No, 3 months and 3 weeks, yeah. Almost 4 months.
Yes. Yes, sir. Alpha male guru, whatever, red pill, knows.
Listen, I'm broadly anti-abortion, but I think that we need to abort the child in this situation because he's the son of Fresh from Fresh and Fit.
The truth of the world, got caught up with worker and got her pregnant. And now he's begging her to get rid of it. The guys who were supposed to tell you not to get these first pregnant got her pregnant. Now, can I ask you a question? Is that fresh?
Just be honest, that baby has to go. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, is this going to benefit our world to have this child out there running around? To make the Fresh and Fit podcast too, the Fat and Gay podcast? Like, no, his father has cursed genetics. Look at his father. Do you really want to put one of those out into the world? I don't think so. Tom's anti-abortion because they tried to abort him. You know what? Believe it or not, I was a planned child. I was a planned child, okay? I was a planned child. I was destined for greatness. I was not an accident. I'm supposed to be here. And my dad said when I was born, he said, Tom, you will be the greatest commentary YouTuber of all time.
We have new merchandise, boys and girls. Yes, I know you're excited it's here. It's a unique Y2K-inspired design for all you goth baddies. It's double-sided. It's got Leave Me Alone on the back. On the front, it says Turkey Tom in death metal font, but you can't really tell. And that's why it's awesome, okay? This isn't just YouTuber merch. Nobody in public is going to know you're watching videos about losers,
Jesus
freaks, and
Christ.
keywords, okay? Nobody's going to know. All they're going to know is that you have this. So I'm going to
Is that what him?
Yo. Just like your mom.
I'm just asking. Is that a new one? Or is this the most stale ass mistake you can make in the world?
God damn it.
You know what they call him online? Pug CEO.
Oh. Pug CEO. I mean, that's crazy, bro. That's nuts.
Oh, shit.
That's nuts.
They got a nickname called Pug CEO.
Animorphs? Bro. Intrinsic attributes, am I right?
Yeah, they are killing this man. All right, so her name is Daisy Fit. Okay, she's putting in my bless.
You mean to tell me that Fresh fucked with Fit?
Duh. That's fire. I didn't see that look.
Fresh got Fit.
That's fire. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Fire.
But you didn't see that shit when you said it?
Because that's the thing.
Why is he wearing his coat inside? Why is he wearing a coat inside indoors? Has anyone questioned that? Is he really that cold? Is he cold-blooded? What's going on here? Can we get some that's fires in chat, please?
Nothing to the podcast. So it's almost like Fit got him pregnant.
Bro's hideous. Look, I'm trying not to insult other people's appearance on stream, okay? I'm trying not to. I don't think I'm in the greatest position to talk, okay? We're not calling people ugly. We're being nice. Every man and woman is created equal, except for fat people. If you're not fat, then that's, you know what? You're winning in my book. If you're not fat, you're winning. That's all I can ask, okay? Don't be fat. Male or female.
Gotta pay child support.
We will do it for you. Thank you, Snake.
I've seen any girl's Instagram and it has preach in it. I will never talk to her. It could be the baddest. It could be the second coming of Megan Good. If she got preach in the Instagram, you better get the fuck away from me. Ain't no way I'm getting no Megan Preach Good pregnant. That's gay. She could be the whole incarnate of Halle Berry. Halle Berry. It could be Halle Berry, and if her middle name's Preach, bitch, you gotta go.
All right, can we get into what happened here? Do we have any details here?
You didn't see him recently? He was talking about Habib Hijab, and he was like,
the thing is, if you don't believe in the laws of logic and, for example, non-contradiction, or for example, 2 + 2 = 4, if you don't believe in any of that, then you can't have a conversation with anyone.
Did I see this guy have a conversation with Sneeko recently? I feel like I've seen that. Myron said in the past he's pro-choice. Apparently, he said he wished he could get a choice as a father as well. Okay.
You want about anything because there's no common ground. You can never find out what truth is.
Okay, so creation itself, who decided 2 + 2 = 4? Man did, right? I'm just saying on a basis, 2 +
Who decided 2 + 2 = 4? Man did? What does that... Look, I'm sorry. If you're going to hate women, what does that even mean? What does that mean?
2. Who decided that?
Who decided 2 + 2 = 4? Is that a serious question?
Yeah,
With all
no,
due respect,
I'm asking you.
No one decided 2 + 2 = 4.
So how did it come about?
I don't even know what that clip means. What the fuck are they talking about? All right, they have the DMs here.
She writes, she sends a picture of the pregnancy test. She took 2 of them.
You always told me you wanted me to be your baby's mother. I love you. I did everything to be a good girlfriend. Now this is happening. You walk away. Like, I want to keep the baby.
She needs to confirm that she had Pug CEO's babies. You always told me you wanted to be your baby's.
He said, I'll call you shortly.
She says, take responsibility for...
I can't have kids. Take responsibility for your actions. We have the Chinese writing up there.
Your actions. She goes, and he goes, what's this? She goes, read it, blood test, pregnancy blood test. So she got all the tests to make sure she knew. I know, but what does it mean? I don't understand the numbers.
Because 2 + 2 = 4.
And then she highlights it on the paper.
Because it says pregnant. His brain just saw the word pregnant and just blocked out everything. He was like, 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, what's the numbers? What's 9 + 10? 21? I don't understand what's going on here.
It just says pregnant. And he says,
debatable.
It's not about that right now. It's good. It's not good. And a lot is happening, especially now business may be over. I don't want kids right now. And we spoke about it and you agreed. And she goes, I never agreed. I agreed based on your actions. Are you not educated? If you keep come inside me, I will get pregnant. I don't get pregnant without your behave. Words mean nothing. Man up. I'm not saying because I want to be with you, because I don't, because you are nothing to me, but the baby is innocent. What are you saying? We're not together and won't be. Why would that be good for the kid? So she goes, why did you keep come inside me?
Why did you keep come? Not even why'd you come inside me. Why did you keep come inside me? Why'd you keep it there? Why don't you suck it out? Also, things happening as feelings change to bring a kid into this world without both parents' love is cruel. We both thought that you wouldn't get pregnant. Okay, interesting. Why is he nutting inside her? Seems like a bad idea. She's unprotected. Why'd you finish in there?
Pregnant. Okay. Aside from 2 + 2 being 4, coming inside of a woman means very possible to get her pregnant. And who decided? Who decided that coming inside girl mean baby? Who decided?
Man.
The elders that came together.
That was man.
Sperm inside ovulation, baby. Who decided?
Okay, so Fresh got her knocked up. She wants to keep the kid. He doesn't. She says that his intention from the beginning was to have a kid. All I'm saying is you should take the responsibility for what you did. I'm the victim in this relationship and I'm carrying your baby. You act like you don't care and you don't want nothing. Also, now I'm worried I have to test another girls, at least 4. Another girl, 4 girls. You're saying you have sex with 4 girls without protection. I hope you have all the money for your children, for your support. You finally admit you're fucking trash. I don't have money. Good luck. You will see. I think he's probably lying about that. Isn't the whole point of the podcast always talking about how much money they have? Isn't Fresh and Fair like a successful podcast? He has to have money. They always talk about getting rich. I think he's just lying to her so she thinks she can't get money for child support out of him. Okay, here's their Instagram post. This is a story between me and Walter Weeks, the podcaster known as Fresh. Instagram and YouTube, Fresh Prince CEO. I met him on November 21st in Miami and I fell in love with him. We spent New Year's together and that's the time when he asked me to be his girl, to commit to him, and he posted a video of us on social media. He said to me, I love you. I don't want you to be with another man. A few days later, he asked me to meet his mom. A few days later. Why'd you meet his mom a few days later? Did you know how nervous I am to bring girls around my mom? A few days? Even if you have a nice mom, a few days seems crazy. Isn't that just a hookup? I fell in love with him on the 21st of Miami, 21st of November in Miami. A few days later, he asked me to meet his mom. The same week you met him? I don't understand. I don't really get it. A few days later, he asked me to meet his mom. Everything went well. I showed him and his mom respect. He defended me on his podcast from the rumors. That's the moment I truly fall in love with him. This is where the game began. I left Miami on January 8th, traveled back to China for Chinese New Year. That night, before we had a serious conversation, he said he sees me like someone to spend the whole life with, and I told him I was going to move to Miami for him. But then we started a long-distance relationship for 2 months until I traveled to Barbados. I met his entire family there. Okay, I met his entire family there. I can't read the top of this.
And he's not a monogamous person. That me...
Together, at first everything was fine. I stayed in his apartment. We had mutual understanding. He's not a monogamous person, that me and him both need our own space. So I suggested him to help me rent an apartment. He said, I want you to have things you want as you understand me. 10 days later, a morning after we had lunch with his sister, he broke his promises, that how he told me he loves me and wants to see it in a long term. He wants to build a future with me. Instead of renting an apartment, better buy a new house, which I think he's completely lying and making excuses about. He used me, hurted me. He was a cheater, a huge gamer. I only found out this later and started to take his haters' words. Well, I don't really understand why she's saying he's a cheater, but before she's saying we had a mutual understanding that he's not a monogamous person. Like, she seemed to have an understanding that he was going to fuck other women, right? I mean, if I knew anything about these guys, I would instantly assume that Fresh or Fit are fucking some other girl while they're dating me, right? After watching Destiny go off on her, I'm really curious to see what Walter has to say. She's really sketchy. Gotcha.
Me and him both needs our own space. So
I don't really understand, like, why did she even get in this situation with him? That seems fucking retarded. If I don't expose this, he will continue doing this to other naive girls. There will be more women that get hurt. After a few days, he asked me to move out. He stopped coming home. He disappeared for 3 nights without an explanation. I called him. He never answered when I did nothing wrong. When I was so genuine, I left my work behind in China to pursue this relationship. So I moved out, booked the first flight to New York City. On March 30th, had a pregnancy test. It's positive. Okay, and then we see the text.
Oh, the baby. I don't want to. Nobody. I don't want to.
You're not. They just give you a pill and it's over. No, but that's what I'm saying. The pill, they just give it to you from a doctor and then you're good.
Okay. This is joking aside, okay? This is just for everyone watching out. Abortion shouldn't be something you guys take lightly, okay? Abortion should not be some form of birth control that you guys heavily rely on. All right? A lot of you guys are just busting inside of people, no birth control, they're not on birth control, don't care. And then when shit hit the fan, you're just looking at the ladies like, yo, take a pill. Go to the clinic. Like, that's an incredibly physically traumatic thing for a lot of women to experience. It fucks up their hormone balance for an extended period of time, it has physical ramifications, and it messes with their psyche. If you've never had your hormones completely out of...
So the question here, I guess, is like, before he knocked her up, did they agree that if he knocked her up, they would have a kid? That's the big question, right, that I want answered, basically. Because if they agreed that they would have a kid if he knocked her up, and then she got knocked up, and then he's upset about it, then it's like, well, you kind of played the game there, right? You kind of played yourself. But if beforehand they were pretty serious about not, getting pregnant or anything like that, which he doesn't seem to have any DMs indicating that he said either way, right? And the burden of evidence is on the accuser. So unless she produces some DMs or something, or some kind of interaction where he's like, oh, if I knock you up, we're going to have a baby. We're going to have a baby. It's going to be so beautiful. I love you so much. Like, unless she has that, I just kind of don't believe it, It's hard for me to believe that Fresh fucking even wants to have a kid. Like, I don't think he wants to have a kid. I don't think he cares about that. I think he just cares about making money and doing his podcast and fucking Chinese models, apparently. Lotian says the most unbelievable aspect of this story is a Chinese woman being apprehensive to abortion. Do Chinese women get abortions? I don't know this lore.
Like, you may never be able to understand. But just casually saying, yo, just take a pill. Do this. Just get rid of... You guys are asking a lot.
Why would you want to force a man into your child's life that doesn't want to be there? Well, it seems like she doesn't want to force him into the child's life. She just wants to expose him online or something, so there's no more victims or something. One child policy. Oh, I know the one child policy, but I thought it was. Does that mean they abort kids if they get knocked up again? I thought it was just you have one child. Well, I guess that would make sense, actually. I know the one-child policy is in China. They had a rule, I guess, for a while where you could only have one kid if you're a couple. Program in China that limited most Chinese families to one child each. It was implemented nationwide by the Chinese government. The policy was enacted to address the growth rate of the country's population, which the government viewed as being too rapid. One-child policy, abortion. So would they abort the baby, basically, if they were going to have another one? The policy was enforced at the provincial level through contraception, abortion, and fines that were imposed based on the income of the family. Oh, wow. So they would, like, force you to have an abortion? That's fucking evil. That's evil. Get the fuck out of China, man. I guess they ended it in 2016, but get the fuck out, man. That's horrible. That's fucking disgusting.
Okay, so I'm not saying that you guys can't have conversations about abortion, but the way some of you guys approach it and the way you guys talk about it so flippantly, y'all are so goddamn irresponsible about it.
To the doctor, I guess.
To the doctor.
This is what I think is thought out. When do you go from I really love them to record all the conversations to trap them out and to put it out there? That's why I think it's kind of weird because they're having a conversation now. Go ahead.
That's the confusing thing to me. Like, why make it public? If your number one concern is the child, why would you make all this public against Fresh, you know? I still want to know what the details of the allegations were beforehand. Like, did he want the child? Did he not want the child? How were these conversations going? But regardless of that, I mean, it seems fucking retarded to, like, you get knocked up and then you go tell the internet about it. Like, is that really the best thing for the kid? If you end up having this kid, he's forever going to know about this internet drama. He's going to have public record of the fact that his dad didn't want him. Is that really the best thing to do here? Is that the best method? I don't think it is. Like, this is like playing with the most fundamental force on planet Earth, like sex and, you know, conception, having a kid. Bringing that to the public is retarded. Okay, so Fresh and Fit addressed this, I think, on their show. I'm curious what they had to say. Okay, show begins.
And we're live. What's up, guys? Welcome to Fresh Air Podcast, man. Regular edition is Friday. We were actually going to do an IRL stream today, but
This came up.
This came up, so now we got to go ahead and address it because it's all over X and all over the internet because, you know, people love drama and love gossip, and it's kind of ridiculous that we have to go ahead and...
Imagine busting an escorts and wondering why they claim pregnancy. Is she an escort? No matter what, for Fresh to put himself in this position is embarrassing, especially since this podcast is supposed to teach the men to avoid this. Even if the 304 is lying or not, it's a big L for Fresh. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the whole thing is like dating advice, how to prevent, you know, yourself from getting in a bad situation with a woman. Don't date single mothers, stuff like that. Make a Cheeto for the two. Tom, going to WrestleMania tonight. Should I jump in the ring? Yeah, jump in the ring, grab the microphone, and scream, Tom Dark Nation! Actually, don't do that. You're going to look so autistic. I know you're going to make me look bad. Don't do that.
Talk about this, but I guess we're here. Quick announcement before we get into the show, rumble.com/freshfit. As you guys know, that is the home base for us. CastleClub.tv.
How dumb is Fresh to get this girl knocked up? Like, whatever criticisms you have of her, he seems fucking dumb.
Also,
he's anti-abortion. Is he anti-abortion? I've seen people in chat saying both things. I don't know which one it is.
Not Unplugged Fit is my new one that I just made. And then what's yours? You made one too, right?
So
we got canceled
there's
off.
one out there that says not Freshman CEO. That is not me, actually.
Yeah, what's your real one?
CEO Network Life.
CEO Network.
Andrew Wilson, TK Kirkland. Some of the guests we can't say right now, but all coming to the show live in person.
Show April 26th.
Meet and greet, VIP. And isn't it funny?
Crazy.
A 304 is telling a story, and they believe it.
And all the Sims are believing it.
Yeah. Speculate. And isn't it funny?
Crazy. This, you know, they got all this to say. You know.
What is a 304? I don't know this lore. Is it like Ho or something? Is that I don't really. What is 304?
I mean, and the reality is, man, we pay a lot of people's bills, man. Like people say, "Oh, Fresh and Fit," like you're only relevant. But as soon as something happens, all you guys do.
Therefore means Ho. Okay.
Let me talk about Fresh and Fit. Oh, look at this. Did you hear about this?
Backwards.
And isn't it funny?
Crazy.
A 304 is telling a story, and they believe it.
And all the Sims are believing
line and sinker without any talk from me at all.
Nothing.
Isn't that
They didn't hear your side. They believe it automatic.
But they like to hate. They want to hate me. I get it. But without the facts, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Speculating.
Speaking of facts, we got special guests in the house, matter of fact. We brought in the big guns for this one because we knew.
Best attorney for divorce and family matters, James Sexton in the house.
Is it a good idea to bring your lawyer on live stream and talk about this publicly when there's like a legal dispute over child support right now? Is that the best? Why are you bringing your lawyer on? Why are you bringing your lawyer on live stream to talk about this?
And from New York.
Gentlemen, it's all funny.
Calling your baby mama a hoe is funny. That's like crazy. Like you knocked her up, dude. You made the mess.
Games until the lawyer shows up, you know?
Yeah, man. Obviously, we ain't
I feel like I hate everyone in this situation. I don't particularly like this girl, and I also really don't like Fresh very much.
Around on this one because
Can this be used in court? Of course it can.
I mean, you know, obviously we were making some jokes on last week or whatever about it, but no, man. I mean, this is some pretty serious stuff. So
yeah. This is you know, this is as serious gets. I appreciate you guys having me on. I've been talking to both of you for quite some time, and as soon as I can get myself out of a courtroom into Miami, I'm excited to spend some time with you. But yeah, when I spoke to Walter earlier today, I said, all right, well, you know what? I think I got to jump on and be the one to say a few things because I know
why.
Why would you want to be on? Is it a good idea for a lawyer to make TV appearances about an ongoing case? Or not their lawyer? I think he is their lawyer. I think he's Fresh's lawyer. Maybe he's not Fresh's lawyer. But even so, is this a good idea?
He is dying to say a whole bunch of things, and a lot of those things he got to discuss with me that are subject to attorney-client privilege. But
okay, so it is his lawyer. Attorney-client privilege. It's his lawyer, right?
To then share them with the world right now is a challenging kind of a thing and would be absolutely against my advice. Sorry to spoil the party to everyone who wanted to hear all the salacious details at this moment. However, there are some things that need to be said, and I'm happy to say them.
What needs to be said?
I'll say, first of all, is you know what? I have good news and I have bad news. And you've had a hell of a week, so I'm going to let you pick what you want first. You want the good news first? You want the bad news first?
Man, it's been tough, bro. You know what? Just give me good news, bro. Give us the good news, man.
Good news? Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the good news. There's a lot of question as to when a man can truly say he's successful, you know?
What the fuck are we talking about here? Why what does this even mean? Are there any screenshots in this entire video? Does he prove anything? What is this? I don't understand. I don't understand.
I represent, I have a client who's worth $8 billion.
How is this relevant? Is this just going to be like every podcast I do where it's posturing about how wealthy men are cool and a bitch always trying to come for me? Is that what this
athletes,
is?
Celebrities, primarily because I'm based in New York City. I represent a lot of people in finance, hedge fund people, crypto people. And there's always a question about when are you really successful? Is it your first 10 million when you become an 8-figure kind of guy? Is it the first time you buy a Lambo and you pay cash for it? Is it the first time you fly private? Is it the first time you buy a jet?
What does this have to do with anything?
When is it? And what I will say as someone who's been practicing family law for 25 years is a man is really not truly successful until the 304s come out of the woodwork and say, I have your baby.
What are we talking about here? Is this the most relevant thing in the world to even have a conversation about right now? You said you were going to come out here with the facts. Where are the facts? She committed a felony by recording the conversation. Is that really the biggest concern anyway?
I'm pregnant with your baby. I need to talk to you about the baby. What are we going to do about the baby? And surprisingly, instead of having that conversation like a civilized human being with a working prefrontal cortex, most of the time what they choose to do is to post it on social media, because that's absolutely what a good...
Someone sent me a video, fresh and fit old views on abortion.
Were they nice guys? Yeah, of course.
So why'd you leave them then?
Huh?
Why did you leave them?
I didn't leave.
I fucking hate you, dude. I literally hate you. I fucking hate you. Okay, what's your fucking name? You're getting blocked on Twitter. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate all of you motherfuckers in chat. You're a disgusting human being. I literally hate you. I literally knew it had to be something. It was too good to be true that you would actually send me something useful, because you people are scum. You people are actual scum, dude. Oh my god. You're blocked. You're blocked forever. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Future mom, potentially, or rational human being who's not just looking to shake someone down for money would do, you'd go right to social media. It certainly isn't the kind of thing a clout-chasing no one would do. So ultimately, I want to congratulate you. That's the good news, is that you have officially arrived, my friend, and you are sitting among some of the greatest, most celebrated, wealthiest people in the world.
But in the DMs, you literally say you didn't have money. What this lawyer is like a hack. What is this guy saying? What is this guy even saying? When the 304s start coming for you, that's when you know you were truly successful. Like, I mean, I guess sometimes, but like, is this relevant to what's going on here? I thought we were going to be like making a rebuttal or something.
Many of whom I have represented, but you never heard anything really about it other than the little momentary blip that it came up, if at all, because they did what is now unfortunately going to be the bad news. And that is there are...
Well, it's not going to be a momentary blip now because you're going public. Unblocked for 20. Was that you? I don't know. The thing is, I'm afraid I'm going to stumble across your account again. You're staying blocked for a little while, okay? You're in the doghouse. Thank you for the 20. You're in the doghouse for a bit, though. We'll talk about it later, at a later date.
Two
Why
words,
am I
my
getting
friend,
one-shotted?
that are not in your vocabulary currently, and they haven't been for years, and it's the reason why you're successful. But you need to repeat those two words after me, so let's practice together right now. Ready?
Shut up.
No.
No.
Comment.
Oh, comment. Okay.
Okay, no comment. Why are we on a live stream for an hour talking about the situation? No comment. Well, that worked out. That really worked out, man. Well, what a great lawyer. You did a really good job of advising him by having him go on his show to talk about this publicly. No comment, makes full video. Yeah, this is retarded.
No.
No.
Why is everyone in this situation a moron? Is this like a successful lawyer? This guy is Saul Goodman. This guy is literally Saul Goodman. Look at this guy. He's like a cartoon.
Comment. All right.
Okay, so you got...
Not Jimmy. Not my Jimmy.
Learn to say that. Wait. And it's really unfortunate because I know you are dying to talk about many of the things, many of the counter-narrative, the facts as opposed to the fictions, the way that things are weaponized.
You're dying to talk about it. You shouldn't talk about it. Yeah, that's why we're on a live stream right now. Like, what? Why am I able to watch this?
and weaponized inappropriately. The massive hole.
He probably does well because he's like this. I mean, he's entertaining. I guess he's getting a bunch of free promotion off of whatever people in Fresh and Fit's audience need. Divorce counseling or baby mama situation counseling, but like what is this?
Stories that there's a lot to be
What
discussed.
am I watching, man?
But revenge is a dish best served cold. Wait, and right now
I have nothing to do with it. So you're not even that guy. You just want me to unblock him. Okay, I'll unblock him. Fine. That guy sucks. I hate that guy.
Right now, there are civil and criminal penalties for the kinds of behaviors that we're looking at right now. So I want...
The lawyer said it wouldn't be expedient legally to speak on it and then calls her a hoe. This video could 100% be used in court. Yeah, imagine in court when they show this video and they're like, Your Honor, it turns out that not only the respondent, but also his counsel has been calling this woman a hoe online. And here we have the video. It's like, yeah, that looks really good, bro. That looks great. This is gonna pan out well in court. You idiot!
You as your counsel, and again, you're free to ignore my
Is
advice.
this entire thing fake? Is it orchestrated for clout? Did this girl is she lying and he's in on it and everyone like that's the only possibility here. Nobody here can be this dumb. There's no way.
Plenty of times people
Your Honor, I said 304. Yeah. That's true.
Ignore my advice, and sometimes I'm grateful when they do it because it creates a lot more chaos, which makes me a lot more money. Peace does not make me any money. Chaos makes me money. But I'm telling you, my advice to you, and I've said this to you,
guys, peace does not make me money. Chaos makes me money. That's why I'm on this stream, causing a little bit of chaos, okay? I'm calling it in advance. Something the woman did made Fresh realize she was sketchy and ditch her. Also, Florida is a two-party state, so her recording is probably inadmissible. Is it? In court, it's inadmissible? Well, people say it's a felony. Is she gonna go to jail for that? I don't think so.
earlier privately, is there has to be, for the moment, no specific comment. There really has to be, because the level of issues that are being caused right now by a third party in terms of what they're exposing themselves to. There's an old saying, never interrupt the enemy when they're in the process of committing suicide. And this is a situation where you are, as much as I know, you are dying to get the counter narrative and the facts out there, the reality out there, as opposed to the garbage that's out there right now. Yeah. An intelligent, strategic, successful man knows that irrationality, impulsivity, and emotionalism are luxuries reserved for the ladies. They are not for an intelligent strategic.
And yet here he is being emotional on live stream, calling her a 304 or whatever. I mean, this guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. Who said that? It sounds like one of the 48 laws of power or something. Yeah, this is fucking stupid. This is so stupid, dude. This is so dumb. Look at their chat. Yeah, people are just calling them dumb.
Who is making tactical moves.
Reality is he nutting here. Warrior.
On the advice of counsel. So
they brought him on so they could use. They're not even.
That is my little rant.
I can't even see the chat. Why is chat so small up here? Dude, I don't know. This is so stupid. These guys are idiots. These guys are complete idiots. I don't think there's gonna be any interesting response, it seems, from this. They are kind of coping in this video though.
Well, we're not, because we bring guests on that have different viewpoints than us, and we're okay with that. We don't have an echo chamber over here. We've told you guys a million times, we're not fucking religious. So don't sit there and try to hold us to some standard like, religious against the rule, all this other bullshit. Bro, number one, this shit ain't it's fucking cap, in my opinion. I think it's a fucking lie.
What was that?
Bitches have done this shit to me. It's happened. That's number one. Number two, we are not religious, okay, guys? We said this a million times, so you guys try to sit there, Flash, you claim to be a man of God.
And chat's just destroying them. Are they Muslim or something? Why do people think that they're religious? The chat must have that impression for some reason, right? They must have that impression for some reason. Because he seems really upset in chat.
Man of Christ, blah, blah, blah. Person said many times, I'm a man of God and he's just kidding around. Y'all know that we deal with fucking chicks. We teach you how to get them.
Yeah, like, we give you a second.
We're not tradcons over here.
Yeah. And,
gentlemen, the reality here is everyone who is listening to.
She's not an escort. She's an OnlyFans model called DaisyFit_Chen. Can I find like a safer work Instagram or something? She has a TikTok. Jesus, is this safer work? Can I show this? This is the girl he knocked up. This is the girl he bangs. Jesus. Whoa.
You can tell Jesus.
All right, I need to get off. You know what? Maybe the kid's gonna be fine. Maybe he'll have some good genetics. You know what? Maybe he'll be okay. Yeah, my hands are clean. My hands are clean. Why is she screwing him? I don't know. I don't know what she saw in him. She went on this stream.
I like his lifestyle. By the United States law, he has to pay for the child support. How much money do you think a man should make for it? Yeah, I told them $1 million.
Walter apologized for everything
$1 million.
and came clean on everything. Wouldn't you want him to be involved in like your child's life?
But why would you care about that?
Shouldn't the priority be to like build a healthy life for your future child? Shouldn't that be the focus?
These clips are bad.
You're not caring. The child right now is just a money ticket for you. You're not caring at all about the child. Why are you leaking
What is
all
the
of this
money?
publicly?
What
the money is the
what
child
the
support that you
money?
think that you were talking about earlier.
Look,
That you're very
who are
familiar with.
you? I don't want to talk to you.
Destiny's gonna take a break for a little bit.
I am. I will. I'll take out. This woman is a fucking piece of trash, though. She's ruining this kid's life. because
Babe.
I'm a tourist here. I'm not gonna work. That's illegal. Without insurance, everything is
The
going
cartoon animations are crazy. We needed a guy on that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
to be expensive. I wish he can take care of that. I think at least he's doing something.
Jessica, you gotta ban me. I can't. You're gonna. I mean, myself. Listen to this person. Oh my God, you have to ban me from your.
Jesse, wait a minute. Hold on. We're having a calm conversation.
Yeah, why are you being so mean?
Everyone here is just trying to be nice.
I can't tell Tree. I can't tell how naive you are. For her to say earlier, she's like, and I know that in the United States of America, paternity law says that he needs to pay for this, and also I'm on a tourist visa, so I can't work, and it's very expensive here in Miami, and I need him to pay for all of the blah 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 blah.
Hi, Daisy. How's it going?
Kind of sick, though.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know if you know anything about us, but we were just tuning into your sort of stuff going on with Fresh. Last we saw, you kind of posted some of that phone call. Have you posted any more of that phone call yet?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because
Is that
it's
pretty
like a
much-
37 minutes phone call, and I don't want to post it all.
Okay, just for the sake of clarity here, let me ask.
I feel like she probably should post it so it doesn't seem like it's out of context, right? I feel like you have to post all of it if you can, as much as you can.
What's your best case scenario in this situation? What are we hoping for here? Are we hoping that he kind of turns around and maybe?
No,
you know,
I
reevaluate?
don't expect him to come around because I don't need this man in my life.
Mhm.
And I knew he's a trash. So the reason why I'm posting this is because I want everybody to know that he is a liar and he's a cheater. Maybe he's a scammer, as how he behaved right now on the show after I posted everything. He's making a joke.
Once again, I feel like the biggest concern here should not be that everybody knows. The biggest concern should be the child and what's best for the child, right? And once again, if she wants to keep this kid, is it really the best case scenario for him to look back on, you know, all of this and have this all documented publicly on the internet forever that his dad didn't want him and was like this shitty podcaster? And now like his friends at school are gonna know? Is that really the best situation here? Like everybody here sucks. Fresh sucks. She sucks. The lawyer, Saul Goodman, sucks. All these people suck.
Joke about it. Like,
Well, he said he didn't have any money, right? He said he didn't have any money, he wouldn't be able to get any money. So where
I
did all
don't
his
care
money go?
about the money. I don't care about the money. The thing is, I want him to behave like a man. Like, he didn't even offer.
But if you want him to behave like a man, then why would you feel the need to publicly call him out? Like, once again, is that really the best way to resolve conflicts, to make it public? Because now you're attacking his career, and he's never going to want to talk to you if you attack his career. He's never going to trust you again. I've been trying to emulate Destiny recently and constantly debating my friends with facts and logic. I can tell they all think I'm really smart, and they all stop talking to me for some reason. Thanks for the 10.
for me to like, oh baby, if you don't want to like, you know, we're not together, you don't want a baby, I can help you, you know, take you to the hospital, you know, taking care of the medical stuff.
Just step
He
up
didn't
overall,
say
yeah.
Nothing of none of that, you know. That's the reason why I got pissed.
Okay.
And I'm an adult. I can accept the breakup. But the thing is, we planned for this baby, and he knew it.
He
I'm
knew
not
it.
that stupid. I'm not 18. Yeah, he knew it. We always been talking about the baby since day one. He asked me, "What if you get pregnant?" I told him directly, I would keep this baby because I am in love with you, and I don't like. I've never get pregnant before.
Yeah.
She says she's the
So
GOAT.
if I'm pregnant, I'm definitely gonna keep the baby.
And that's like 100% you've decided that you are keeping this baby regardless of what he does?
I told him that this is what he noticed. He know the
Once
information.
again, like if you're pregnant with his child, is it really the best case scenario to just make this all public and like blow it all up? Is that really what you want to do here? Is that going to make everything good? Is that going to be the best thing for the kid if your number one concern is the kid and you're not going to abort it? I don't know. That seems weird.
From me, and he asked me many times, like, oh, and he told me many times, you're gonna be the baby's mother. You know, you don't, because I smoke, like I smoke vape. He always take my vape away. He's like, oh, I want you to be healthy.
I
You're gonna
smoke
be my baby's
vape.
mother. You know, what if you get pregnant? And even a week ago when I was at his house, he was like, oh, I don't want to rent an apartment anymore. I want to buy the house instead because like it's better for us for the future. And what if you get pregnant? He keeps saying that every day to me. So that means he's committed.
Well, you also said that he introduced you to like his mom and his whole family.
Will the baby be black or Chinese? That's a great question. I don't know which one's going to weigh more heavily. But I imagine Velo and Predator will have a good time with that one.
Right? When you guys went to
Yeah,
Barbados?
his entire family. We spoke for 2 months when I was in China. We were in a long distance relationship, and
They were
then he
e-dating.
decided to take me to Barbados. And I asked him, "What's
This
the
is a big question. I don't understand. Like, he introduced her to his mom days after they met, and then way later on, they're like, a few months later, she goes to Barbados with him. Like, I feel like it's typical to date a girl for a few months at least before she meets your parents, right? Isn't that normal? Like, at least like 3-4 months, right? I don't know.
purpose for the visit?" He said because he wants to show me his family, like where he grew up, and also he wants to take the Barbados passport because he want to travel to China. Because for Barbados passport, he doesn't need a visa. So how can I not trust him like all of these? You know, he did like making efforts. Like,
congratulations, Daisy, on your
for me,
That
it
makes
was
sense.
like everything was pretty like real for me.
Yeah. Yeah. When did you start to sense things were off with him?
About a week ago, he told me he decided not to rent an apartment. As
The
he
thing I'm so curious about is, once again, before she got pregnant, did they have like an agreement that if she got pregnant, they would keep it, like, and they wanted to have kids? Like, what was the situation like? Because it seems to me like they had a relationship that kind of escalated fast. You know, she met his mom really fast. Like, everything's going really well, but And whether or not they said they wanted to be together forever, I'm just curious about the kids conversation. Like, was this an agreement from the beginning that they would be having a kid? I don't know.
He promised. The reason why I want my own space is because I knew he wanted to.
The theory is that it's part of his game to bring chicks to his mom. Okay. On H3, he said he lets every girl meet his mom. Really? Every girl? Like hookups? He lets meet his mom?
The other girls and his job, because of what he does, obviously he's going to like deal with other women, associate with other women, which is fine for me. We had an agreement, you know, on that. And I know all men, you know, to become successful, they wouldn't want to be with just one woman. And I told him, as long as I'm the man, that's fine with me. Just use
protection. This girl
protection.
has like a totally warped view of. She just thinks every man will cheat on her. Jesus. She's like, if you want to be with a successful man, you have to accept that he will cheat on you. Like, is that really? Jesus. That sounds fucked. This girl's like traumatized or something. What kind of guys is she dating?
And don't bring me disease. And he agrees with that. And
getting a visa for the U.S. is a nightmare, but you have a child with someone and it's instant. Yeah, that's true. Chinese guys. I feel like Chinese men are like the least likely race to cheat on their partner.
And then he told me he doesn't want.
Call me crazy. But maybe she's not dating Chinese men. She's going outside the, going outside the pig pen, so to speak. I guess that would make sense. She wants a visa. That would be a decent reason. Deadbeat dad thought mom was baby's cooked. Yeah, it's over.
Want to rent an apartment, and then he started telling me, oh, he needs space. He said his Instagram is down, and he said, maybe he cannot take care of me. When he's not even like taking care of me, like I literally did my own stuff, you know?
Okay, let's say tomorrow, right? He, after saying all of this, after making the jokes on the show and everything, let's say he turns around, he's like, hey, you know what? I kind of behave like a dick and douchebag. I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to step up. Would you kind of let him, or is that bridge kind of already burned? Is that like gone, that opportunity?
No, it's gone. It's gone.
It's gone.
He, for me, he's nothing to me right now.
Okay, but that's dumb. And like, it's his kid too, you know? Unless he like physically abuses you or something, I mean, I feel like he kind of has a right to be around his kid, no? I mean, to an extent, I feel like that just makes sense. Am I crazy here? Am I nuts?
I was taking care of his mom when his mom was in town. Like, I was being very nice to everybody. All of his friends liked me. I have a good personality. I'm confident. I'm independent. So he sees me in that. Maybe he sees me in that. That's my weakness.
Why did you want to have a child with him?
Because I didn't care about the marriage. I never believed in marriage. So from my perspective is, if I'm in love with a person, I don't mind. And if I see want from the man in the future, like, what do you want?
He was giving. He was asking.
What does Destiny say to
Actually, you know what he was doing? See, men do this where they want to know what kind of character they need to play in your life, and they want to know the script. So you told him.
He knows
yeah,
what I
you
want.
told him, girlfriend. You told him. You didn't keep nothing secret.
Okay, wait. Everybody says I'm with him for his money, but look,
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. The reason I know you.
I don't care about money. I never said I don't, because on the show I even said, they were asking me how much money do you think a man should make for it? Yeah, I told them $1 million, and that's.
I don't care about money. It's not a big deal. Every man I date just has to have $1 million. Like, that's bare minimum. Like, what the fuck? What is going on? I don't care about money, and that's why every man I date has to have $1 million. What? Is that like nothing to her? Who is she dating? What kind of guys is she dating? $1 million is just like, oh, it's whatever, you know, drop in the bucket, who cares? How is this not rage baiting? Dude, it's not, it's real. $1,000,000. Every man I date need to have $1 million.
That's my standards. He knows my standards.
My standard is $1 million.
The reason I know you're not for money is because you went 50-50 on that bracelet. Okay,
Yes,
a woman
I did.
who was for money would never go 50-50 on that bracelet.
And I bought my own ticket to Miami. First time I went to I bought my own ticket. And I know he buys ticket for other girls, but I never asked him, like, can you buy me a ticket? For me, that's like so cheap, you know, just like $200 or what. Like, because I'm really in love with the person, so I didn't even care about the money. The reason why he bought me the bracelet, because he bought me a fake bracelet.
Yeah, I know. I read that part.
And then because I buy these bank leaves all the time, I have an account. I always know. Like, when the moment I got the bracelet, I'm like, this is fake. But I didn't tell him immediately. I told him 2 days later, and he was acting like he didn't know. For sure, he knows.
He bought her like a fake Gucci belt or something. That's really funny. Buying girls fake jewelry is awesome. Do a lot of people do that? Because more people need to do that. Now, all I'm saying is way more people need to buy girls fake jewelry. Especially if they're like, they just don't know like what nice shit is. I don't know what nice shit is. I don't know what nice shit looks like. I have no idea. Buying girls fake jewelry is a fucking boss move. Everything Fresh did in this situation was forgiven, in my opinion, based on that. She's independent, letting a deadbeat nut in her. The math isn't mathing. Yeah, I don't really get it.
I'm just curious. Can I ask a question about for the kid? If Walter apologized for everything and came clean on everything, wouldn't you want him to be involved in like your child's life?
Holy based. Wait, I was right. This guy, he agrees with. I'm a genius, dude. Holy shit.
But why would you care about that?
What do you mean, why would you care about that? That's the point. It's the child.
Yeah, well, technically, because he's the most important person that we're talking about right now, right?
Yeah, but why do you care about he's gonna be a part of my baby's life?
Well, it's not just your babies; it's both of your babies, right? And doesn't the child?
Yeah, but
he
doesn't
want to be involved.
Yeah, it's both of our baby, but he's not acting like a man. So, do you think he has a right to see the baby?
Do you think you have a right to child support?
I don't. I mean, he doesn't need to. That's fine.
Well, you said the U.S. government said he had to pay, but the U.S. government is also going to make you share custody with him too, right? Whether you want to or not, unless you have a
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I will let what government decide to do. If they decide that, okay, my child have to see him, then that's fine. But if the government says, okay, my baby doesn't need to see him, then that's not unnecessary.
What shouldn't the priority be to like build a healthy life for your future child? Shouldn't that be the focus? Like, how do you make sure your child has a father that wants to spend time with him and be involved in his life and has a mother?
Look, his father doesn't want him.
He just found out that you're pregnant, right? I mean, he's probably freaking out. I imagine he probably isn't ready to be a dad or doesn't necessarily want to right now. But like, why close the door on that?
I am not closing it. I'm just saying.
You are closing it, bitch. You clearly are closing it.
Based on his behavior right now. Look, why do you speak for him? Why do you speak for him? Because clearly he's acting like an idiot on the show.
Well,
now.
You're both acting like idiots, right? To be fair, right? You got
what am I
acting? Because you got pregnant by a guy that doesn't want to marry you. You're just as dumb as he is, right? The problem isn't with either of you, though. That shouldn't be the main concern. The main concern should be the child, right?
He's not concerning about the child. I am. That's why I went on an adult conversation. So don't you?
Well, clearly he is concerned about the child, though, because he said, like, I don't think we should bring a child into this world that's unloved and doesn't have both parents. Like, you know, that is a form of concern for the child, right? He's clearly concerned about it based on the way things are going.
On Instagram, you don't care. You're not caring. The child right now is just a money ticket for you. You're not caring at all about the child. Why are you leaving?
What is the money?
What money is the child support? You think that you were talking about earlier?
Look,
You're very familiar with the U.S. law.
Who are you? I'm here because I got invited from the owner. Who are you? If you're not owner, don't
I got invited from owner. Bruh.
Speak to me because you have no right to talk about my situation. It's not.
You're publicly talking about it on a podcast. Everyone has a right to talk about it. You literally made this allegation public. You expect nobody's going to talk about it? Wasn't the point to raise awareness? Well, you've raised awareness, and now it's backfiring, and now you're crying about it.
On the internet, talking about your situation everywhere. What do you mean?
She's flustered because she knows she looks dumb.
Talking about the situation is not about money. What do you know about anything?
What do I? Apparently more than you do. Am I getting knocked out by Fresh from Fresh and Fit? What do you? Are you trying to act like you're the one with all the experience here?
Who are you? How do you have the right to talk about this? Like talking about a man.
Does she think you like? How does she think he got here? How do you think this guy got in this situation?
Because I'm apparently older than you. I got more life experience than you. I'm the only one.
I mean, so you have more rights?
No, apparently I'm just curious. It seems like you have like all of this.
I don't want to talk to you right now.
Okay, so Daisy.
I don't want to talk to you.
She's so mad,
okay.
bro.
Dusty's gonna take a break for a little bit.
I will.
I have a guess. She wants him to pay to abort, pay to shut her up, and pay to disappear. I mean, he probably would have paid for the abortion. I feel like if he wants to abort the kid, he probably would pay for an abortion, right? Am I wrong to assume that? He definitely would pay for an abortion, but she's unwilling to get rid of it.
I'll take out. This woman is a piece of trash, though. She's ruining this kid's life because she's milking this guy for money. You're actually subhuman filth. Just let you know that. Good luck. Bye.
You can say whatever you want.
I will judge you.
You can say whatever you want.
Okay.
That's very mean.
You can say whatever you want. Does he come back in because she's boring when he's not here?
So what I wish is, since I'm in the state, and if I'm gonna keep the baby for sure, like I'm a tourist here. I'm not gonna work. That's illegal. And to taking
I have grave ward.
care of the baby and to have in order to give a birth in the state for 10 months without insurance, everything is going to be expensive.
So she is asking for money. She does care about money.
I wish he can take care of that. If he does, then I think at least he's doing something.
That's why you gotta ban me. I can't. Myself. Listen to this person. Oh my god, you have to ban me from your.
Daisy, wait a minute. Hold on. We're having a calm conversation.
Yeah, why are you being so mean?
I can't tell how naive you are. For her to say earlier, she was like, and I know that in the United States of America, paternity law says that he needs to pay for this. And also, I'm on a tourist visa, so I can't work, and it's very expensive here in Miami, and I need him to pay for all of the blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, she wasn't going 50-50 earlier. She was investing, and it's about to be 18 years worth of dividends.
I'm not saying he needs to pay for everything. I'm saying he should pay for the non-insurance pregnancy and give birth of the surgery and to see the OB. If you're a child's father, you're not going to pay for that? I'm not asking him to pay for my shit, pay for my shopping.
You should be trying to get him as involved in the child's life as you're trying to get him involved in the child's finances. You seem to have no desire to do that.
Okay, fine. Don't get me pregnant.
It's two people. It takes two. He didn't you, did he? Are we dropping that accusation today? You guys both.
No,
the child is both of yours.
Well, we had agreement. If he doesn't come inside on me, I won't get pregnant.
That's not an agreement, honey. That's called biology.
Be logic. Be like educated yourself, please, before talk to me.
Okay, so they didn't actually have an agreement beforehand. That it seems anyway. It doesn't seem they had an agreement where if he knocked her up, they would have a kid. Unless that is what she's actually saying, and she's just wording it poorly or something.
Before talk to me, okay? People ask me a question, and I'm just telling how I feel. I could fake it, okay? He doesn't have to do that. I'm just saying this is what I wish for. Every woman would wish for that.
Every woman would wish to get. How long have you even been dating?
Every woman would wish that the child's father would support them.
Yeah, but I think they would also wait to have a baby with the child's father who wants to be involved in the child's life.
What are you talking about? Like, please, I don't even want to talk to you right now.
What are you talking about? Like, he's just basically saying it's not a good idea to get knocked out by Fresh from Fresh and Fit. If you know anything about these guys, you know he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. He's not going to be helping anything.
A child's father to be involved in the child's life.
Yes, I do, but he doesn't want to. Don't you understand me?
Then why not work towards that?
I did. Did you not see what I post?
Yeah,
he doesn't even want to talk to me. He doesn't want to have an adult conversation. He refused to see me. He said, I'm not going to see you.
When did he find out you were pregnant?
Like on the 30th of March, I texted him. Yeah, that's the first conversation.
So
and he said,
5 days ago.
I called him and I said, babe, let's meet and discuss about the situation. He said, meet for what? He said, meet for what? Go get a pill. That's what he said.
Probably because he doesn't want to have a kid right now, right? Probably a really emotional time for him too, yeah?
This is the reason why, Stephen, I was working that because you got to have her calm down, okay? Because she has every right to be angry right now because she's been rejected by the man that she's pregnant by. So what I was using was a hypothetical that, hey, let's go into the future. Right now, she's upset. He's upset. Everybody's upset right now. And they're saying things that hurt each other. So when tempers flare down, and we're looking in the future.
I mean, regardless of that, who's the one that made it public? It's her. She's the one that made it public, so she has a responsibility to deal with this now and deal with the situation. You know, they both seem really dumb. Ultimately, the only thing I feel bad for is this kid. I mean, if Fresh has his way, he's probably gonna get aborted. If she has her way, I mean, he's gonna live, but he's gonna know that his dad didn't want him and that his mom's a fucking whatever she is, hoe. I don't know, 304 escort is what some people say. I don't really know what the situation is here, but it doesn't seem like a good situation for anyone, you know?
And everybody's thinking and processing, and they've been talking to their friends, rational and irrational. This is what I was asking her. A month from now, what does she want? The best outcome, and I said the best outcome for her, him, and the baby, and the soon-to-be baby. And she was explaining that to me, so you can continue.
Even if he was being nice to me, like saying, okay, I'm gonna get you through this, like I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna go to the hospital with you, that would be nice. But he didn't even offer that.
But let's look at he's angry right now, you're hurt. This is the reason why I said things can change.
And you made a public allegation to hurt his job, which, to be clear, like, fucking, maybe Fresh deserves that considering he seems like kind of a hypocrite, but regardless, like, I don't know, making an attempt on his job seems silly, especially if you're literally the mother.
And change a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now. Do you agree with that?
I don't know, but
isn't it possible things can?
Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible. But
so let's look at that possibility. Let's look at that possibility. So there's a possibility that he can change and he can come to his senses. You are not blocking him. You're saying these things out of anger. So what I want you to think is he says the right thing. He's going to do.
Dating?
Since January, I could be wrong.
November. Wait, I met him on November, but officially dating end of December.
So they've been dating for 4 months.
How old is she? How old are you?
28.
Okay.
Dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, this girl seems dumb. Here's what the comments say. When Destiny said God will judge you, that was the closest thing to a curse I've heard in my life. Yeah, this guy points it out. Okay, he got fucking 7 or whatever in the comment section. I don't care about money. My standard for a man is to want $1 million minimum. Yeah, that was crazy. Don't date men like Walter. Don't date women like Daisy. True! She wasn't going 50-50. She was investing and it's about to pay 18 years worth of dividends. That is a crazy bar. It's crazy. I can't believe Daisy was able to flawlessly jump with those Minecraft blocks for hours. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a situation where everybody in this just kind of sucks. Fresh sucks. Daisy sucks. They all suck. The lawyer sucks. Saul Goodman sucks. I don't really like anybody involved in this situation. I'm not really proud of any of them. So, yeah, hopefully people calm down. Hopefully we can actually figure out what the fuck went on there in the future if we get some more DM leaks, if that ends up happening. But I don't know that this is the best case scenario for the kid. I think best case scenario is just goes quiet and they solve it all privately, because it doesn't seem good to anyone here. Doesn't seem good, bro.
Tick, so upsy.
Mike is talking about you right now, if you care. You know what? I really don't.
I told you, you're not welcome here. You're not welcome anywhere. Now get the fuck out of my bar.
Just give me one more drink.
You're running the Art Voice channel, correct? Yes.
And then I'll leave.
The Pro channel, too.
Hi, Peanut. I'm gonna need you to come with me right now.
Look, lady, I'm not interested.
All right, well, I'm sort of on the tick, so upsy daisy. Here we go. Oh, whiskey dick of the claws. It's quite common in Wolverines over 40.
You don't want this.
Unless you want to take a deep breath through your fucking forehead, I suggest you reconsider. I'm about to lose everything that I've ever cared about.
Not my fucking problem.
Is that what you said when your world went to shit?
Come again.
This Wolverine let down his entire world.
I thought... Didn't Wolverine die after the one movie? Am I making that up? I don't remember.
Want to talk about what's haunting you, or should we wait for a third act flashback?
Go fuck yourself.
In Logan? Oh, this takes place before Logan. Oh, okay. Oh, it's multiverse stuff.
I don't know anything about saving worlds, but you do.
Trust me, kid, I'm no hero.
You were an X-Man. You
You were the X-Man. I am soaking wet right now.
Man, I don't give a fuck about these movies. Okay. What's on the old LSF? Is there a play button here that's not real? And anytime you click it, it has to open the Twitch player? Okay.
Guys, look at what happened. Here's my wallet. It's empty. This is because you guys haven't been subscribing. I'm literally about to get thrown out of my house unless we get a level 5 hype train going. Guys, I'm gonna lose my mortgage. My house is gonna get fucking repossessed unless we get a level 5 hype train going. Guys, look.
Wait, he sounds like he's joking, right? Oh, okay.
Check. I'm taking a break. I'll be back in 3 minutes, you pieces.
Did you watch a new Fallout show? Fuck no.
I'm getting some bat chest chills.
Consider it to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
By the way, game's not crashed once. We do need to give it credit. We do need to get a little bit of credit.
Step away from the platform.
Oh. I'm getting some bat chest.
Okay, yeah, he came inside my room just now. I guess he didn't like go far here because there's a lot of things spread out. But long story short, I guess my roommate just got arrested, so I'm probably gonna have to stop stream here and see what happens. Yeah, I'm not. Don't want to say too much about that. So.
Okay. Jesus. Oh my god.
It seems this guy doesn't give a shit about bolts.
Okay.
Oh my god. What the?
So does a AAA membership. Family members
Are you
only.
fucking kidding me?
When you're a AAA member, you are family. You get roadside rescue plus thousands of discounts, all for about $1 a week.
You're the best. You're the best.
Become a AAA
Wow.
member and expect something more.
Give me that ooey gooey, crispy, crunchy, mouth watering. Give me that creamy, dreamy, meaty topping, pepperoni popping. Give me that crispy coating, homie, Papa John's. Better get you some. Try the trio before it's gone.
Man, I look at this fucking damage. I cannot.
Oh no.
What?
The 07.
I supposed to do with this champion? He just dies with no rage. I have to fucking build it up on creeps beforehand or what? Well, alright.
Nah, Snaggy drives in his little track car, you know.
Yeah, it's man.
Snaggy, you're my favorite. Snaggy, you're my favorite. You know that? Out of
Fuck
everyone,
about what
bro.
your faggot ass talking about, nigga. Fuck all y'all.
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Why don't you go fucking shake some ass for Cuffham like you were talking about before, bitch? Why don't you talk about that, bro? Why don't you go shake some ass for?
I'm out.
Uh-oh.
Chat, I'm going to bed. Yes, 5 a.m. in the morning.
What happened?
This lobby's not going to my chat. We're not going to do any games.
Did he call XQC that?
I'll see you guys.
Were we talking to somebody else? Does XQC... Why does XQC even hang out with these people? That's the real question. What the fuck? They were dropping slurs all night. And he got sick of it. The fuck? Wait, where's that feedback coming from? Wait, what the fuck? What just happened? Jeez. What is causing this? Oh. Oh. Wait, when I'm near the thing, it doesn't make noise, and when I take my hand away, it makes noise. Why? Okay. It's a COD 5v5 XQC squad against Aiden squad. During lobby banter, Snaggy calls XQC a tranny. Cuffham calls XQC a fag. Train, why did you take it there? Jesse, grow up. They play their 5v5 games. XQC rightfully mauls after and leaves DC call. He ends stream saying during outro that he built this community. It won't further entertain words being said like this on a stream. Train on Aiden's stream calls out SSB for the homophobic and transphobic word usage. Cuffham and Snaggy say it's because XQC calls them broke and poor, and so it's free banter. Omi declines another COD gameplay and calls out Cuffham and Snaggy. Omi leaves. Aiden says they'll keep using whatever words they want. Cuffham says the F slur again. Based. Okay, jeez. My god.
What is this path?
Oh, just one of the many insane things we had to do to get to your name.
Yo, howdy y'all. Howdy y'all. Y'all doing good today? Uh-huh. It's kind of scary. Oh, let's see. Let's see now. Let's see. Is this gonna work good or no?
Do you do those funny videos with the white guy?
Yes.
That's you?
That's me. With the white guy. Exactly. That's crazy. Where are you from?
I'm from Hong Kong.
Nice.
Where are you
Traveling?
from?
Wenzhou.
Nah, I live here now.
Wenzhou.
Wenzhou.
Wenzhou. Yeah.
Very cool.
Very cool. Jake is the white guy. So fun.
Once the wolves have the scent of the Norns, we'll just need to
Wait, what? Hold on. Something is... There's like a... God damn it, I'm gonna go fucking crazy.
You don't imagine it's a chance to clear up all this mess about the prophecy? Perhaps get a second opinion on your alleged demise.
You didn't tell me you had a death prophecy.
When Atreus and I reached Yoke 9, we found a new mural of the giants. They herself had foreseen our entire journey long ago.
When I put my hand on the cloud lifter, it goes away. Why?
All of it.
And then when I come away,
But you aren't dead.
That image was from a time yet to come.
I see. You've never
What is
struck me as
that?
someone who fears death. That's not the problem, is it?
what is that? I don't even know what's causing it.
Death can
Hold on.
have me when it
This thing.
Then maybe it's not the future that bothers you. Faye sent you on your journey, and she made sure you'd see that image at the end of it. And
Okay.
you're still not sure why.
Are we done?
I wish to simply this no further.
Okay. Wait. I think it's the modem is causing it somehow. I don't know why or how. Okay. Put it on the floor. Fuck it. Did that help? Yes, it is the modem. Okay. Jesus.
Now that we're on the lake, how will we find the Norns?
Watch the
By the way, somebody said to me, oh, the Great Recession started in 2007. Well, the growth rate in Q4 2007, the economy grew at 3.5% annual rate. Now, there was elements of the crash that were starting, like the subprime shit had started to blow up. But I just wanted to show the definition of a recession is 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth. Just to help some of the Destiny viewers if you've never heard that before. I read that the Vietnamese government is set to bail out their failing banks the other day after that billionaire defrauded some banks. What's your thought on this move?
What is he even... What is he even trying to say here? That like, what is the point he's trying to make? That Obama caused the recession, the housing crisis? Like, what is the...
I'm asking because I wonder if bailing out the banks in 2008 was the right move. It depends on how you bail out things out, right? So, for example, with the housing crisis, there were two things.
Oh, my bad. He's a socialist retard. He probably thinks that there should have never been any bailouts for the banks. They should have all been broken up, and small bankers and small businesses and co-ops, and everybody should have saved the day or some bullshit. It's going to be something like that. My bad. He's against any form of like government bailout. That's why, because he comes at it from the Marxist retard perspective.
You could do. You could say, wow, these banks made gangbuster profits, massively overinflating the housing market. We should do a cram down, which is we force these banks to revalue these properties in a non-bubble fashion. We provide support for homeowners and other people to stay in their homes and make their mortgages right. Like, we revalue the loans, we lower the interest rates, we reduce the monthly payment, we provide government assistance, and we remove and criminally charge all of the bank executives and salesmen that were involved in the creation of the CDOs, the corruption of the rating agencies. Like, you could have done that, right? Kept people in their homes, right? Criminally prosecuted all of the fraudulent bank executives.
Prosecuted for what? What crime?
And then provided liquidity support so that the banks themselves didn't collapse, causing a liquidity crisis, right? What we actually did is we got 7 million people lost their homes in foreclosure.
I'm all for exploring the area, but to be clear, it's down there we'll find the Norns. What's that outpost?
I'm sorry, chat. Nearly 9 million people lost their homes, and at least 10 million lost their jobs. Sorry, 9 million people lost their jobs, and 10 million lost their homes. 46 million Americans were living in poverty. The 2008 financial crisis.
Why do people make fun of me for reading Wikipedia when these guys read top line Google, like AI replies?
lucky that the housing crisis started 2006, 2007 was the peak. I think December 2007 was the peak. So to answer your question, if Vietnam does it in a way that bails out the banks but harms the regular people like Obama did, well, then that would be a terrible policy. But if you do an alternative policy like I advocated for, that kept people in their homes, revalued those mortgage, provided liquidity to the banks, and criminally charged the malefactors, that would have been much better. But Barack Obama didn't do that. And that's why he's a right-wing president, and why he was so unsuccessful, and why there was such a horrific backlash that ultimately led to him passing power to Donald Trump. Because after 8 years of his presidency, Barack Obama's political strategy and his evaluation of what to do had been thoroughly discredited. Even though he was a very, very skilled as far as his personal presentation and a good campaigner and had good stage presence, he still handed the baton to Donald Trump, and he was a failure. What is the point of blocking out the name D when you're covering him with peace and love, no disrespect? I'm too lazy to change the rules of my chat. Call him Divorcelli.
For them to be able to communicate the idea.
This guy is getting huge. You should talk to him today about Israel, Palestine, or leftism. Why would I talk about Israel, Palestine when he can't find it on a map? And he's been debated by some of the biggest scholars. So they called him an exquisite moron. I think if you want to watch Benelli debating Israel, go watch him get clowned by many, many other people. As far as leftism, what does that mean? When I debated him on Medicare for All, he whined like a little bitch.
Mike was wrong on every single point, and I do stand vindicated on every single argument we had politically, but okay.
When I debated him on actual issues, he screamed at the top of his lungs, and he was completely uninformed. This is one of the things that's really funny to me is the debate that we supposedly made him not like me. I told him rich people borrow against their assets in order to avoid paying income tax. And he screamed at the top of his lungs that that is not true. This is one of the most basic pieces of knowledge of how you operate.
Do you think you could beat up Mike in a one-on-one? I think that if I just jogged like 100 yards away from him, he would die trying to catch me. Does that count? Doesn't it feel they're sounding more and more like Trumpers? I mean, come on, you were embarrassed by many, many people. That's literally a Trumpism. Yeah, but because it's all like post-fact, right? It's about like capturing an emotional feeling. It's not about like referring to any actual factual event or anything, right? Jesus.
Oh my god, oh sorry, do you like children? Do you like children? Oh shit.
Yo, yeah. Yo, you gotta apologize to me. I gotta go to the police, man. You won't stop.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You done with child pedophiles? You done with child pedophiles?
すいません、唾吐かれてんですよ、この方に。
Jesus Christ.
I just killed a stream sniper for you. He was behind you.
It's actually a bad guy.
Come inside, let me out. Right on me.
Damn.
I just killed a stream sniper for you. He was
say that guy.
أرض إلى أهل وأصحاب شيل خيمتك وانكلع أنت وجماعتك. هذه أرض أخذتها وكالة يهودية من حكومة فلسطين في ورق من مندوب سامي. هاي مش أرض المندوب الزفت حتى ينطيك إياها. شيل خيمتك وامشي أنت وياه. مين يروح؟ ها؟ مين ينقلع؟ مين يشيل؟ أرض إلى أهل وأصحاب.
Jesus Christ.
This was on my Instagram post. I remember seeing this and I wanted to pin it.
Go get a diet, you rhino nicked. Okay.
Why are you cooking me?
Oh man, dude. See,
Oh my
you can
God.
fry someone without swearing. You really can, dude. You.
Jesus.
You see that fucking strafing dog? That's my Halo days coming back to me, man. You see that fucking strafing dog?
You
That's
missed
my
the,
Halo days coming back to me, man.
the only good. What was the only good one? That one. Oh. Damn, Destiny.
She's a better reader than she gives herself credit for, but she's not there yet. And so she'll bring it over to me and ask me to help her figure out menus and stuff like that. And she goes, "What's this?" And she brings it over to me, and I look at it, and in the top screen is the dream building, and she's trying to lay down on the bed to go do a dream. And on the bottom screen is an error message that says, "This service has been concluded. Thank you for your understanding," or, you know, whatever. Like, fuck. All right. And so now I have to explain, oh, well, the dreams don't work. It's like, what do you know, it's like, well, they don't, you know, it doesn't. And so basically I told her that she was not going to be able to do that anymore. And she burst into fucking tears. And I'm like, God damn, shit. Fucking Nintendo. You motherfuckers. He's a...
Okay, parents will say shit like this. Okay, but... Where are my parents in chat? Who's ever picked up their 5-year-old from like kindergarten and they're like, "Hey, can we stop by McDonald's?" And you're like, "Sorry, they're closed at 3 p.m. Sorry, they shut that one down. Sorry." "Hey, is there a store on the way home?" "Nope. All of the stores are in the other direction, actually. There's not a single thing on the way from here to the house. I'm sorry. All of those things are gone. And and the ones that do exist are in the other direction, unfortunately. I'm sorry." Just kidding. Don't ever lie to your kids. The Ren Fair is going well. Would that even work with every kid having a phone? Oh, shit. Where's the Twitter meme with the Where's the Twitter meme with the little black girl? Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Oh, fuck. I'm not going to be able to find it. This was a meme from like
Beautiful.
yesterday. Who knows what I'm talking about?
Sigrun told me her kingdom housed a great treasury filled with the spoils of her family's conquests. Perhaps this outpost holds some of that treasure.
Is that all she told you, Mimi?
Did she say where? No, just that they kept it hidden.
Open. This is open.
You said what?
Chuck E. Cheese is open.
How did you get that on there?
I pressed this little circle right here. Is Chuck E. Cheese opened?
Chuck E. Cheese is open today from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Oh, shit, dude. Not good.
Here are the hours for the rest of the week.
And this is...
No, hold on. Do you know Miskiff?
I know of his allegations.
Who
He sounds like a
Megalo?
horrible fucking person.
Jesus.
It was nice meeting you guys. We're moving on. We're moving on. Danny's back there. Oh no. Hey, do you know Asmongold? Okay, well, okay.
Asmongold is a pedophile.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Holy shit, the drive-by, literal drive-by.
And real.
Literal drive-by.
Perhaps those runes over there can shed some light.
Okay. All right. All right, done with all the stuff memes.
This guy's been saying this for months.
What? No, she never mentioned it.
This guy, I mean, seems pretty normal.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna get a Red Bull.
Well, I need to fast forward whatever this is that Destiny's got going on. And I have to pee, so I shall return. Obey.
Holy shit. Important question coming through. Atari 5200 or Atari 8-bit? I don't think I've played either of those machines, so. Didn't they just have a recall on all Cybertrucks? Oh yeah, true, they did. You plan on listening to the Guru's podcast about yourself? I don't know. How long is it? Sega Dreamcast or Nintendo 64? Well, I mean, the N64 and the PlayStation 2 are the greatest consoles of all time, so.
Navigate this.
Forerunner Tacoma, you guys need to go around, apparently.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Ooh. My goodness. Wow. I'm literally just holding down the brake. Ooh. That's crazy. Oh.
Well, okay, I didn't pay attention to this at all. What am I? The fuck happened?
Forerunner Tacoma, you guys need to go around, apparently.
What is a fucking...
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Ooh. My goodness. Wow. I'm literally just holding down the brake. Ooh. That's crazy. Oh.
What is... I don't understand. What's crazy? Cybertruck is savage on and off-roading trails... Or, I'm sorry. Cybertruck is savage on off-roading trails and handles the mud like a champ. It's not off-roading because they're on a road. Well, that's not true. That's not what off-roading means, but okay. He's holding the brakes and it's going down anyway. So this is like a meme. So this is like... It's just like sarcasm then, right? Okay. No, it's a feature. I don't even know. I can't tell. It's too many memes. Okay. I have no idea. I think off-roading is no trail / wilderness driving. No, I think off-roading can refer to a lot of different things. You can have like super mud trails that people would call off-roading. It would absolutely be considered off-roading. Just because there's a trail doesn't mean that it's not off-roading. The account is glazing the Trusk, but from the video we hear, the squeaking and the off-roading seems not impressive. Well, I don't think anybody would consider this. This doesn't look like off-roading to me. This just looks like a mud road. I don't. But maybe it's more. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I don't know what any of this is. I don't know if this is sarcasm, and like I think half the people in chat are being sarcastic. I have no idea. Don't know. Don't care. I have no fucking idea. Check Nvidia stock. No! No! Ah! No! Don't. Okay. Fuck! 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 Stop. Hold on. Okay. Don't worry about it. Dan and I are doing some retarded thing where we each buy like we're supposed to like do options or whatever to see who has more money in their account at the end of the month. And so I go into Robinhood. I'm like, okay, well, what do I have to do? But for options, you have to buy them in like bundles of 100. And so I was looking through like stocks, and I'm just like, I don't fucking know. I'm just like looking through. And then I see Nvidia's down 10 points, and I'm like, bro, there's no way. This is the buy. But I don't have enough money in my account because it only lets you put 1,000 in to like buy contracts. And I think the exposure would be like $2,300 or $2,400 in order for me to do calls if it's going up. And I was like, fuck! So I just bought a share. So now I'm up like $30. But if I would have bought the right contracts, 4 points in a day, how much money would we have made? I feel like we would have made a lot of money here. But that's okay. My portfolio is up. Why did it go down? I don't know. People mad about AI or something? But I feel like there's no way it could go down 10 points in a day. That's bullshit. It must be on a rebound. And it was on a rebound. But I didn't leverage enough. Fuck. Okay. I bought this shit. I don't know how the fuck any of this works. I don't even know if I got the right thing. Like, what the fuck even is this? Am I supposed to... Do I cut this? And it still works if I slice it open? Okay. It literally tells you to cut. There's no shot that you just cut this. The LED strip has markings. You can cut it at certain points. Probably on the lines you can cut. So you think if I cut on these lines, you think I'm not gonna like destroy this thing? Is that really true?
How to install LightStrip Plus. For this installation, we'll use LightStrip Plus and the LightStrip Plus extension. Let's get started. First, measure the surface and make sure it's clean so the light strip sticks easily. If necessary, you can easily extend the light strip by clicking two ends together. You can extend the strip by up to 10 meters. Remove the backing tape from behind the light strip. Be careful not to bend it beyond 90 degrees. Press the strip against the surface and make sure you have good contact. Then, cut the strip to your preferred size.
Ah! Really?
Make sure you only cut on the scissor marks.
Oh. The scissor marks. Like... Just... Really?
That's it. Now you can shape light your way and play with 16 million colors.
16 million?
Cue personal wire.
Wait, if I cut it, then... Then... What do I do with the rest of the strip? Do I need to buy more things? It's modular. Yes, LED strips are made to be cut at the desired length, and you can make a new branch with a new connector. You can solder on? Bro, fuck no. If I light the bookshelf, the light probably has to come from in front of the things on the bookshelf. It can't go behind, right? Because then it would look stupid.
Secret. She loved another. A king named Helgi.
LED light goes through wood, so you should light it from underneath. Wait, what? Shut the fuck up. I'm not getting trolled by you today, fuckhead.
Aye. Suppose I did.
Appreciate it.
What in the fuck is this? Like that, and then this goes here.
Shame about Tyr's vault. I'll take whatever you manage to salvage from it, though.
do this, right? Like here?
Lords live in a well.
No.
Behind?
The well of Earth.
Or I can do
Hard to explain.
in front? I think I have to do in
No
front,
fixed
right?
place. Entrances come and go. A place wholly under their influence, where the intangible becomes tangible. Like
This is in front.
being inside your own mind.
But if we go in together, are we in each
And then
other's
this is
mind?
behind.
Not so sure I like the sound of that.
Come here, and you encounter these norms.
Not personally. Faye's right. They have ways of discouraging visitation. Odin made his share of efforts. Wouldn't talk about
How
what he
cute
found.
would that be? Not cute at all,
Or
actually.
he wants to forget what he
It'd
saw.
be nice if I could do like from the front or something, but
Fair. You mind telling us what you experienced when you sought the norms last time?
To be honest, the details are hazy. Like waking up from a dream. Mainly, I remember that nothing could be done to change my son's fate.
Wait, that building.
How strange. I've never seen that building before.
Aye.
all right. What does this look like?
Let's take a closer look.
Holy shit! I look like I'm holding a fucking lasso of justice. My God. Shut up.
Yikes, fam. They came for me.
Okay. Well. I feel like the best thing would be
Wait. The shield that's blocking the entrance. It looks exactly like the one from Tyr's statue.
Brother, you're
the
fighting
best would either be
storms
like this
scattered
with something like
pieces of
mounted in
statue
front of
all
it
over
to
the
hide the light,
Looks like the shield ended up lodged here. All this must have been hidden behind the
or
ice.
something from
before that
above
shield
to hide the light.
smashed through it.
The LED strip itself. No, I think from above maybe. From above or below? I think from above would make more sense.
But we can't reach it with the shield there.
That wisp is replicating.
What if you went vertically up the side rail of the bookshelf? Nah, I don't like that. I think that Jesus. Okay, what would I get to hide? What would I get to hide the LED strips? Just a piece of wood added onto the shelf, some kind of translucent box, wall-mounted planters and disc plate. Hide it behind the shotgun. Okay, fuck. I'll just have to look it up later, I guess. This will be my project, I guess.
Look, over there.
Muzata 6-pack, 3.3 feet, 1 meter U-shaped LED aluminum channel system with transparent clear cover lens. Do you think these actually hide individual LEDs or no? Yes, louder! Yikes, Europe stuff. Could you not put it on the back side of the shelf so the light shines off the wall? No, I don't think that this lighting looks good. I think this looks bad because you notice how you can't see anything in the shelf when the lighting is coming from behind. You literally won't be able to see anything. Oof. My God, I don't care. I'll take all the cookies. Yes, give me every single cookie. Does this even? Oh, this doesn't even.
Well done. Now we just need to open the gate.
LEDs are widely used these days, even in everyday life, and you get a lot of information on how to use them. They're any target. Jesus fuck. Is your Ford Focus RS an automatic or manual? I think they only made them in manual.
Looks like you'll have to get through the gate faster.
Bro. Fuck all that shit. Oh god, that looks so horrible. Why don't you buy an uplight and plop it on the floor behind your and aim it at the shelf? Because I don't really want things on the floor if I can avoid it. It's just messy. People bump into shit.
It was not intentional.
Oh, sure. Mimir, does this look like an abandoned treasury to you?
Aye, it does.
It's Sigrun's family crest. Looks like a vault door to me. That key we found in another part of Sigrun's kingdom. Think it'll unlock it?
Not when it's broken in two.
Then let us find the other half.
Dan's LED setup looks nice.
Being awesome, wonderful people, as always. You guys have been great. I'm gonna go for a walk.
I think when the light comes from behind, it's not good because you're like I think I would say that this is really bad lighting. And the reason why I would say that is because it seems like he has cute or cool posters here, or whatever the fuck you'd call them, displayed or whatever, that you want to show off. However, look at what the camera's having to do here. You're massively overexposed on the light so that you can get enough light capturing the actual details of the pictures, and it just fucks with everything. It's not good. You want the light shining at what you want to see. You don't want light coming from behind something, because when light comes from behind something, it fucks with everything. Like, notice how right now, because I need to go through and I need to because I have more lights in here now, I need to reset the intensity of all my lights. Look at what happens when look at how I'm lit right now, right? I'm probably darker than I should be. If I turn it to my these are my lights, how they're set up when I'm not streaming. Is my camera gonna auto adjust? Oh, and it has to change the white balance too. It's not about fucking vampire again. Thank you. Warm me up. Yeah, baby. But look at how well lit I am now, and then compare it to blah, 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 blah. Compare this to this. If I cut it by 50%, now I'm way better lit, right? I'm more apparent. That's cutting the intensity of all my lights to 50%. If I up them back to max again, as the light gets brighter behind me, I have to become dimmer for the camera to capture everything, and now I'm less well lit. Yeah, it's just like a general principle. That's why, like, trying to shoot with that window in the background isn't working well right now for the studio downstairs, is because it's difficult to capture the light correctly. So yeah, I don't like backlit stuff like this. Ironically enough, although it's not ironically, is it JT Chapman his name, or is that somebody else? Am I just making this? Oh.
Time recently.
His sense of aesthetic is, it's a little bit IKEA-ish, like maybe a little bit too basic, but I think he has fundamentals down for how he lights his stuff really well. Does he have? I'm trying to think if he had lighting on the thing back here or not.
I'm guilty of this myself.
I don't know if he has full shots of the studio yet, or that might have been in a different thing. I think that was in his other video where he talks about his cool new.
Over the past decade or so, I've shot.
Does he have finished? So this works because the purple light behind here, purple is like just a darker hue, so you're not going to get as much brightness. There must be some principle of lighting that makes that the case. I don't know why, but like white or yellow light is like brighter than purple light. I think even for the same lumens. But look at how aggressively all of this stuff in the front is lit, right? He's got other lighting. It looked like it was a ceiling. It might have been just a simple ceiling light.
Right now, we've got 3 or 4 operational, with a few others planned for later. Actually,
It's probably these. I'm guessing it might be these lights. But that's, you see that this stuff is like lit really aggressively here from the front, so that it's not just this light coming in from the back.
we said this, but on camera.
Fuck, there was another streamer. Does anybody know which streamer has the oh, these little warm lamps are so nice too. Me and Albert are adding a few of these downstairs. These are having like just a nice warm simple lamp. I just like, ugh, it warms up a shot so much. I don't know why.
Second thought set, which I keyboard going off to the wrong.
What was the one streamer who had the really cool background?
YouTuber must have any little guy. That's this like active all that Bay videos. Brilliant creative director Andrew.
Alpha Gaming, was it? No. It was a Twitch streamer, I thought. There's no way I'm going to be able to find this guy. People are saying Luke Stevens, but his name is spelled incorrectly.
This video is the culmination.
Oh, it was this guy.
Man, I've been and is that silly? I don't know. It probably is. Description and jam.
See, so he must have overhead lighting. I don't know if it's just these or something here, but like look at how well the figures are all lit on the bookshelf.
When I worked as a janitor, when I worked at Best Buy, when I worked selling home theaters to people.
I don't like the random books and shit down here. I feel like I saw this looking a little cleaner before, but still, I like that lighting more. Anyway. Spotlights, yeah, maybe. I don't have a house, so I don't feel like I want to fucking... Doesn't light destroy artifacts long term? Does it? I almost killed myself 3 days ago. I was cleaning up my house and I hit myself twice, and I punched my hand into a doorknob, and then I hit my shin on something, and I just thought it was just time to end. It's just like the end of my life or something.
But the dance typically happens way faster than that. Check was reported in the Western press was that the halftime, which from ordinances.
Okay, we're not gonna waste all day on this. Do you think this works? Black aluminum channel, milky white cover. Can I cut this down if it doesn't fit my bookshelf, or? Yes! God, I love how loud Amazon is! Yes!
mean, a rumor about Thor knocking the world serpent back in history from Ragnarok is one thing.
It is the truth. The threads of fate span all life and time.
Brother,
Fuck it. Okay, we'll do this. I'll do it off stream. This will be my next project. It's lighting that bookshelf. What are the most popular podcast streaming services? Is it just Apple and Spotify? I can just Google this. Most popular podcast streaming services. Apple Podcasts and Spotify are the two most. Okay. What's number 3? Why would you only list the top 2?
Lumia, the legends you spoke of are true. The Sisters of Fate abused their power.
hold on. What's this way?
Nice, okay.
The Oarsmen. A monument of conquerors.
Made some lovely warships, though.
There was a chart. Oh. Web browser. Okay. I'm curious where you guys listen to stuff at. Hold on, let's check. Spotify, Apple, whatever the fuck that is, YouTube, other. Vote on this, you fucking losers. Just kidding, I love you.
Come on, Kratos, off your back.
Damn, how are you guys so off the norm? Okay, so none of you motherfuckers use Apple Podcast. Do you feel sometimes like there isn't a community commitment to expanding your reach, like the Gripers feel the need to push Nick's reach? Your last huge positive viral clip was about abortion. I don't know, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult because I think sometimes in order to get a fan base that does that, I wonder if you need like a sycophantic fan base. And I don't really foster that as much as everybody on the fucking internet seems to think I do. My fan base is good for mobilizing on certain things, but when it comes to like doing like the online propaganda stuff, we don't really do that well at all. Although it's also hard to tell if it's because my fan base in particular doesn't do it well, or if it's because we're not part of other huge communities that like carry our message. So for instance, when Hassan does things, and his fan base is trying to amplify his message, it also will get picked up by other like Zoomer socialist types that will amplify the message as well, you know? Okay, you guys hate Apple. What the fuck? Whereas for like Nick Fuentes, Nick will literally be on Telegram, like directing his people to bot and amplify tweets and shit. It's kind of crazy. We need an RSS feed to use on our. I don't know what the fuck RSS feeds are, bro. That's some technology from like 1992. Who the fuck uses this shit? Have you considered just doing the main stream every day from the new studio? I feel like you're way closer to what you want and double dip on set of effort. I'd have to move like all my computer shit down there. I guess I don't really game, so I don't really need. Did you hear that? Did a transformer just explode somewhere?
Kind of still does, in fact.
Wait, hold on. My power just blipped. I thought I heard something in the background. One second.
Another sign from Fjortland, Lemire.
Yeah, I'm losing my fucking mind.
Yikes, fam. They really go ham.
Another sign from Fjortland, Lemire.
There's SockDem and liberal Twitter people that get 10 to 20k likes tweets every day. They're a liberal / SockDem community you can piggyback off of if you encourage your audience to share and like your tweets and engage on Twitter. I don't know if I get along with those audiences though. They end up feeling like so orthodox. And then when we run up into a thing that we disagree on, it's just like I'm fucked. They're just gonna fucking hate me. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Watch your left, he says, as I die.
Another sign from Fjortland, Lemire.
Which books do you have on your shelf? They're all like Israel-Palestine books, basically. I just bought everything. Anything I read on Kindle, I just buy a physical copy of, so I can look smarter. And it's nice to have like physical books. I think is cute. Aren't we a SockDem community? We're kind of SockDem, but I'm like I don't think I'm a very orthodoxy person. Like it really depends on the issue. Like it really depends on the issue. So you consider making a letterbox profile? Yeah, I did, but I don't know what the fuck I would write there. I added Synecdoche, New York, but I don't know, like, what am I supposed to write? Like a 12-page fucking summary of my view of the movie? It feels pretentious as fuck. I don't know what the fuck to put. Is it an optics thing or why? Is it an optics thing? No, I have my particular moral system, and then from there, my political positions stem. But sometimes that's going to put me at ends with different communities, and it's really, really, really hard to be in communities when you have disagreements with some positions in the communities. Like, people will hate you over it. So, for instance, there's going to be, like, a lot of lib communities that hate me because they think I'm transphobic. And, like, that's it. Like, that's nothing else matters past that point. So it's, like, what are you going to do, you know? What is the letterbox channel called? Probably Omni Destiny. The trans med community loves you, I think. Maybe, but I mean, that community is already like a fraction of the community, and I don't know if they would like all my other takes, so. What do you disagree with that Drew Paulau guy that he would hate you? It's not about the people themselves. It's about the fan bases. I can get along with individuals really well. I have like a vast array of people, a vast landscape of people that I get along with like pretty well on a personal level and can even have political debate with, whose audiences fucking hate me. I mean, look no further than the Ryan Long thing that I just did, right? Like, I think I get along really well with both those guys. They've offered to introduce me to other people every time I'm in New York. Like, I can connect with them for a show or whatever. We probably end up politically agreeing on most things, although in this podcast, I think we focused a little bit more on sides that we disagree with. But, like, yeah, this audience
All right, guys.
hates me.
I'm gonna jump off.
Dr. K is
got
another
a
good
couple of
example.
things
Yeah,
I
that
need to do
audience
around the
fucking
house,
hates
so
me.
I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
Maybe